Oh my God. Well, didn't that start off with a bang? Something about getting new computers that just really does not do it for me. But yeah, we thought we tested everything. I don't know what happened, but anyway, need to upload some new drivers and do Windows updates and all this stuff. As soon as I turned it on, thinking I was going to be, 10 minutes early to the show, and instead being up 10 minutes late. But I'm here now. Welcome everybody to February 2025. February has been reduced from a video a day every day during the month of February to one day of a long live stream. It should be interesting though. I have 3 guests coming in today and some interactive polls and surveys and stuff that I want you guys to participate in. Let me put this slide up so you know what to do so you can get ready. This is the page that we're going to be using to do all these. As a matter of fact, I need to pull that up, which I will do shortly, so we can do the first of the series of polls. I think it's about 10 of them. And but this is where you need to go. So you want to have a window. If you're on a laptop or a tablet or something, have a window open, or your phone even. Have a window where you're on this site. That's the code for the surveys, the presentation that I have with all my slides in it. Or you can just scan it with that QR code, scan it with your phone or tablet, and it'll take you right there. Because what we're going to do, I'm going to show the stuff on the screen. So as you input your answers, they will appear live on the show. Okay. It should be pretty interesting. If it works the way that it's supposed to, which not too much has been happening that way so far today, then hold on, I got to pull it up because I didn't get a chance to do that before. And be able to show you the first of the series. As I log in myself. Okay. So you're looking at all the instructions. I'm going to open this up in a window, and then I'll be able to go back and forth to it as we need to. Oh, hit escape. There we go. So I can get back to where you all are. All right. So let's get started with the first poll. Okay. It's going to be something fun. I'm going to set it up so that you have 1 minute to respond. 1 minute to respond. So this is the poll. This is it right here. Let me make sure I'm showing it to you guys. Share screen. This is it right here. So if you follow the instructions, then you can just click which one that's going to show how you feel today. All right. How do you feel today? Click the picture that best represents your emotion at this very moment. Isn't that cute? The little piggy faces. Oh, how cute are these? So only 2 people voted so far? What's happening here? Guess we'll give people more time. So to give you instructions right there at the top, it says join at menti.com, menti.com, and the code that you use to access this presentation, which is all my surveys for today's show, is 463532882. And that'll take you right to this presentation so you can vote. So far, we have 2 people. Somebody says they're completely chill and unbothered, and the other one is ready to learn with an open mind. But I was hoping to have more people participate. So I'll leave it open for a minute while I go and start on other stuff. Okay. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Hold on, y'all. I'm kind of flustered, and that's why I'm messing up here so much. Messing up big time. Okay, so there it is. And what I want to do, that's the screen right there. And here's the survey. That's the survey showing you what's going on. Oh, I guess I should have it in full screen mode. There we go. That's better. So you guys vote. 2 people have voted. Only 2. I'm sad. What's happening here? Okay, I'm like, I probably didn't do what I'm supposed to do. I'm so sorry. I'm trying to figure this out. This is the first time I've done this. And I'm clicking around here and I'm messing up because it's set up to integrate really easily with Microsoft Teams. But, who uses that in their private life? That's like a work thing. So I'm like, okay, I just want to use it for fun. They say piggy action. So I'll leave that up for a minute so everybody can get their vote in. What's up, Shay? How you feeling today, Shay? Okay, I think I finally figured this out what I needed to do. Okay, we in action here now. We in action. That means on the one that you picked, common sense is completely chill and unbothered. So that's probably the best one that matches what you're feeling today. All right, I'll give it another couple of seconds here, and then I'm going to move on to the advice questions that we have today. We have some topical discussions we're also going to have, and then you guys will be able to call in and, talk, make comments, and all that kind of stuff. Our first guest is coming on at 1. So, I'd hope to have a whole hour with you, but that didn't work out that way. It didn't work out. All right. Okay, so most people today feel chill and ready to learn. Those are good states to be in. Very good states to be in. So I'll remove that from the screen and let's get started with our advice questions because we have a lot of them today. We always have to do advice. I was so busy doing this, I didn't have time to do the advice show. So this be it right here. Okay. So here we go. Question number 1. This young lady is in the 22 to 27 age group, same as the little boyfriend. And we didn't put locations and stuff in for these questions, just, the age group. So she says, my boyfriend has been lying about being in credit card debt. We live together and split everything 50-50, and I have no idea how he is spending so much money. He's been lying to me about being in debt. We live together. Oh, we have been together for nearly 4 years. He earns a decent wage in his job, and so do I. Most months I'm getting us through, though, by covering grocery bills and lending him money. What? And you make the same amount? Last month, he finally told me that he was 1,000 pounds in credit card debt. I was frustrated with him, but we discussed a payment plan and thought he was working towards it. Okay, so y'all that live in the UK, how many U.S. dollars is 1,000 pounds? I'm trying to. That doesn't really seem like it's that much debt for her to be flipping out about. But maybe I'm wrong. How much is 1,000 pounds in U.S. dollars? This month it came up again. I had my suspicions that he was lying to me, as he is a very obvious liar. But yet you stay with him, though. So what's up with that? He refused to show me the app on his phone that showed his credit card detail and the amount that he owed. We had a big fight about it, and he finally told me that he actually owes 4,000 in credit card debt. So 1,000 is 3,000. So if he owns 4,000, that's like $12,000 in U.S. dollars. Woo. Okay, now we talking. And that's not even for like a car or anything. This was upsetting, as we are supposed to be saving together towards buying a house, and then he drops this bomb on me. I can understand the embarrassment and mess that might cause him to not tell me, but I'm truly baffled as to what he has been spending all his money on every month. So I'm having to help him out with money. Our relationship isn't perfect, and I feel like this is the last straw. I have lost trust in him. When talking about this, it made me feel bad and said, he made me feel bad rather, and said if I was in this situation, he wouldn't leave me. I really struggle with leaving relationships and cutting people out of my life. I struggle to know how to start again, as I don't have money to move out by myself, and I don't know what to do. Any advice? Well, you can't have money to move out by yourself, because the money that you loaning him and stuff, you stop doing that. You put that in an account, and you're gonna move in and have a female roommate. So see, you don't have to have a place by yourself. You can just rent a room, with another girl, and you'll still be splitting bills and splitting expenses and stuff. You guys have to work out how you're gonna, do your food and whatnot. But that's an easy thing. And then you can do that until you get enough money to get a place by yourself or buy a house, whatever you want to do. My thing is this: with it's one thing, you guys. He's got his debts. Oops, what am I doing? I'm actually mashing keys on my keyboard. That's what I'm doing. I laid my papers on it. It's one thing if you guys you're splitting the bills 50-50, and you cover yours and he covers his, and he's never dipping in your wallet. But the fact is, you're supposed to be, quote, 50-50, but you're always giving out a greater percentage of it because he's not stepping up. So at that point, it becomes like you're taking care of him. You're filling in the blanks for him, which you should not be doing. So I would not feel bad. If I were your mom, I would say, oh no, you gonna move out. Even if I had to write a check to help you move out, I would get you up out of there, because that's not a smart place for you to be. It's unfortunate that he lied, but people do lie. It happens. So nothing much I can do or say about that. But now that you know what you're dealing with, you know that he's not offering the kind of future that you're looking for, because he won't be able to make the financial moves that you'll be able to make. He doesn't have the money. His money's tied up in debt. So you have to think about that, and start thinking about putting your money away so you can get up out of there. It's sad, but it is what it is. He's not at your, he's just, you guys have different values about money. Yeah, basically, he's like pimping her. She's a convenience for him. Because he doesn't, he gets to spend his money on running up debts and buying stupid stuff, and she's covered the necessities like groceries and the light bill and stuff. Question number 2. My 31-year-old sister, no, the girl's 31 and her sister's 24. My sister is marrying a man who doesn't deserve her, and I don't know what to do. My sister's always been awful at picking partners. For the last few years, she's been dating a man who is 10 years older than her. So she's still 24. I mean, the dude's 34. Wow. He lives with roommates in a dingy neighborhood, neither cooks nor cleans, and is disrespectful to her family. Last week, she told me that she wants to marry him. I felt nauseous when she said it. I said very little because I have no desire to lose my sister over a stupid man, but wow, how do I manage this? Well, for the first told her, I said, well, what are your criteria for picking a husband? This is not the time where you chastise her and berate her and call her names and stuff like I might do. Don't do that. You can see your sister's something's confused. And since this guy is older and kind of, he sounds abusive, most likely your sister has some kind of, you know, like emotional beat down kind of mindset where she thinks this is the best that she can get. So, this is the time when you have a conversation with her and you take her to the side or out to lunch or something. Say you guys can go to shopping and lunch or something, so dude won't be tripping. And then you sit her down and you say, I heard what you said about you want to get married to this guy, and I'm curious to know what it is. What's your criteria for a husband? And have her list her things, and then you can say, well, would you? So it's 1,258, not so it's like $260 more than okay. Well, that sounds a little better, but still he lied. So, um, ask her, say, well, okay, if this guy does this, this, and this, what you say is this, how does that fit into there? I mean, when you marry somebody, supposed to be for the rest of your life, can you see yourself really honestly being treated this way for the rest of your life? Ask her questions like that, start to get in her head because she needs something logical and reasonable to counteract whatever dude is telling her because she's just sounds really really lost and confused. This is a situation where she should have deuced out a long time ago, and she talking about marrying it. Oof, this is like I don't even. Yeah, no, Dud is right. Robin made that Freudian slip, but it was on right on time. hmm This is sad because she's so young. And dude's already he on the downstroke to 40, gaming on a young girl barely, she early in her early 20s. You would not be doing that to my father. I mean, my daughter. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's something going on there, because sometimes these abusive dudes will tell a woman, you ain't this and you ain't that, and you can't get no better. No, who else would want you? And they try to set her up so that she really does believe. But you gotta have a weak mind. But some people do. So she would believe that this is really all the best that she can get. That this is all she deserves. That there's nobody on this whole planet who's better for her than this dude, and that if she leaves him, she's gonna be alone forever because nobody else will want her but him, and that she'll have to come crawling back. I mean, those are all the things that they tell you. It's like a textbook spiel that they issue to try to break these women's confidence and keep them in the situation. This is unfortunate. Let's move on to question number 3. She wants to know, wait, is this? Yeah. So, am I wrong for moving to a different seat on a train because the lady behind me was chewing loudly? Oh, no. I already, before I even read anything, that's my pet peeve. Don't be smacking in my ear, chomping, or cracking gum. I can't do it. Can't do it. I'm someone who absolutely cannot stand the sound of loud chewing. It's worse than nails on a chalkboard to me. It's absolutely revolting. I was raised in a household that maintained that loud chewing is extremely impolite and unacceptable. So it's always been just horrible to me. I understand that it's common and encouraged in some cultures, and I respect that. I don't argue. I just personally hate to be around people who chew loud. Anyways, earlier today I was on a train and a woman behind me was eating and chewing extremely loudly. I'm talking about smacking her lips. Oh my God, must have been good. Sucking on her fingers. Ugh. Gulping down her drink. It was so loud and so gross. I mean, so gross. After about 20 minutes of enjoying that sound, I could hear through my AirPods. Wow. I got up and moved a few seats down. Luckily, the train was not full. As I was getting up and moving, she made eye contact with me and I guess realized what I was doing and went, what? What's your problem? I smiled and said, no problem, and continued gathering my things. And she pressed on with, what's your issue? Said, you eat like a goddamn pig. That's what it sounds like I'm at a farm. But I know he wouldn't say that. At this point, people around us were looking and I was trying to be discreet, not embarrass her. Why? That would have been an opportunity time to clown her into oblivion. So I just repeated no problem and moved to a different seat. I feel kind of bad about it. I don't know why. Right? If you can hear somebody eating through AirPods, I mean, so he's playing music, a podcast, I mean, something's going on. He got his AirPods on and he could hear her over that, plus over the noise of the train too. That means she was just going to town and just doing just the absolute most. That's what that means. Anyway, for those of you who are just showing up, welcome to February 2025. We will be here until 6 p.m. today. So you can cycle in, go take a nap, go to the gym, come back, and we'll probably still be here. But yeah, this is from a video every day for the month of February to just one day, because that's all that I can handle now. I'm too old. I'm too tired. Can't do it. So yeah, this is really terrible. I'm like, girl, this is like she's like smacking her, licking her fingers and smacking and stuff. Mm-mm. I used to have an aunt that ate like that. Oh my God. And I was just a kid and I had to tell her about herself. Because we went to her house and I had never had this dish before because my mother didn't cook like that. She made this stuff that they called it was shit on a shingle. We had never, I just didn't even know what that was. And so she made it for us for breakfast for her and her kids. And so I'm looking at that stuff. I'm funny about food. I have to be able to identify all the ingredients because if it's anything that looks like goulash and all, it's like mystery. I can't eat that. I don't know what this is. And so I'm looking at it and she said it's just gravy, onions, and hamburger meat and something I forgot. I was like, oh, okay. So then I tasted it. It was okay. So I ate it. But while she was eating, she was making these like humming sounds, like Winnie the Pooh. I was like, I was so outdone. I told my parents about it, and I was imitating her. My daddy was on the floor, and it was just like I just told her, I said, "Why do you eat like that? Who does? You know why you eat make so much noise when you eat?" And she was like humming and stuff. Okay, well we'll be back here, girl. We will be here, so don't even worry about if you got to go and come back. So this guy, this is question number 4. How many of these things is it anyway? Hold on. Let me just check. Oh my God, there's 40 questions. She loaded me up because she said, well, you're going to be there for 6 hours. I don't know what you need. So she gave me 40 questions. Okay. This dude is 28 to 34 and he wants to know, am I raggedy for shutting off my Wi-Fi at night? I moved into a new apartment in July of last year and no one lived below me for a couple of months. After a few months, a guy moved in. The first thing I experienced from him was blasting his music so loud that it sounded like it was coming from my apartment as well as vibrating my floors and walls. I had never met him before this, and after that, I asked him to just try to keep it quiet after 11, as that is the time I go to bed. Very frequently, he does not shut it off at 11. I get woken up at 3 a.m. to it. There was even a time where I had to miss 4 hours of my scheduled hours of work because he played it until 4 in the morning. I couldn't sleep and had to get up at 5:30 for work to work a 12-hour shift. I've had minimal contact with him for the occasional neighbor stuff like, can you grab my package off the porch so it doesn't get stolen, etc. Well, a couple of days ago, he asked me to use my Wi-Fi for a couple of days until he can pay his own Wi-Fi. I allowed him to use it free of charge because I know we are all struggling in this economy. However, I have this deep fear of a fire happening at my house, so I unplug everything at night that's not being used. Wi-Fi being one of them, as I do not need it when I'm sleeping. I woke up this morning to messages from the neighbor that are so disrespectful about the Wi-Fi not being on. What the fuck? Well, then change your Wi-Fi password and then don't let him use it at all. That's how you do that. Because you're supposed to leave him a note that says, I was trying to be nice to your raggedy, loud ass, but now I'm not gonna do that, and I changed my password, and now you don't get to use it at all. Because you instead of being thankful that you got to use it for the time that you got to use it, then you want to complain about free Wi-Fi. So yeah, you don't get nothing. Oh Lord have mercy. I don't know about people. What is this? And I'll do 5 questions. And I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna give you guys another survey question. Question number 5. This is a female in the 22 to 27 age group. Summary of issue: is my boyfriend stingy or is it me? Most likely he's stingy. I'm 27. I've been a quote official with my boyfriend who is 31 for 3 months. Prior to this, we dated for 6 months. I live at home and I pay rent. He has his own house about 30 minutes away. I spend the weekends there Friday through Sunday. We don't see each other during the week very often, as I have a busy job because I work out until 7 most evenings. And since he lives 30 minutes away, I often need to be in a place near me early in the morning because I work in schools. We have always split everything 50-50. I paid for us to have a night away together a few months ago. We split the meals we had in the evening, the next day, etc. I often buy him random nice things for the house every so often. I got some lovely diffusers, some candles, etc. Every time we do a food shop together for the weekend when I'm there, I pay half. I often pay for us to have coffee together. I always pay for the both of us. As I am mindful, I spend a lot of time there. Recently, I feel he is snappy and possibly resentful of me. Over Christmas, I offered to pay him some money as I essentially lived there for 12 days. I did my own food shop, but he said he don't worry about it, just buy more food for us, end quote. On the weekend, I asked what was wrong. It was clear he feels I don't pull my weight. He had made a few comments over the weekend. He noted that he feels I'm not proactive enough and that he wants me to take more of the lead, which includes doing the food shops prior to going to his house for us. This was the day after I'd gone out with a friend, asked me if he wanted anything from the store, and bought everything that he wanted for his dinner, not mine. I fear he may be stingy. We have a Valentine's meal booked, and he has already said that we'll split that. He has also insinuated that I buy a chest of drawers for his house. I take everything back home with me after every weekend, so he has no storage at all. This is getting a bit draining and difficult, and I'm basically living out of my car, which is not manageable. My issue and thought here is that I pay rent at home. I spend a lot of money on gas going back and forth, which I really don't mind, and often treat and buy him nice things. He has never once paid for anything for us as a pair, nor ever treated me to anything, even the smallest of things. Should I be more proactive or forthcoming as he requests? I am doing my best in all, honestly, and sometimes I perhaps don't even take the lead as I feel like a guest in his house and don't want to piss him off. He likes things a certain way, etc. What are your thoughts, please? I would not be doing all of this. See, you're breaking Deborah's cardinal rule, which is match energy. You are doing too much. You're doing all the driving. You're doing all the, this. I don't do these half relationships. First of all, I'm not doing that. Because like I dated a guy that was in Palo Alto. I lived in San Francisco, and he used to fill up my car every weekend when I went down to see him. He filled up my tank. I didn't ask him to do that. He did it. He get my car detailed. He checked my tires, checked my oil. He checked everything on the car to make sure my engine was going to blow up on the highway going back and forth to his place. And then when I was there, he bought all the food. And if we had any dates out, he would pay for everything. I never paid for nothing. So I don't even understand these kind of relationships. It's like, you're basically paying him to deliver him some ass for the weekend. That's what's going on here. Did you ever conceptualize that? Because that's what's happening, chick. He getting booty on demand, driven and delivered like DoorDash. And you have to pay half for the privilege. And then he got the gall to complain that you're not doing enough. I would dump this dude so fast. By the time, he didn't give me a present or anything, he didn't do nothing. Not no flowers, a card, nothing. And you're talking about pay half, pay half, pay half, even on Valentine's Day. See, your tolerance level for nonsense is just way higher than mine could ever be. I just can't do it. Yeah, I don't understand this. Our guest, the second lady, is she has a presentation called Choose Me Now. And I kind of think this is the kind of thing because these women are not choosing themselves. They're not worrying about themselves. They're not prioritizing themselves and their needs and fairness. They're focusing on the guy and that they're doing all this stuff because they want to have, quote, a relationship. And there has to be some kind of boundaries. You have to have some kind of standards. I just don't understand what she's getting out of this situation that makes her so desperate to do all of this just for this guy who's now turning into a grump and talking about she feels like he's resenting her. He don't have nothing to be resenting. He should be resenting himself for breathing and using up air and he unnecessarily. Ooh, how trifling. Okay, let's go back to our slides. Let me add it back to the program here. So if you haven't already signed up, I'm suggesting that you go here and either scan it with your phone to take you right there, or go to the website and enter this code so you can see and vote on the surveys that we have set for the show today. Keep this page open because all throughout the programming, I'm going to have surveys coming up for you to participate in. Here is the next one. And it's asking, what is it that you hope to get out of the Debruary 2025 broadcast? So what you do is you click on the screen and then you just start typing. And it's going to fill in your response. I'm curious. I want to know what everybody's got to do. When you came here, obviously there was some reason that you came. What is it you're hoping to get out of this situation? So, you're on the page over there. Like I said, you click and you type, and it'll pop up in a little box on the slide. Do you have to be logged in? So Robin, okay, let me put Robin's comment up here. Back when I was that age, I thought that was what I was supposed to do to obtain a relationship with a man. Yeah, but how old were you? So you're in your early 20s? I don't know. See, I didn't get that memo. Because my daddy was always telling me what not to do. And then, having 3 brothers, and him teaching them what they were supposed to do. I'm hearing all of that. And never did I get a message that I was supposed to do anything. My father's exact words were, don't you ever help bad word, but basically don't help a man do anything. And that if a man needs a woman's help, that he ain't no kind of man. That's what he would say all over and over and over again. So I am firmly in that camp because I saw what he did, for himself with only an 8th grade education. So if my father had gone to college, he would be unstoppable. Okay, here's the answers popping up. So far we got 2. I know nobody types, super fast, but, I'm glad for the accuracy. Thank you very much. Let's see what you guys say. I'm making this bigger so it shows up better. Mm-hmm. A little entertainment. Well, you're going to get a lot of that. Okay, these are all great answers so far. You guys, you heard that? Are you kidding? That's all they told you, Robin? Well, that's kind of messed up. Wow. Anybody else? Anybody else got any thoughts on what it is that I'll leave this open for a little bit so you guys can come up with your thoughts on it, what you're hoping to get out of Debruary. I know it's very different from the way it used to be with a video every day, but times change. People get old and raggedy, and so they have to make changes, and that's where we are with it. So this is good though. You guys keep on adding your stuff. Realistic and relevant advice. Okay, that's a good one. I love it. I love it. Okay, let me read another one. This is question number 6. A young man in the 28 to 34 age group. He says, summary of issue. This girl asked me if I was gay because I didn't kiss her by the 3rd date. Wow. I've had this happen several times with women I've dated, and I was wanting to know why some woman would automatically assume that I'm gay because I don't initiate physical contact until later. Is waiting until the 4th date a complete deal breaker for women if a man doesn't kiss you by then? Not for me. I don't know where your lips been. People be having like weird things and bad dental hygiene and just all kinds of stuff be going on. No, 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 no. I need to know what you working with and how you roll. I'm not lip locking with you. Let's see here. Okay. Having fun. Yes, there we go. Well, thank you for the love. Okay, these are good. So we've got 8 responses so far. All right, so let's go back to this. I'll remove this from the screen for the moment and go back to just me. Okay, here we go. So young man, So then she says, verbatim, I had a girl say, quote, I just assumed that we were becoming friends because you waited until the fifth date to kiss me. And I have gay friends, so I thought you were gay from how excited you were about Taylor Swift, for instance. Dude, that's okay. Yeah, I don't know about that. What does this mean? Is this how women think? I prefer to take a while to get to know my partners and see if we are vibing before I want to get closer to them physically and talk about how our values are and our interests. I don't see a point of wasting intimacy on someone who I don't see a future with. But why is that making me be considered gay? Because you're dealing with some stupid broads. Okay, let me tell you about this. There's two kinds of women in this world: women who have extremely low self-esteem and who need external validation from men in the form of flattery, looking at them, telling them how beautiful they are, or the guy like pouncing on them so that they feel validated to their sexuality because the guy, quote, wants them. Okay, that's one camp of women. There's the other camp of women who have, are discerning, high confidence levels, who, they're going to go just as slow as you because they also don't want to waste their body time, energy, or risk their health for, some sucker. And so they're going to be talking to you, interacting with you, trying to figure out what kind of man you are, see what kind of values you hold, what your moral stance is on issues, and where you guys make sense. Okay, so this woman is going to approach the relationship from a logical standpoint before she allows her emotions to engage, whereas the other kind of woman is going to approach it emotions first. She's going to go by how she feels, how the guy makes her feel. If she feels beautiful, she feels wanted, she feels all these things. Those are the kind of women that get played all the time. I mean, just like constantly, because guys run so much game on them because it's so easy to manipulate. You just say a few little flowery words to them, and it's like open sesame. So, that's what these women who are saying this to you, they're that former kind. What you need to do, sir, is concentrate on the ones who are like you. And then you guys will have a great time. There'll be a lot of mutual respect, lots of laughs, a lot of intellectual level conversations. You'll discuss things, deeper level things like morals and values, like I said, goals and, ambitions and things like that, where you really get to see what kind of person she is and what kind of person you are. So, you aren't experiencing that quite yet because you're dealing with these other types of chicks. So, oh, you missed some poll. You missed a poll, but we'll be doing some more in a little bit. So, that's my best suggestion for you. We have the guest coming at 1 o'clock, so he'll be here probably shortly. First guest for today. This is really unfortunate, especially if they would come at you like that. That's really kind of, I mean, not that there's anything wrong with being gay, but if a guy's not gay, to assign him that kind of level as a diss is disrespectful. You know what I mean? Because one of the best friends I ever had was gay. He died from AIDS, and I was broken. Ooh, I cried for the longest. I saw a picture. I found a picture of the two of us that we had taken on one of our outings. Nicest guy, but yeah. So I don't really care about what people, the private lifestyle. I mean, I don't hold that against people. I don't celebrate it, but I don't hold it against them either. It just is what it is. But for somebody to come and call, well, you must be like, they're putting you down because you don't follow this adoring script that they makes them feel better. Well, that's an insult. And if women do that to you, you should be done with them. Question number 7. This is a young man, and we got 40 of these advice questions. Plus, I got a whole bunch of other stuff to talk to you about too. This young man is 20 to 34. He says it is psycho to send an exit survey to an ex to determine personal areas of improvement for future relationships. Uh, what? Why would you do that? Okay, is it psycho? I don't know about if it will reach that level to being psycho, but it's very odd. I will tell you why I would not recommend that you do that. First of all, if the woman, like say she didn't want you to break up with her and you did, she gonna rip you. I mean, she gonna find everything nasty to say about you to hurt your feelings that there is to say, and probably come up with some new stuff. So I would, and then the main thing though is, why do you care what some ex thinks? I mean, are you going to try to change yourself for every person that you meet based on their exit survey? Like, well, yeah, I think you should change this, you should change it. So every time you date a new woman and y'all break up, which is generally what happens, you're going to change something on yourself based on what she has to say. You're supposed to completely ignore what she has to say because she didn't work out. So, I mean, who cares what she thinks? Who told her she could think? Why are you putting so much impression on what she says? So, I mean, importance rather. I don't understand. I don't even understand what you're looking for here. To tell you the truth, I wouldn't ask my exes nothing. Because as far as I'm concerned, they're stupid. They're like, like here's a rock in intellect, and here's them down here. That's why I would never ask them anything. And then, sometimes, you be dating somebody and then you be embarrassed that you dated them. Have you ever experienced that? I have twice. And I was like wanting to kick my own ass. Like, what were you doing? What were you thinking? What had you been smoking? And I don't even smoke. But you start asking yourself questions like that because you just feel so confused about what you even saw in this person. I mean, what you basically, you as I got older, I recognized what it was. You got with their representative, and then over a period of a month or two or three, the representative, that little sheepskin came off, and the wolf showed. But you wasn't embarrassed of them at first. That's what I'm saying. They be perpetrating those, be fronting, and coming off as all Mr. GQ and Mr. Perfect, and then slowly the cover starts to unravel, and you get to see who they really are, and you be like, oh no, how did this happen? Yeah, exactly. You be like, yeesh, what in the world happened here? I mean, I can laugh about it now, but when I was younger, I was like horrified. But yeah, it's only been two. But I'm like, wow, that was interesting, Deborah. What were you thinking? Let me see. What time is it? I'm trying to make sure I stay on track. This is going to be show y'all. This is what we got coming up. Who is he? Here he. This is the young guy who's going to be up next. He's here at supposed to be at 1, so that's just in a few minutes. So we're just waiting for him to log in to the system, and so I can bring him up on stage. Hopefully he doesn't have any problems like I did. But yeah, this is our first guest, our 1 o'clock guest. And hopefully he's on time, like I said. He may have some struggles and be here a little late, but one-ish is the time. Actually, you know what? Let me check my email and make sure. See if he sent an email. Oops. Oh, never mind. This is too much trouble. I should have brought my phone. Because then you got to log in with your password, and I don't know. This new computer doesn't have any cookies set. It just be this drama. Never mind. I'm not going to do that. We'll just hope he comes. Okay, then in the meantime, let's move on to, I don't think I like this question. Let's skip this one. Since I have 40 to choose from, I had an option to jump around. Okay, here comes question number 9. Young lady 22 to 27. Sorry of issue. My boyfriend of 2 years went to a strip club despite knowing how uncomfortable I am with it. Should I break up with him over going to a strip club? Okay, what did he do? Okay, he and my cousin planned a men's only baby shower for his brother. According to him, after a few drinks, my cousin, quote, pressured them into going to a strip club. He says he didn't pay for a dance, refused any contact with the strippers, was only there to drink. His brother got a dance and they stayed for about 30 minutes before leaving because my cousin's wife kept calling. That night, he sent me a normal good night text. And the next day, he texted me around 1 in the afternoon saying he felt hangover guilt and needed space. Later that night, he confessed to everything, saying he felt guilty and wanted to come clean. He also admitted that he intentionally left his phone at home so I wouldn't find out. Well, he just spilling all the beans, huh? I love him and we have a great relationship, but I feel hurt and disappointed because we discussed this before. He knew exactly how I felt, especially since I had already expressed my discomfort when my cousin jokingly mentioned the idea while planning the party. He felt the same way. We had agreed on these boundaries together, as he wouldn't take he wouldn't like it if I went to one either. I don't have an issue with strippers themselves, but I struggle with the fact that he disregarded my feelings, put himself in that situation, and went so far as to hide it from me. He seemed genuinely regretful and apologetic, but I can't shake the thought of what might have happened if they had stayed longer, especially since he continued to drink and, quote, blacked out. Well, I'm telling you what, let me just explain something to you how strip clubs work. Them strippers not doing shit unless you give them some money. Okay? So if he wasn't giving them no money, then they wasn't gonna even look in his direction. You gotta do this to get their attention. Or you flying the money and they see you flying the money, then they'll make their way over there. But either way, if he was just drinking and wasn't flashing no cash, they wasn't gonna pay no attention to your little raggedy boyfriend. Okay, now the second thing is you're in the 22 to 27 age group. You try to put a chokehold on a man like this where he can't go nowhere, he can't do nothing, and he has to hide things from you, you're setting a very dangerous precedent. One thing you want to make sure that you do in life is have an open door so your man can feel comfortable telling you anything. Even though you might not want to hear it, because we had this conversation. I listened to a video where I talked about this. I don't want to hear about, the pimples you got and, how many times you had to go to the bathroom and how you were holding it while you were in this meeting. And I don't want to hear all that. However, you want to have, where it's like a judgment-free zone where you're going to listen. He can tell you stuff and you're not going to lose your mind. So in a situation like this, see, your immaturity and your desire to control and regulate on this man is going to backfire. You cannot do this to people. What you do is set parameters and say, okay, well, no lap dances or something, but you want to go with your friends and hang out and do that weird stuff, have at it. You give them, you have to give men space. It's just like like a teenager when the parents try to keep a chokehold on them, like the pastor's kids. Who was always the worst kids doing the most trifling stuff? The pastor's kids, because the pastor kept them in a chokehold. And once they got away from the pastor, they went buck wild. That's the same thing that's going to happen when you have women, you controlling women. As soon as they get out your sight, they just lose their mind because they feel like it's their only time for freedom. This is not the way you handle a relationship. You're doing this all wrong. You guys talk about, if you both agree not to do it, but obviously there's going to be situations where this is going to happen. Like in Houston, right off through Texas, they have these gentlemen's clubs, and that's what they do. They conduct high-level contract business work in these environments in that state. That's that's how they do it. They go to the gentleman's club, they sit up there, watch the girls wiggle around on these poles and stuff, and then they, sign these contracts and have a few drinks. They do it on the golf club course and stuff. It's just a thing. So you're going to have to figure out how you're going to get used to it, or you just going to stay single forever, or you're going to marry some pastor or something that's, and they still go, but they just going to sneak and not tell you. I don't know what you're going to do. But this kind of little mindset here where you're trying to regulate on dude 24/7, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. Yeah, this is it's the 3 hour difference because we started at noon California time, PST, which was 3 p.m. on the East Coast. Yeah. So I try to, put the slash and put both so people know, but sometimes I forget and I um, only put, Pacific Coast time. Sorry. Okay, I still don't see my speaker. I hope he wasn't on East Coast time and came earlier. Oh no. I just thought this conversation right here, just like, oh no. So if he came at 1 o'clock on East Coast time, that would have been 11, 10 here. Oh, oh no. Well, yikes. I didn't think of that. I said PST though, but people do get confused about that. Well, while we figure out if he's going to come or not, it's not like I won't have plenty to talk about regardless of that. Okay, now those of you, this might be triggering for anybody who's been SA'd. So if that's the case, go away for a little bit, or, if you turn the volume down or something. But Because what we're going to talk about, I got this article. It just came out on February 13th, so this is yesterday. Well, Thursday, that this article was released. And it is a study, a report about investigations of Tinder and Hinge and how their corporate owners chose profits over safety of the female participants on their dating sites. This is a horrifying report. What these people did, it was an 18-month investigation. Okay, I'll just read it to you. The Dating Apps Reporting Project is an 18-month investigation. It was produced in partnership with the Pulitzer Center's AI Accountability Network and The Markup, now a part of Cal Matters, and co-published with The Guardian. You know, like they have The Guardian. It wasn't just in the UK, but now there's a branch here called The Guardian US. And the 19th. So all these organizations and publishers got together to produce this report with their investigative reporters and researchers. So here we go. So it says, when a young woman in Denver met up with a smiling cardiologist she matched with on the dating app Hinge, she had no way of knowing that the company behind the app had already received reports from two other women who had accused him of R. She met the 34-year-old doctor with green eyes and thinning hair at Highland Tap and Burger, a sports bar in a trendy neighborhood. It went well enough that she accepted an invitation to go back to his apartment. As she emerged from his bathroom, he handed her a tequila soda. What I'll tell you all about men giving you drinks that they've already prepared. What did I tell you about that? I'm not blaming her. I'm just saying I'm seeing the first, two mistakes here. One, you just met this motherfucker, so why are you going back to his house to do anything? Because I told you about what the possibilities of what happened there. Okay, I don't know if it's real popular now, but in the 80s and 90s, when I was, out in the mix, this kind of stuff would happen. I'll tell you, you go up in somebody's house and all of a sudden 3 or 4 dudes pop out the closet. Okay, you there by yourself. This was very common in that period of time. So I would never go to no dude's house. Okay, and the other thing that's dangerous about it, I done told y'all, when people say, here's this, or have this glass of wine, here's a drink for you, here's a glass of water for you, here's anything, and it's the bottle's already open, the glass is out, the drink is already poured. What do you do with it? You knock it to the floor, or you refuse it, or you pour it down the sink, or you accidentally drop it. Something has to happen where you don't drink it. So here we go with the drama. Okay, he handed her a tequila soda. What transpired over the next 24 hours, according to court testimony, reads like every person's dating app nightmare. After sipping the drink, the woman started to lose control. Her memory blurred. She fell to the ground, and the man started to film her. He put her in a headlock, kissing her forehead. She struggled to free herself, but managed to grab her things and leave. He followed her out the door, holding her shoes and trying to force her back inside, but she was able to call an Uber, vomiting in the car on the way home. She woke up at home soaking wet on the bathroom floor, the key to her house still in her hand, still in her door. She continued vomiting for hours. When she came to, she reported the assault to Hinge. Hinge is one of more than a dozen dating apps owned by the Match Group. The 8.5 on global conglomerate, they probably mean billion. I don't know, it kind of ran together weird with my printer. Also owns brands like Tinder, the world's most popular dating app, OkCupid, and Plenty of Fish. So see, this their business. Think of all the women that participate in all those very popular sites. I want you to understand this. I done told y'all to watch out for these dating apps is not the ticket. I've been preaching that forever. And so then this fell into one of the people who comes here sent this article to me yesterday. And, it's horrible. It was a horrifying read. But all it did was validate all my concerns about these things and how women think that they're going to meet like Mr. Right on Mr. Knight in Shining Armor, and instead they meet a monster. Okay, this stuff is not funny. Okay, so it says Match Group controls half of the world's online dating market and operates in 190 countries and facilitates meetups for millions of people. I remember in the mid-90s when Match.com first started, and I was doing a cable network show in Oakland. And so this whole AOL, I mean, all this stuff was really new at that time, and they were like, they were buying up other people's dating sites like crazy. And I had them on my show because I could tell that this was going to be something really big. So I invited them on my show, and they actually sent some representatives. And keep in mind, this was like a little cable access show. It was not no network show, but I mean, I had a really good large audience in the Oakland, Richmond, Berkeley area. And and they remember them talking about it. I'm thinking, I don't know about this. And then AOL, started their AOL dating stuff, and I was like, I don't know about this. I just, I don't know. I've just always stayed away from it. It just gives me the willies. It's just people are just too trusting. I don't trust nobody. So I was suspect. It was sus as hell to me. But so many women do this online dating stuff and just meet up with these dudes, go to their houses, let the dudes come to their house, go off places with them by themselves. And sometimes it's like the next time somebody sees you, it's in a quote, a shallow grave, end quote. I'm not doing nothing with nobody. Yeah, you're right, Robin. I did. I had a really big following at that time. Plus, that was during the time I owned a social network here in Oakland too called Panache for Black Singles. I used to throw singles events like throughout the Bay Area. Uh, like singles parties. We would do stuff like activities, like get together and play pool. I rent like this whole pool place, and be like dozen folks up in there. Super Bowl parties, bowling parties, uh, like just get-togethers, networking, all kind of stuff. I threw all kinds of stuff, and then we just have like get-togethers at nightclubs and stuff like that. Or I'd rent off a portion of the room, have some food, stuff like that. But I did that for a couple of years, so I had a really really big following in this area. And you're right, that probably was why they came, because they wanted to tap into it. Because mostly black folks, which wasn't really on Match.com at the time. So anyway, it goes on to say that their official safety policy states that when a user is reported for assault, quote, all accounts found that are associated with that user will be banned from our platforms. So why, on the night of January 25th, 2023, was Stephen Matthews still on the apps? Just 4 days before, the Match Group had been alerted when another woman reported him for R. A little more than a week later, he was reported for R again. This time, the survivor went to the police. None of these women knew that the company had known about his violent behavior for years. He was first reported on September 28, 2020. By then, Match Group safety policy was already in place. So you see the liability here, the lawyers set up. I mean, the investigation was deep, and they said they have dates. I mean, exact dates, not just around, which they say sometimes on or around. They'll say that a lot in legal things when they don't know the exact date. 28th of September 2020. Okay, so they had, factual information. Then the police, even after police report, it took nearly 2 months for Matthews to be arrested. The only thing that got him off the apps. At least 15 women would eventually report that Matthews had R'd or drugged them. Nearly every one of them had met him on dating apps run by Match Group. Are you hearing this? So you think, well, I'm going to go on this app, and if he does something, I'm going to report him to the app, and they're going to take care of it. They're going to protect me. They're going to protect other women from getting. That's not. Is that the case? With them owning this large of a market share of the dating apps, and this is how they chose to. They basically protecting the assaulter at your expense. And you up there paying all this money to be on the sites, and you go on these dates. You spend all this money getting your hair done and going on the stuff with all these little high hopes of you gonna meet somebody, and it's gonna be all wonderful and romantic, and it's gonna be your knight in shining armor, and he's just gross and disgusting. So now what we let me this you see how thick this is. I just printed out. I don't like double-sided stuff, so I always print my stuff out single-sided. But what I want to do is open up the microphone, open up the line, since I don't see my guest. I don't know where he is. I'm thinking he may have got the time zones confused. That's probably what happened. I hope that doesn't happen with the rest of them, or we're gonna have a problem. Okay, hold on. Let me put this in, and then I'll put the thing where you can call in. Now, what I want you to do is watch your language, though. Righty, watch your language. Keep it PG. Okay, you can describe the situation. You can describe. Tell us what happened. You watch your language. You use the channel acronyms. We don't use. We say popcorn for adult sites. We say nook nook for certain activities. We just use the initial R for or the common internet thing SA. And if you're not sure, then leave the word out and just say something, blank or something like that if you're not sure what to say. Keep your language PG. I do not want anybody on this microphone losing their mind saying something that's inappropriate and extra triggering to people. This conversation is already bad enough. But I wanted to talk about it because we talk about dating relationships on this channel. And it's extremely important that you guys that we be honest with you about the risks involved with modern dating trends. And so I would feel like I wasn't being responsible if I kept this from you. Okay, so there's the link. If you have a headset mic or you're going to do it on your phone, you just, click this link and it will tell you here. Now, you don't have to, don't be on camera. It's just going to be audio only. Okay, audio only. And you can make a comment about what I just read. I would like, have you had any weird kind of, sus behavior or situations that experiences in your online dating? Because that seems to be the way most people are meeting everybody these days. It's like people just, especially after COVID, nobody was going out. So, nobody was meeting nobody like in the wild. That just wasn't happening. Stores was, everything was closed down. So people were slowly starting to get back into things. But, COVID was still around. So, people wearing masks and not trying to be in crowds too much and stuff. So it's taken a long time for singles to get, events to get back going. And so a lot of people just resorted to doing online dating, which is fine. But there's inherent risks involved with that because you can't see the person. You don't know who they are. You don't know if what they telling you they are is even remotely true. You don't even know if you're really dealing with a man or a woman. So I heard from a lot of dudes that they like it when they used to say, oh, a single mother, they want to date a single mother. Now they like, well, at least that way I know it's, a real woman. So, this is something that is a concern. Yeah, that's all I got out of it too, common sense. That seemed to be the only thing that they after. You're not trying to have no real relationship. It's just an easy way. They don't even have to spend money to buy you a drink. It's just a matter of going, just cruising like swiping and, sending these crazy messages. How you doing today? What WID? So nobody got an online dating store. Y'all be bending my ears to death about this stuff in the chats, but I guess nobody want to talk about it. I'm very interested in hearing if you, even if it's nobody that didn't happen to you personally, but maybe one of your friends, a relative or something, a story that you've heard about some weirdo on a lot of these dating sites. Did you dodge a bullet? What had happened to did? So why you guys decide? Let me read some more. Okay, so on our 25th of October, a judge sentenced Matthews to 158 years to life in prison after a jury convicted him of 35 counts related to drugging and SA 8 women, drugging 2 women and assaulting one more for a total of 11 women. Attorneys for the women said that much of the violence could have been prevented. See, that means this settlement was going to be gargantuan. Okay, I got a caller here. I'm going to put this aside and unmute your mic. Okay, your mic is hot. Or you have to unmute yourself. And unmute your mic. Okay, your mic is hot.
Hi, Deb.
Hi. Or you have to unmute yourself. Turn your volume down because you're doing feedback. Turn your volume down because you're doing feedback.
I'm not sure how to do that. Sorry, let me check.
Okay, you have to turn the volume down for or step away from your computer where the sound's coming out from me talking, because basically I'm talking and then we're hearing you again through your computer or whatever you're using.
Did it work?
Yes.
Ah,
Oh no,
thank God.
I still heard myself say yes.
Did it work? Ah, darn it.
Oh no, I still heard myself say yes.
Ah, darn it.
I still heard myself say yes. Okay, this is for everybody else who might be calling too. You got to turn your computer when the part where you're the output. You have to turn the output down or off. Okay, so
Deb,
that
I think I got it. Is it better now?
yes.
Oh, thank God. You know what the problem was? I had the YouTube page open in a separate window, and I didn't know what
Ah,
was going
okay,
on. So
okay,
apologies and thank you for your patience.
okay. So tell us what you have to say about this issue.
Ah, Deb, I don't know. I've been using dating apps on and off since before the pandemic. So, I can tell you that, that those few years didn't make it worse. It was worse before. So it's not because people were inside that they went crazy. So again, I don't know. It's I don't remember having really positive experiences, or extremely negative. So thank God I didn't meet any weirdos. But basically, it's there are a lot of unreliable people, and you might argue that these are strangers. They don't need to be reliable. But honestly, all the other women I've discussed this with, they've had similar experiences. So again, I don't know. I mean, the women seem to be okay, but the men seem to be like not looking for anything serious, or they just want to string you along, but the mask falls off pretty fast. So if you go on a date and they see that you're not going to open your legs, there's not going to be a second date, which is not a problem, because again, it's not like you want to waste your time. But what's the alternative to dating apps? If you go out, does that mean that you have the chance of meeting more, like stable men? I don't know. That hasn't been my experience. So
It's not. I don't know. Maybe our guest has arrived here. So thank you, Gabriella. I don't know. I prefer meeting people in person because you can see their body language. You
mm,
can match their voice inflections to their expressions. And a lot of times for women, we can read energy. You can't read energy through a dating app. But you can read a man's energy by how he talks to you, the way he looks at you, his tonal inflections, his body language. So those kind of things will get to be very off-putting, which women refer to as the ick. He
mm,
gives me the ick, and you can't even really put your finger on it. But when you meet them in person, that happens, and sometimes that happens. It happens when you first go out with them after you meet them on the swaggy things or whatever, and you go on the first date, and then you get the ick. But if you're meeting them out, in person, like in the wild, you get the ick right away because it's just something. It's just something about them that it's a turn off or makes you leery. So I don't know. In spite of all the technology that's available, I still prefer to meet people, in real life. But I cannot say that it's guaranteed that it's going to be a higher caliber of person or anything like that. But what it does though, it gives you an opportunity to screen them better and faster than you would when they can just easily present their representative on an online platform. That's the benefit to it. So let me thank you for calling. Let me get my guest here who has arrived. Hey, Faust,
Deborah, how are you?
are you going to be on audio only? You're not going to be on cam with me?
Oh, let's look. I should be. I have it up, but let's look. I'm not seeing. Yeah, I'm not sure why that's happening. Um, I've had the camera on all day, but we're not getting it. StreamYard does that to me sometimes, and I'm not sure
Oh, well, that's okay. We know how you look.
why.
So it's good to talk to you. For you guys who don't know, I mean, he came and participated in February 2021, the next to last one, because my last one that I did Video-A-Day Debruary was 2022. But let me give you a brief intro to Faust. His professional career has spanned almost 40 years, so he's got a lot of experience we're going to ask him about. He's a published research author, a clinical trainer, and a therapist who has worked in settings that have included clinics for deaf children, prisons, nursing homes, substance abuse centers, inpatient facilities, and major corporations, both national and international. He's also served as president of the Community Psychological Center in Bangor, Pennsylvania. He's appeared on television, radio shows, and podcasts discussing the process way of life as presented in the Fix Yourself series, both nationally and internationally. And this is a 5-book series: the Fix Yourself Handbook, the Fix Your Anxiety Handbook, the Fix Your Depression Handbook, the Fix Your Anger Handbook, and the Fix Your Addiction Handbook. And if you want to look on his for his website, look in the show description below, and there's a link to each of the speakers' websites for more information and to order their books. Oh, there you are. Now I can see you.
You?
There you are.
All right.
I looked down and I saw an image in the preview part. Hi.
I was doing some technical things while you were talking, so we're good.
Oh, excellent. Good to see you.
Same here.
So let's talk about, one of the things I've been asked since you have all this Fix Yourself stuff. In your this was the burning question as soon as TJ reached out. It's like, oh, look at all these new books he wrote since I talked to him last time. It's like, okay, you 40 years of this, what or would you say are the top things that people want to fix about themselves? What keeps coming up?
It's interesting. Anxiety and depression were really in there, but going out and finding your niche in the world, that's a lot harder than it used to be. I get people in, and I just heard you talking previously, trying to get out and be social and dating and doing all those things, and just trying to get out and get in the world and feel good about yourself. That's such a big one for people, coming from from my generation to, I can't imagine going on a computer and saying, well, I'm going to try to meet that person or maybe get a date with that person. I would just say, forget it. I'll stay home, So they're challenged by a lot of that, and they're not working with who they are. That's the key. That's really what this is all about, being comfortable with yourself. So, when I start working with people and we start doing that, they get a little more comfortable with themselves. Now they're willing to go out and say, oh, let me meet some people. Let me get myself out there. So answer to your question, being comfortable with me, knowing who I am.
That is just so different. And one thing I've noticed too, through doing all my advice letters, I'd say the last maybe 10 years, I can't tell you how many young people, they're like, less than 30 years old, write in and say that they are suffering from some kind of anxiety, social anxiety, general anxiety, just anxiety. What in the, okay, I don't remember when I was growing up anybody having anxiety. Is this new?
You know what it is? We really have embraced mental health as a negative and assume that everyone has it. When I say that, if I go out to anyone and say, how's your mental health? They quickly go to, well, I've got some anxiety or I'm a little depressed or, and I say, well, shouldn't that be a positive? Shouldn't you be able to say, gee, I feel good about me. I have some things I want to work with. That's the first thing. We're now taught about, as opposed to working on ourselves, we're taught that we have to go to a quick fix. So now let me go and get on this pill or that pill. When I started counseling almost 40 years ago, almost no one came in with medicine. 10 years later, it was 5-10%. Now it's about 60-65% of the people come in and they're already on it. And I'm saying, what? Well, it just helps calm me down. Now we have marijuana in the picture. And of course, medical marijuana, which is, come on, we legalized that because it's fun. So now we got a whole.
That was California.
Yeah, we have a whole new addiction base springing up, and people that are dependent on putting something in their body to make them feel better. And for our generation, we know if you had something that didn't work well, you go out and fix it. You feel better. You do the work, and then it's done. We went to the cause. Answer to your question: they're going to the symptoms. They're going
Wow.
fast.
You guys, in the viewing audience, feel free to type a question. If you have a question for Faust, I can pop it across the screen, or you can call in and ask him yourself. I will give you the link once again. I mean, I can talk to him all day, but I know you may have questions of your own. I don't want to hog the mic, as they say. Okay, here's someone who talks about anxiety. I'll let you see this comment. Hmm.
Yeah. What we're really talking about when we talk about anxiety is, and everybody can have anxiety. If we are conscious about what it's doing to our body, what we're going to find out is that you can take something like the price of things or toxic environments or people, and what they do is they kind of push an anxiety button, and then we start thinking about it and we attach it to all different kinds of things. The best advice I can give you to start working with your anxiety is work on your body. Do breathing exercises, get the right amount of sleep, remove the caffeine and all that kind of stuff from your body. Get your body healthy. Be able to look at yourself and say, am I physically healthy? Is my body strong enough to fend off anxiety? Or am I not taking care of that so well? And then when it comes, it hits and I just go down.
Mm.
It's your body. If you think about it, where do you feel anxiety? You don't feel it in your head. You feel it in your body. That's where you feel it. Then once you feel it in your body, your head says, okay, it starts going fast and it starts attaching to things. And some of those things can be real, but that doesn't mean you're not strong enough to deal with them. It
Yeah.
just means, I mean, we all have those things, whether it's finances or relationships or work or whatever relationship, all those, we all have those. And the question is, how come some of us are willing to say, let me work on a plan to fix this, and others are saying, this is overwhelming and I need something to help me?
Do
The
you
only
think it has something to do with the personality trait? Because one thing I've noticed, my mom used to have a daycare center, and it's like the personalities of the little kids, these are preschoolers. You could already tell who had emotional resiliency at 2, 3, 4 years old and who didn't. Is that something that parents can teach their children, or is it just something that the luck of the draw?
It's both. There's a genetic part to it. Maybe my nervous system is a little bit more sensitive, but that doesn't mean I can't deal with it. What kids are doing today, and it really showed itself in the pandemic, Deborah, is parents beginning to lose control and not be able to deal with things, and they don't show their kids, this is how I deal with it. I remember something
Mm.
came up, my father would say, look, we need to do this, and then he would go do it, and then I kind of modeled myself after that. But kids now are hearing parents complain and throw fits, and they're coming home, and since marijuana, as an example, is legal, they'll see that being consumed in order to deal with things. They see medications, they see all these things to deal with their problems, as instead of, what, I got to sit down, get the information, put it together, come up with a plan, and work that plan every day of my life, because your life goes on every day. I was just writing about this. I'm writing the new book, and I was just writing about that today. Your life's going to continue to change. If you think somehow you're going to put something in it that cures all and you're done, and okay, now I'm great, I can go forward. No, it's tomorrow something else is going to happen. You're going to change. Your life circumstances are going to change. All the dynamics are going to change, and you're going to keep on doing it. So you have to be an active participant in what goes on in your life.
We have a question that came in here. I'll put it across the screen. She's asking, for those of you who are driving, she's asking your thoughts on the best strategies to combat worries of the future.
The what ifs, what's going to happen to me. I've told people this for so many times. The only life that has life in your, in your world is the one you're living in this moment. You and I are talking. That's my life right now. That is my whole life, is right here. When I leave here, I'll have things to do tonight. Things in my life will have happened, and they're gone. I'm not able to change what happened. I have no control over the future because so many things can change in the meantime. Worries about the future. First of all, get your mind in today. Then you start saying, if something is going to come up, what is my plan to deal with it? Have a plan, formulate a plan, because if you don't, all you're going to do is spin your head on the what ifs.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of what ifs, say, okay, if, for example, I'm not sure about my finances to address this particular item. Okay, now I know I need finance. I know what the item is. I need now to put a plan together. I have a person coming in who is doing exactly that, worried about their future and the finances. And I said, what's your plan? Are you working? Yes. You need how much money? It was about $1,000. And I said, well, have you thought about a part-time job for 3 or 4 weekends? Oh, I don't want to do that. Well, are you okay worrying about it every day? There's that part where we look at it and say, I have to do this and I've got to do a little extra. Am I willing to do that? Am I willing to put a plan together, execute that plan? If I need help, get a little help to do it. Or do I sit and worry about it?
Yeah.
That's the bottom line. The future is always going to be uncertain. We're not there. We don't know. Focus on today. Do whatever you can to take care of today. If it's about the future, see what you can do today to begin planning for it.
Sounds like a plan to me. Thank you. Thanks, Ash. That was a good question. Gabriella has a comment. Says she's been struggling with mid-level depression for over a decade and can confirm that going to the gym or just moving your body does help even on the days that you want to stay in bed. So you have to make yourself get up and move and do something powerful and positive.
Yeah, you know what? Gabriella's right. Your body produces chemicals that stimulate the brain. Exercise is one of those things we can do that activate those chemicals. So, our body was never meant to sit and do nothing. It wasn't meant to just go to work. There are things we want to do to keep it healthy, and that doesn't mean you have to go into a gym and build muscle. You can do this at home. You can have a bike and get on your bike and ride that for 45 minutes or so. Try to keep challenging yourself. It's not about a lot of exercise, and I wouldn't want to see people say, my God, if I don't exercise, this is going to happen to me. Calmly get on. If you get to a half hour a day of what we call strenuous exercise, something that challenges you, you're in good shape. Do
Right.
that. And that's not going to solve your problem, but it's one more step you can take to get involved. Take a walk, go outside. If you're in the part of the country where I'm living today, it's snowing, so we're not going walking, but we might be shoveling later. But you go out and do some things. You're right. Depression and not doing anything about it has you sitting and ruminating, and you'll go deeper into it. Be active. Activity helps. Same thing with anxiety. Activity helps with that.
See if you have any more questions over here. Oh, something about diets. There are certain diets that help with mental health issues because mental health issues may physical issues too. Is that I mean, what kind of things are they talking about, the diets that might help with mental health issues?
Well, diet is very important. And you start, when I work with people and they have either depression or anxiety, I start with what we call purging. I said, okay, let's see what you're putting into your body that probably shouldn't be there.
Doritos.
There you go. But all the processed foods, and it's not just because they're starchy or they have salt. That's, in the old days, we had all those too. It didn't do that kind of damage to us. They have additives. They had food colors. They have preservatives. If it's not organically produced, then you deal with pesticides and all those kinds of things. You try to get that out of your diet. If you have anxiety, why would you put lots of caffeine into your body? It's only going to make it worse. If you have depression and you're eating just doing a lot of overeating and all the comfort foods, it's going to be a problem. Try to get something that's balanced. Get your whole foods. Be willing to cook if you're, that really helps. In our house, that's what we do. And I'm not saying we have a ton of time, but, we're willing to spend that hour cooking rather than sitting on the cell phone and scrolling through YouTube and all those films. And, the people come in today and I don't have any time. And, and I say, fine, we're going to really break this down. I want you to be honest with me. How much time do you spend on your phone or computer and playing games and doing, and it comes down to the average adult is an hour and a half a day. And
I just cook all kinds of food in that time.
And I say, you know what? You could just go on the weekend and spend 2 hours and cook and, have it in the refrigerator for the week, pop it in the microwave, and you've made good food, and you can still get on your cell phone. Cell phones are addictive. They are highly addictive, and people can't get off of them. If you take any adult, I don't care, any adult cell phone away from them for a month, they have problems.
I use a crock pot.
Mm-hmm.
And I had a pressure cooker, but then I got rid of both of those and I got a Instant Pot, which does everything all in one unit. So I don't have to have 19 different things.
Right.
And that thing has changed my life because I can come in and decide I want to have, I don't know, some kind of pot roast or something. And you put it in there and you turn the little settings on and, an hour later it's ready. And it's wholesome food that you cooked with fresh vegetables, no additives, no preservatives. And I don't know. I just like the best invention ever.
Well, you know what? It's interesting because we do the same thing. We have something like that. We have the crock pots. We have all those things, and we don't mind cooking. So, we like to cook. But when you have something like that, even if your day's busy, to get your chicken or your roast or your fish or whatever you're doing, your vegetarian things, and throw them into the one place and turn it on, it does all the work. Then you come in, you dump it in a container, you wash out what you've cooked in, and you probably have 3 or 4 meals, or at least if it's a family, you have the meal for the day. And you can put those things on when you leave the house, and 7 hours later you come home and put it on the table, and people are eating good food. And what you put in your body goes a long way in terms of how you feel. We went out to dinner at someone's home a couple of weeks ago, and a lot of their food was, it was your typical, a lot of starch, a lot of, commercial foods. We don't eat that way. So we came home, we just looked and said, oh man, this is just sitting there, and you just feel like you're off for the end of the evening because we eat everything natural. We eat all whole foods. So, our bodies are used to being healthy. I get up, 7 in the morning and I'll go to 12 at night. I have tons of energy. I don't put caffeine or anything in my body. If you do it right, your body will give you everything you need, and it will address your mental health. Now, I'm not saying mental health issues. Your mental health. It will help you be healthy.
Yeah, I switched to mushroom coffee.
And so have I.
Oh, really?
It has 8 different kinds of mushrooms in it. Yeah. Almost no caffeine. And and I just started doing that about a month ago. I looked at it, I said, I wasn't looking for the coffee because I'm not a coffee guy, but I'm more tea. But I said, 8 mushrooms, that's really healthy.
That's what helps a lot with the inflammation and my gut. Maybe it's like great.
Right.
It's like one of the best things I've done for myself.
Absolutely. So
here's a question for you from. Oops, how do I get this here? Here we go. There we go. She asked, do you consider taking meds if you have anxiety or depression with no negative situations happening in your life?
When I counsel people, and again, I've done it for so many years and I'm still doing it, and they come in and say, should I take meds? And I say, what's interesting, years ago when I started, I got through all of them with their depression and their anxiety, and we didn't do meds. It took longer. There was more work involved. You had more things to remove from your life and add in, and everyone got better for the long run. if you're going to take anxiety meds as a last resort, if you absolutely need it, we don't want you to not take them and then you go, hurt yourself. We
Right.
don't want that, so, if you absolutely need them, that's one thing. If you're saying I'm cutting myself, or I'm hurting myself, or I'm not leaving the dark room, or I'm having panic attacks every day, okay, medicine. But if you're going to do medicine, only do it obviously with a doctor, and then get counseling. You don't want your medicine to be the only thing you're doing. Go work through the
Right.
problems, find the cause. If from my people, they may say, can I take the meds? And I say, just enough for us to get through this. And then, because we're going to turn over all the stones and get to the causes, so you don't have to put meds in your body, and you don't have to feel all those symptoms. Let's get you healthy. Most people, almost all, can do that. For some people, it's a lot deeper, and then we have to do some other things. But if you're taking meds, you should be counseling.
Yeah, I agree. So I had when my dad died, I don't know, I struggled, I had a hard time. And one of my friends is a therapist, and he gave me I think it was called Ativan. I had like
Ativan. Mm-hmm.
10 pills because I wasn't sleeping. And, that causes problems of its own. And so that he helped me get through that with counseling and my 10 little pills. And then that was it. I was done and, back on track. So I totally agree with what you're saying. You can't just pump the pills. You got to get some help to get you through the problem. They're giving you all kind of kudos in the chat. Say, oh, that's great advice. That's excellent.
The key, the thing you want to keep in mind is you need to be a person who goes to the cause of your issue, whatever what's bothering you. That's what we've always done. Go to the causes. So if the medicine says, okay, it's going to calm me down, or bring me up a little bit if I have depression, and then I'm going to start working, by all means, go do it. But if you're saying, I'm just going to take the pill, and there's, like people will say, there's my happy pill, and it will do that for you, and you will do that for the rest of your life, because you won't get to the causes. Become a person who says, I am getting things out of my life that don't belong there. I'm going to work with these things, and I'm going to be able to control my body and my mind, and I'm going to be healthy, and I'm going to be happy. We all have that ability. It may take longer. I've had people come in and out of counseling in 6 months, and I've had people that have been several years.
Oh my!
But it doesn't mean the people there for several years are in crisis all the time. They've decided, well, we got through the crisis, but I want to get really empowered. I want to be strong, and I got these other things. Can we work on those too? It's almost like exercise. I want to get in shape, but then, what? I want to challenge myself. I want to try to do that now. I've never done that. So those people stick a little longer, and then they become a little bit more empowered, more in control of themselves.
Boss, one thing that's been bothering me, I don't even know when I started seeing this, but it's been years. Why is there like an epidemic of low self-esteem? And it's amongst men and women. I can't even really say it's just one particular gender. It's just there seems to be on the rise. And it's like everyone is so needy and needs so much outside validation and so insecure. I just wanted to get, since you work in the mental health field, what's your observation been, if you have any theories on why that's so prevalent lately?
Well, that's what I went back in the beginning. I was saying we become a culture who has embraced the negativity of mental health. It's okay to be negative. It's okay to have all these issues, and we all have it, and that's all right. Versus, no, wait a minute. We need to be strong. We need to move through this. We identify now through our weaknesses, is what I'm saying. That's what we started doing. And that's a culture that's beginning to decline. And we have to look at that for us as people, as a person, and in terms of our society. We've become much weaker. I'm not going to defend what the current president is doing. But the one theme I do like is he's saying, enough of the weakness. We need to be strong. That's a proper theme. Now, how you go about doing that, there are
Right.
better ways. But, let's get serious. But on the other hand, we need to be stronger. And we, when I bring up doing the work to people, they say, oh, I can't do that. And I say, well, of course you can. I'm not cutting your arm off here. I am just giving you work to do. They don't want to do the work.
Interesting. So who's supposed to do it then? I mean, how are you supposed to be in command of yourself and have mastery of your life and achieve goals and have, overcome challenges if you don't do it? Who's supposed to do it for you?
And that is the question. That is the important question. If I don't do it, who's going to? No one. So I have to keep on relying on other people and other things to make me feel better. That's when we're 3, 4, and 5, and all. When we're growing up, and we, the whole thing was to be dependent and work towards independence while we raise our kids. And now adults have said, no, I can't do that. And kids are watching that and they're saying that. And, So, I always tell them when they come in, if you came here for a quick fix, you didn't come to the right place. You're going to work if you work with me. That's not going to be drudgery. I'm going to teach you how to make it something that you really can embrace, but you are going to work. My books are all that way.
Same thing. Your books are great. I'm going to give you an opportunity to talk about those in a minute. One problem I'm having too is when I noticed, my daughter's plenty old now, but I noticed when she was younger, there was this trend where they started giving what they call participation trophies. Oh. So if you just showed up, you didn't do anything, you didn't put up any effort, you didn't make any mark, you didn't do anything at all, you got the same trophy as the kids who did the work. Now, to me, that was a very damaging trend for those who are going to do more and be better and strive for greatness. They got the same recognition as the people who did absolutely nothing.
It's interesting you brought that up, because that for me was a turning point. That's where I said, oh my God, we're in trouble.
Yeah.
Because we have now embraced doing nothing for reward. We entitled people at that point, and those kids decided that they didn't have to do anything, and they got the same thing, not just in soccer or whatever, in everything in life. And now when it came to doing the work, they were left behind, and the people who were out there really trying to excel, they were now achieving. And those same parents who were saying, my kid should get all the same trophies, because that's the way it should be. This whole competitive society is ridiculous. Those people now were saying, well, wait a minute, my child should. And the big adult world is saying, I don't know where you got that from, because you have to work to stay here. And those poor kids didn't learn the process.
Right.
That's what it's all about. What I teach, it's about learning the process to get from one point to another. They didn't learn it. And those are and I'm talking, that was a good 20 years ago. So those young people are now adults. They're 25 and 30 years old. And they're raising kids, and they didn't have what they should have had to learn the process, not only to get ahead, but to fix their lives, because their broken life was just as good as the complete life. That's what they were told. Right. Don't do the work. Now they're the ones that are saying, help me, help me.
Yeah, I know a lot of employers are just like, oh my God, this new generation, I think it was Gen Z or something. Employees are like the worst. They talk all the time in these groups I go into, professional groups, about the problem that they have with this generation in the workforce and their sense of entitlement and lack of creativity, ingenuity, determination, and all of those kinds of things. Like this is like I said, this is something we could talk about forever, because I wonder about all the time. Where is this going to take us as a society with people like this? Because they're going to be the leaders of tomorrow.
They when I asked that question, you know what they're saying now is, well, you're not caught up with things. Look at AI. All we have to do is go on and we can start pressing buttons and dictating in, and it's going to do everything for us.
Oh
And
boy.
I said, really? How about the people who are really have learned the process and you put them with AI? They're going to outdistance you again. They're going to work harder, they're going to work longer, and they're going to be more creative, and they know how to create and develop things. And you sat back and said, someone's got to do it for me.
Like they're
AI,
the ones that created AI, and you just a user.
exactly. And they'll keep making advances, and you'll keep staying behind.
This is
We,
interesting.
we have to stop being afraid of work. It's when you get to the point that you're not afraid of it and you do it, it just becomes a normal, happy part of your life. That's all your brain will embrace the process and you will do it like we do everything else.
Well, Faust, I want to give you the opportunity to talk about your work and where people can find out more information about you and order your books.
Thank you. To find me is easy. I have a website. It's my name, faustruggiero.com. Everything about books and how I counsel and what I do is on that website. There is also a contact link. So people feel free to send me an email. I do answer them. I'm not one of those people that just throws it out there and see you around. I do answer.
Whatever. That's great. Thank you so much for coming back and visiting with us and catching us up on your latest books and your latest work. And it's always interesting to shoot the breeze with you because of your years of experience. You're looking at things. A lot of these people that are here today, they're not even 40 years old. And so you have that much experience in this field. So,
Well, as always, it's always a pleasure to be with you. When my publicist said, "Hey, we got this," I said, "Oh, it's Deborah. Yeah, I'm coming. Just
yeah,
sign me up. I'm there." So
yeah, it's great. Well, thank you so much. And, I'll be reaching out to you again soon.
I'm sorry I missed that part.
I said I'll be reaching out to you, well, probably you, to take to TJ again soon.
Oh, absolutely, and I will be waiting for you.
Okay. Well, nice to talk to you. We'll see
Same
you
here.
soon.
You have a wonderful day.
You too. Bye bye. So, everybody, that was Foss coming back from 2021 February to catch us up on what he's been doing. And I'm always excited to talk to him. It's just always, very interesting and thoughtful conversation. And I see things from a different side, but he works right, in the trenches with people who are struggling with some different mental health issues and different, challenges. And so, it always helps to get the perspective from a professional who's actually helping people, the legal way. I help people too, but my style is a little more freestyle and not as regulated. So you guys asked great questions too. Thank you very much for your time. Now let's get you back onto this. Let's do another survey. Okay, let's do another survey. And for those of you who just come through, here's instructions again for how to participate. You log on, you open up another browser window at menti.com and enter this code 46532882, or you scan that QR code that's on the screen. It will take you right to the February presentation and the survey slides that we prepared for today. Okay, I'll leave it up a little bit longer. And then we go to the next survey. Very easy question. Just going to share which generation you're from. So you click on the screen. I think you just click on the one next to where you are. There you go. Which one is you? Let's see who represent. Okay. So a shout out for your generation. I know we usually have a lot of Gen X people. There we go. So where are the Gen X? Where are my Gen X folks at? Thank you, Mammy. So you guys keep clicking away. This is really interesting. I like this little platform here. It makes some interesting questions. I have some more fun stuff for you too. So let's continue our discussion about this online website. So in Match Group decided in 2020 that it would release what's known as a transparency report, a public document that would reveal data on harm occurring on and off its platforms. If the public were aware of the scale of ARs and assault on Match Group apps, they would be able to accurately assess their risk. As of February 2025, because remember I told you this thing was just released Thursday. The report has not been released. Okay, so this was supposed to be 2020, and it's 5 years later, and it ain't happening yet. Well, you guys are still on the apps. So join anybody. So we only got 3 people voted. Is that how many voted? Or 7? Okay. This is interesting. It says no online space is risk-free, so they kind of have to balance that out. There's drama even on like say Facebook and TikTok and whatnot. But while Match Group has long possessed the tools and the financial resources and investigative procedures necessary to make it harder for bad actors to resurface, internal documents show the company resisted efforts to spread them across its apps, in part because safety protocols could stall corporate growth. Now, what does that mean in real language? Safety protocols could dry up the money. That's what that is. In order to keep the money coming in, they felt it was necessary and was better to keep women in the dark about the risks to their safety and lives from the men on these apps that they had full notice of that were dangerous. They knew multiple reports, not just one, multiple reports that these guys were janky, suspect, and had committed criminal acts against these women. They still kept them on the site, and they did not notify women of these risks, the things that they should watch out for. Even on AOL, they used to have, well, at least on our channel, I worked for Net Noir, which had a channel on AOL. We put up a online dating safety guide, like what some tips for what you should and should not do, questions you should ask, and things you should watch out for before you connect with somebody online. And we did that on our little channel. So this company is making like bazillions of dollars, and millions of women out of the world on these sites, and they're not taking any precautions. So it's really kind of sad. See up at the top, and you log on. So Honey Lamore join at menti.com and use that code that's at the top in order to access the polls for this show, and keep that window open, because I have more. This is going to be all through the 6 hours that we're live streaming here, but that's how you join and that's how you vote. And I have it up on the screen so people can see what the responses are right here in the show. So it responds in real time. Okay, our next guest is going to be at 3. Yeah, we did 1 at 3 and 1 at 4. So that should be interesting. I don't know. Yeah, they're hiding the crease because it's their money. So the bottom line is they're not focused on you, even though the women coming is what gets the men there, right? If all the women left the sites, they would lose money because the men's not going to come there to look at each other. They want to get some women. And if the women were concerned about their safety and dipped off the apps, what would happen? And that's most likely was the motivation for them to not tell women what was going on and the risks. Very, very scary stuff. Okay, I'm going to just assume everybody has voted, and I'll remove this poll, and we'll move on back to the show. So let's get some more advice questions in here, keep things moving. I'll have another poll for you in a little bit. So here we go, question number 10. This is a male in the 35 to 41 age group. He says, sorry, issue. My ex-wife asked to rent my guest room from me. What should I do? take these out because I don't need those right now. So me and my wife separated about a year ago and are happy with the decision along with how we both handled it. We have two kids, a daughter who's 8 who usually stays with my ex, along with a 5-year-old son who usually stays with me. My ex-wife is struggling financially at the moment and being evicted from the place that she shares with friends. I have an extra room in my home. She has asked me if she could stay and rent the guest room from me until she can get back on her feet. Now I'm at an impasse because part of me wants to help and still be friends, but the other part of me enjoys having my own place and being alone, but I'm confused as to what I should do. Oh boy, this is a tough one. Because if she's evicted and your daughter usually stays with her, that means your daughter's evicted too. That puts a really odd twist on things because nobody wants their 8-year-old daughter being homeless. So you're kind of in a position where you kind of have to do it. Now, what you could do is just say, well, I'm going to take the kid and you do what you need to do for yourself. You can't come here. We need to keep a clear line between, parent and children. But how is that going to go down with the little girl who used to be in with her mother? I mean, are you prepared to do everything with her, the schooling and combing her hair and do all this stuff with her like her mother does? That's a dilemma. So what I would suggest, probably the best approach, is for you to set up a landlord-tenant situation where she signs a rental agreement to say, I don't know, 6 months. And then after that, she got to get out. And you're going to say what she's going to pay in that 6 months, or maybe you just continue paying everything, and then she saves the money so she can move out faster. You have to decide. I don't know what your money situation is. That might be the best solution because I cannot imagine a responsible father wanting his little girl to be homeless. That's not going to work. So, there's only two ways you do it. You take the little girl and the mother go stay somewhere else, or you take both of them and they go in they share the other room and you and your son do whatever it is that you do. And, but you have to take into account, like if you're trying to date, they're going to find out your ex-wife is living there. That is not going to work real well, homie. That's not going to go over well at all. And, yeah, that's going to be a problem. And do you guys get along enough to be up under the same roof? Even though you're not married, I mean, can that happen? Are you guys friendly enough as with your co-parenting arrangement? There's lots to talk about. You need to iron, those things out. Put it into a written agreement and make her sign and date it. And then on such and such a date, you need to be up out of here because this is a short-term rental lease agreement, whatever. And then I don't want you to think that that's going to extend past this date. That's what I would do. Is you need to figure out, why is she having why is she struggling? What happened? Did she lose a job or her hours cut? Or she just starting to spend like crazy? What happened that made her be unable to do what she had been doing before? I'd want to know that. And she better be very forthcoming too. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. He didn't say. He just said she's struggling at the moment. He didn't give any other details. So we don't know the answer to that question. But I'm just saying for him, you need to be clear on why that is and what she's going to do to rectify that situation that happened. And then so she can start getting back on her feet. So you think about that. This is a challenging one. That's why I let my daughter move back in because it was like, she didn't have any friends that she could stay with. And my relatives live all, like miles. I mean, like we're talking like 40, 50 miles away. And her little job was down here, but she ended up losing it anyway. And so it's like, the other only option, then you have to end up in some kind of shelter or something. I'm not letting my baby be in no shelter. That's not going to happen. So she came here. And so it is what it is. As a parent, I guess you just always thinking about them. No matter how they old, they're still your kid. Question number 11. This is a young lady in the 20 to 34 age group. She says, summary of issue. I hate my boyfriend's dog. I'm 32 and I met my boyfriend. He's 33 when he didn't have a dog. We have now been dating for about 3 years. We were on again, off again for the first year, and during one of our off periods, he got a puppy. I also have a dog who's now 4. She's well trained and as sweet as pie. I've had her since she was a puppy and before I met my boyfriend. We now all live together and share the responsibility of both dogs. My boyfriend's dog is poorly trained as far as leash walking and socializing with other dogs go. He's extremely reactive and pulls and lunges when we walk together. He barks, growls, and pounces at other dogs, so I have to use my full weight to hold him back. I'd be okay, let me stop. We live in a densely populated city and are encountering other dogs on our walks all the time. I insisted we buy him a prong collar for walks so that I could have a small amount of control over him. For reference, he is a big dog, and my little dog is about 30 pounds. I am so embarrassed when he acts this way, and I've tried to get my boyfriend to train him better using treats and positive reinforcement. He tries, but there's still a long way to go, and his dog acts worse with me than with my boyfriend. I used to love going on walks with my dog, and now it's a chore, and I feel bad when I take this my dog and leave his behind. I don't know why. That's not his dog's not your responsibility. Since he's a young dog, he's maybe 2.5, almost 3. I know that something has to give if we're going to be together. I don't want to take on the full responsibility of training him, especially now that the bad habits are ingrained. Yeah, you got to do that when they're a puppy. I didn't sign up to take on this type of behavior, but now I feel stuck since my boyfriend brushes it off when bad things happen and says things like, "That's so weird, he doesn't do that with me." Dad, what would you do in my situation? I would have been packed up and left. Are you kidding me? First of all, I mean, I wouldn't even have a dog as much as I like dogs because I'm allergic. I can't do dogs. Like I said, as much as I would like to have a little yappy companion, it's not. It's something I just can't do. No cats, no dogs, no birds, nothing with dander. Nothing with feathers and dander. I can't do it. That's why we have turtles because they don't have any of those things, and plus they don't make noise. And yeah, I would be out. I just not gonna do that. We're not doing that. I'm not dealing with no bad dog. I'm not gonna be having my shoulder dislocated trying to walk your dog and all that kind of stuff. But see, that's not how I do dogs because people say, well, you abuse animals. But then you pull me, I'm gonna beat your ass with the stick, and then you gotta learn real quick not to do that. Or bop them on the nose with something every time they act stupid. My daddy used to take a rolled up newspaper and our dog would act violent. He would take it and whack that dog on the nose. And after the second, the third time of that, they would look at him like that when they got ready to lunge or, do something that they knew they shouldn't do. And then he would give them that look and they would pipe right down. Same as us. He give us the look, we pipe down too. But, but people these days, they're like, oh, that's animal abuse. What the fuck ever. I mean, whatever. But, one thing I'm not going to do is have no 50 or 100-pound dog yanking me down the street. We're not going to do that. And plus, they're dangerous. Right. There's a liability. He's going to run up on somebody and hurt somebody. Even if he's young and being playful, jumping on someone, like especially a small child, and smashing the kid to the ground, he could have, suffer a concussion or something worse happen, break a neck, back, or something. This is a bad scene, and you taking the dog out means you're responsible. I wouldn't do that at all. I would not recommend that at all. Yeah, they are. So there's nothing I would want to do. So you asked me what I would do in that situation. That's what I would do. We're not going down that path. What time is it? I got to keep up with my clock here. I think we'll take a break around 2:30. Question number 12. This is a male in the 22 to 27 age group. Silent issue. Okay. Oh. My girlfriend's farts smell rancid and it is killing our nook life. Why is this happening to me? Deb, my girlfriend recently has been having horrible farts, especially on the weekends. This may just be because we typically go out for drinks and out to lunch and dinner on the weekend, but it's beginning to affect our nook life. Last night we were having intimacy after our night out and she wouldn't stop farting. These farts smell like sulfur propane. And oh my God. Oh my God. And it's getting to be a bit too much to the point where I can't hold my excitement when I get a whiff of it. How do I talk to her about it without making her feel bad? Okay, am I being trolled? I must be being, although I have heard people say they do have this problem because it depends on what you eat. You know, sometimes it's certain food you just can't digest it. And then you have problems, you have issues. Might be something like that. She's eating something that she shouldn't be eating. Can you imagine though? I would be so embarrassed. I would get up and just leave. I wouldn't be able to handle that. If that, if it was me, if I were her, I said, you know what, I'm gonna go home. Well, it might be the fiber. She's eating some vegetables. Some the fiber does that too. But if it's smelling like that, it could be, I don't know, what smells like sulfur eggs. I don't know. I don't even know what to say. Shut up, Anna. Oh my God. I don't even know what to say. Lately, have you guys noticed how many times I've been saying that? How many years I've been doing this show? This column, 30 years, 30 something years. And I've just in the last year or so, I've been saying, I don't know what to say a lot lately. A lot. Which I used to never say that. So here's question number 13. Oh, you guys are killing me with these very realistic, oh so helpful comments. Like, trying to help this lady out. She just needs some prunes. Yeah, because people just eat like Faust said, they're eating poorly, and then they have bad nutrition. Okay, so question number 13. He's 18 to 21. Okay, that was. Oh, oh gosh. Some of the issue. I am courting a girl my age. We're both 18, but her best friend keeps telling me that she's toying with my feelings. So this is a girl I met a few months ago. We only talked here and there until recently. I decided to court her. Oh, court. Oh, he's so old-fashioned. Court her recently after we found out that we have very similar interests. We now often go home together because we go down to at the same stop. We talk every day, sometimes even till midnight. We play games together every day. I even jokingly said that we should go out for a date, and she agreed. I mean, I'm not being delusional, right? Those has to be signs. But of course, since this very start, her best friend, who I'm also close with, said that for all her years with my crush was never interested in relationships, saying that she's prioritizing her studies and that she always liked this, and that was just her being friendly, and that she doesn't like me, and that I shouldn't waste my time trying to make someone fall in love or wasting my time on a person who isn't interested in those kinds of things. At first, I actually ignored it, but as time passes by, she keeps telling me that it actually sounds like it's out from concern. Now the thought has been haunting me, but why tell me? Does she just have a hard time saying no? Does she just want to take advantage of me? Or her friend is just genuinely concerned for me? No, her friend is just being a bitch. She's just trying to the friend likes you. That's what that is. She don't want you two together. So she's coming up with all this nonsense. And you being 18 and goofy and not having no game yet because you just getting started on all this, you don't even recognize what's going on. You're supposed to shut that down. And even if you didn't know what's going on, let me tell you something valuable for the future. As a man, you don't ever let nobody come telling you nothing about your woman. Nothing. I don't care if it's your mother. You say, if it's meant for me to know, I'll find out some other way. Shut up. I don't need you telling me nothing. That's what you do. That keeps you garbage proof from your relationship. It tells people right there that you're going to make your own decision as a man walking the face of this earth. You don't need nobody putting a ring and leading you by the nose to nothing. You don't want nobody telling you what to do, manipulating you with lies, tricks, and games, and you're not going to allow it. That's what you should be doing at the age of 18. It's a valuable lesson for you to learn. You don't never let nobody tell you nothing about a woman you're interested in, whether it's one of your male buddies, your own brother, your mama, nobody. You as a man have to make all those determinations for who's right for you on your own. If you depend on other people to make decisions for you and tell you what to do, you're a kid. Okay? Especially if you're making your choices based on this hearsay and gossip stuff. Okay, you don't know nothing about what this friend is saying is true, but you're gonna believe it just because she said it? Dude, this Like I said, even if she is telling the truth, I mean, just because somebody wasn't interested in relationships before doesn't mean they're not interested in one with you. Maybe she hadn't met anybody she was interested in and got along with like she does you until she met you. Now she's interested. Did you ever think of that? So let me see what else stupid you said here. So this has been haunting me, but why tell me? Does she just have a hard time saying no? Does she just want to take advantage of me? Or is her friend genuinely concerned for me? I don't want her to be hurt, and I don't want to get hurt either. I know it's normal to get hurt, but when literally the warnings pop up, but I still go for it, will that scar me? It's making me overthink so much. I even gaslight myself that they're just testing me. As you can see, this isn't good for my mental health. Do I take the leap of faith? He means faith. You take the leap of faith and you decide, like I said, at 18, you're an adult now. You don't let some old jealous heifer tell you nothing. And I want you, when you hear my response to this, I want you to call up this best friend because you can't be best friends and close to the friend of your woman. You need to put some space between her. If you start dating this other chick, you and her best friend, you put some space there. You don't be hanging out with her. What is this, some kind of weird threesome? You're not going to do that. There must be space. I mean, you can be friendly, but you're not gonna be like buddy buddy with her because that's inappropriate. You be buddy buddy with your girlfriend. Okay? You can't do this. This is I know you're young and you don't know, but I'm trying to tell you how to conduct yourself as a man. These are lessons you should take with you from now into the future for other relationships that you may have, or even if you get married. You're not gonna be buddy buddy with your wife's best friend. That's your wife's best friend. You're gonna have your own best friend and you're gonna be buddy buddy with him. You see where I'm going with this? You're doing this, you're not really handling this right, and you're mixing, your boundaries are just not really firm at all. So you go to this friend and you tell her, you've told me all the stuff. We're not going to talk about this anymore because, first of all, I don't want to hear it. And B, I don't believe it. Because the bottom line is, no matter what was her mindset before I came along, now I'm here. And of course, she going to like me because I'm the shit. Like Kanye says, I'm dope and I do dope shit. So, it's just, that's what it is. Okay. I'm just that MF. That's me. So yeah, she gonna like me. I don't care who she didn't like before. It don't have nothing to do with me. That's the kind of confidence you need to project to shut her down. I know that was funny. That made me laugh and gaslight myself. He's so cute. But yeah, at 18, dude, come on now. You got this little boys in the hood 12 got more game than you at 18. Men, but Robert, I'm gonna tell you something. What I have found out about men. If somebody says it, especially if it's another dude, they instantly believe it. It's like they instantly think. Because I know me and we weren't married at this point yet, but we almost didn't make it because of the situation. He had this friend. Now the friend liked me. He didn't know the friend liked me because I didn't really talk about it because I didn't like this clown and I thought he was stupid. But this guy was a friend of his, liked me, right? So I go down to LA to visit my brother. And they were all members of the Bay Area Black Pilots Association. So this friend of his was going to be down in Southern California. He's like, well, I want to pick you up and take you, on a flight. So me, giving him the side, I think, he think he's going to get me in the plane by himself. I showed up with my brother and my brother's oldest daughter. So it's a 4-seater plane. So all four of us got in the plane, right? He was mad. He did not like that at all. So, we all four of us on the flight. He thought he was just going to have me. I'm like, no, we ain't doing that. And so he took us around the show. We flew over Catalina Island, did all stuff, right? So we go back. And so then what he did, though, he anticipated that I was going to be with him by myself, had reached out to my boyfriend at the time, but later husband, and told him that we had gone on this plane ride. Now, he left out the part about my brother and my niece being on it, too. He left that out. So, of course, my husband, boyfriend at the time, got all in his panties in a bunch because he's thinking I'm like on this date with his friend or something, right? He just was ripping me. So I sat there patiently and listened to it all. I said, okay, did he tell you that about my brother and niece being on the plane too? And he got quiet. He's like, well, no. I said, but so in other words, you gonna believe what he says over what I say, and you just gonna be just like with no checking, no asking me, no nothing, to start condemning me based on what this clown said. That's what you're telling me is happening right here, right now? And he got cut because he could tell that okay, my temper already was bad, but this was like next level, like Hades hot temper. I said, you know what? I'm going to hang up this phone. Don't you call me, forget you know me. I mean, I went through that whole thing. I felt that disrespected and that angry at him. I was livid. And so I guess he called my brother, copped a plea. And my brother's like, man, what you talking about? I was on the plane with her. And, my little niece Jasmine was there. And so what you talking about? And so, because I guess he felt like he needed to verify the story or something. Anyway, the whole thing it was all bad. And I'm telling you, I put him on ice for months behind that. He was so scared he was never going to see me again because I refused to talk to him. I would not text him. I didn't, if I knew somebody was going somewhere and he was going to be there, I didn't go. It was like that. I put him in the corner so hard and so cold, and he never did no stuff like that again. I tell you that, I was like, I'm not standing for this. You're not going to treat me like that. And you're not going to put some clown, especially some clown that's trying to get me on the under, above what I say to you. And if you don't trust me like that, then we don't need to be together. And I believe that to this day. Yeah, he was out of his mind, but he learned a valuable lesson. You better not do it. You can do that to somebody else, but you better not do it to her. Because months went by, seriously. I was like, Yeah, that was the long, drawn out timeout. Clown, I lost your mind. But yeah, I'll never forget that. So I know, I have lived this. So young man, I'm telling you, don't go listening to what other people say. If you have something you need to verify, you talk to the girl about it and tell her what her friend told you. Yeah, I told you, Robin. Me, I don't talk to men. I match energy. So you're gonna be acting stupid. Let me show you how it's done, son. Because I can take acting a fool to the whole new level where you just be like, oh no, what happened here? I'm getting mad all over again. Faust just told us don't ruminate about the past. I can't help it. All right, let's move on. This is question number 14. This is a father, early 50s, about his 24-year-old son. Some of the issue. My son got dumped by his girlfriend. I need some insight. What? Why you need insight? Where's the son right now? My son met her at work. They seem to be a great couple. He's the nicest young man you've ever seen or heard about. He's good looking, like a fashion model good looking. Things were going well. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, she sent him a text that said isn't emotionally ready to continue the relationship. Just like that, it was over. He's devastated. He's like completely broken at the moment. He doesn't want to talk about it. I guess I'm just wondering, why did ladies do this? Just out of the blue, they ended. I'm not sure how I can help him. I do realize that an answer may be generic as you don't really know him. I'm just trying to leverage the collective experience of you and the ladies. Okay, so y'all, why would you just dump a man out of the blue? I can tell you why I would do it, because I have been complaining about stuff and you haven't listened. I've been asking you for a course correction and you didn't listen. I've been asking you not to do certain things or talk to me a certain kind of way and you didn't listen. So, you're going to try to act brand new and act like it just came out of nowhere. But in reality, this has been brewing for sometimes months. And for women who's married, sometimes for years. But you chose to ignore it because it wasn't what you weren't trying to hear it. It didn't fit into your agenda. You didn't want to do what I asked you to do. So you act like I didn't say nothing and that it wasn't really important enough for you to listen to. So when you get dumped, you want to play the victim and act like, well, it just came out of nowhere. No, it didn't. You knew full well what was coming. You chose to play like you didn't have nothing, nothing was going on. Well, they had been for months, so obviously they had chemistry. This is the dad. Honey, it's not the mom, it's the dad that wrote in. But that's something, people don't really know. I mean, they see their kid from one angle, but you don't really know how your kid is in a relationship. You know what I mean? You don't know that. They could be better or they could be worse. You just don't know. So you as a parent, you see your kid as this, shining example of perfection. But in reality, you don't know, your kid might be stupid and might do just like what I said. Didn't really listen, asked for too much, didn't or wanted too much from her. They be talking about, getting married and all sort of stuff. If she's 20, the son is 24, the girl might have been younger than that. And say she's not emotionally ready. That could mean, he wanted some kind of, he's talking about getting married or something. And she's like, oh, no, no, no. I have other things I need to do. Hey, Raquel. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure. So, look in here, look in the chat, Dad, and you can get some ideas from the ladies here of some of the things that bothered them while they would dump a dude out of the blue. But I shared mine. It could be any, but usually it's like, I don't like when you do this. I don't like when you say that. Don't say that to me. Don't talk to me that way. I need you to do this. I need you to be here. I need you to whatever. And you don't do it after I asked you, then, all bets are off. So when I say, well, this here is over, don't act surprised because I gave you plenty of chances to fix it. And as I call it, course correct, and you ignored it. You ignored it. That was just what you chose to do. All right, so it's exactly 2:30. Let's take a little break. I need to stretch my legs because this is like, woo, Hunty. And I'm back. I am back. I had to stretch my legs. It's getting like cramps in my legs. And I got myself some snacks, some apple slices. I sliced these earlier today. I was like, oh, I'm going to need a nibble. What can I have? I want to talk about something I found online. You know how they talk about high value men, high value women? I don't even know how long I've had this article because I found it in a box. Ooh, it looks long too. But it's entitled 20 Traits of a High Value Man. And then I have signs of a low value, 8 signs of a low value man. So let's talk about these. Actually, I want to talk about the low value first because I think we see more of them. Let's talk about what, and you guys can share your thoughts too. What do you think of some low value men? Okay, so 8, signs, 8 signs of a low value man. Low value men don't realize the shortcomings which are holding them back, including entitlement mentality, which is not backed up by work and skills. They have low social skills. A lack of social awareness and relationship management leads to poor people skills. Number 1, though, is that he has low emotional intelligence, aka he doesn't get it. Do you guys agree with that? Low emotional intelligence. You know what? I think that's exacerbated by the fact that we have so many young people these days on the spectrum. So even though they might not be technically low value, they still don't have these traits and skills because of their, their diagnosis. So let's see. So what does emotional intelligence include? Self-awareness, which is knowledge of, who and what you are and your behavior and how people respond to you, all that stuff. Self-awareness, tuned in. Self-management, managing your own emotions. Social awareness, understanding other people's emotions. And relationship management, developing positive relationships. So those are the 4 cornerstones of emotional intelligence. How many people do you know possess those traits? It says emotional is what allows us to control our emotions, keep doing what we don't want to necessarily do, and to keep positive relationships going. Men with low emotional intelligence tend to show an erratic behavior pattern. Yeah. They jump from one thing to another. They fail to accumulate resources and power and fail to climb dominance hierarchies. Those are the guys who you see online complaining and whining that women only go for a certain type of dude because they don't know how to climb that, become those types of dudes that women want. So versus, instead of working on themselves, like Faust said, people don't want to work on themselves. They want to complain that it's the women are the ones who are wrong for choosing the guys who do work on themselves and who do climb the social hierarchies and who do have some kind of level of something going on. So, it can't be them. It must be you. So when you have a situation like that, that's low EQ. Finally, they have very little social awareness. And they're talking about Harvey Weinstein, how he had certain traits of a high quality man. So this article is old if they're referencing him. He was great at his job. He stayed at his art until he became extremely skilled. He was great at his job. He accumulated power and riches, and yet he failed miserably at social intelligence because he came across as slimy, disgusting individual because he has low social intelligence. Wow. He never understood how to manage his reputation. He never really understood what women really want, and he didn't understand how to treat a woman. That's how these guys are these days. They just don't get it. A man in his position could have gotten laid with full consent and without being slimy, but because he didn't know how to play the game, he came across as disgusting. Low self-awareness. Men with low self-awareness don't know what they like, what their passions are, and what they want out of life. Right? These are guys just drifting. These are the guys that the girls who write an advice column get with, and they end up taking care of them. Because the guys don't work, they just want to sit around and play video games all day. And what they want to do, they drop out of school and they go from job to job, getting quit or getting fired rather, from every job they have because they don't have any ambition, no goals for themselves. Low self-awareness. They don't follow their own path. They look at others for direction. They rarely work on their own projects and instead seek work from someone else. And they take any sort of random generic employment. So basically, in the advice column, what we have is a bunch of women dating low value men. Low self-management. They seek short-term pleasure over long-term results. That's what you're going to find on these dating apps. He has no drive or purpose, right? They don't know how to do that. He has a big ego with no matching skills. Yeah, because if you can back it up, you'll see that's called confidence. Otherwise, it comes across as cocky and arrogant because you just mouthing off and you don't really have nothing to back it up. And they always have the nerve to have a fragile ego too. You know, the ones that be barking the loudest and talking about what they gonna do and what they got and who they know and all that stuff. As soon as you call them on it, they just want to crumble and say, "Well, you're hurting my ego. You're hurting me. Whatever." Number 4, don't care much at all. So they say it's hip to say I don't care. Well, I mean, you can't really care about everything and everybody. It's just not enough bandwidth for all of that. And they say is a low value man doesn't care about the very things that could make him be a man of value, such as what he does, how much money he makes, how he could improve and develop himself, and who his friends are, the health of his closest relationships. He's cool with being overweight, having cheap and ill-fitting clothes, and in looking disheveled. And as some of the women write around, they don't bathe. They just are grimy and just gross and disgusting. Oh, yes, Sliver, that's true. That is a popular little game, too. Everybody, claiming that they're disabled, that they have some kind of affliction there, they can't work. And the girls just believe it. The girls believe it, but they ain't seen no kind of documentation. Number 5, these are the 8 traits of a low value man. Now, this is the 5th one. He is a submissive pushover. They say nice guys rarely become top quality men, as climbing to the top requires some assertiveness and sometimes even the ability to be aggressive. Still, nice guy by itself does not condemn a man to be a low value man, but excessively nice guys are low value men. That's because many excessively nice guys, notice it's not nice, it's excessively nice, aren't really nice, they're just afraid, right? So they try to say, well, they let people disrespect them, they don't have any boundaries, they allow the bosses and colleagues to humiliate them, as well as girlfriends, as we've seen some of the letters recently. They let their girlfriends abuse them and control the relationship. Yeah, we've seen a lot of that recently too. It's like these dudes don't have no testosterone in their whole body. Number 6, neediness around women. Low value men have very little success with women. They tend to develop one-itis, white knight women, and chase women, or just be too fearful to even engage in any meaningful conversation with women. Overall, they tend to have a scarcity mindset. Yeah, they focus on their fears instead of, the possibilities, which is what you have to really be a man. You have to look at what could happen, and then you go for it. Number 7, they lack internal references. Others control his self-esteem and his behavior. This is extremely common because, any man that feels like dudes understand, like if you got a situation where, you depend on a woman to build you up and, quote, make you feel like a man, then that means you really aren't one. If some woman just through a few words could make you feel like a man, then with a few other words, she could make you not feel like one too. That's supposed to be an intrinsic thing that you value that about yourself. You know that you are, maybe because you have a certain code of conduct, you have certain goals, you have certain things that you're supposed to be doing as a man. and you do those things, you conduct yourself accordingly, and you meet those challenges and goals. You set that standard. No other person does that. Nobody needs to stand around clapping for you like Eddie Murphy used to do. Hercules, Hercules. That you shouldn't need all that. I mean, it's cute, especially because it's something you love, but you shouldn't need it to feel like a man, to feel like you can accomplish something. If your vessel is that empty, that you have to have that before you even can get motivated to do anything, you need to go jump on somebody's couch real quick. Okay? Follows other people's. I guess I'm gonna have to read this. I don't know what year did I print this out. I don't even know. And the final one is he believes there is little he can do about anything. Oh my God, those are the ones that throw up their hands about everything. Well, I don't know what to do. I can't do nothing about it. They do this. This is a gesture where the person who believes he can do very little, he believes he has no influence, no power to change anything. And I can't stand men like that. They just give up at the first little sign of anything. They give up. Yeah, no backbone. It's like, eesh, that's some serious ick right there. So I'll save the traits for the high quality man for later, after our guest. Let's do another poll. Let us do another poll. First of all, let me switch over to the screen. So I'm going to put the um, screen back up with the instructions for participation in case you just wandered in. We're about to do another one of our survey/polls. This is how you get to it so that you can vote. Open up a window on your phone, your laptop, or your desktop computer, tablet, whatever, and at menti.com, enter this code in order to pull up our presentation. It's 46532882, or use your phone or tablet to scan this QR code that appears on the screen. Okay, one of those buttons if you want to participate in the surveys that will, the next one and all the ones that follow. Okay, so let's move on to the next survey question. What is the one thing you most like about yourself? So in order to participate in this, you click in the blank box under field responses and type. What's the one thing that you like about yourself? The thing you like the most about yourself. But what do you like most about yourself? It's click and type. Click in the blank spot and type, and your answer will pop up. Just click and type. So you guys struggling to come up with stuff that you like about yourself? Well, Slipper, you have to go to on the page and click on the thing and then put it in there at menti.com with that code, and then you can just type it right in that screen. I'm giving it a few while I chew on my apple. I'm just watching what you guys are typing. Then we'll move on. Luna, you got to type it in this thing over there. You go to menti.com, enter that code, and then just click your mouse in that blank space. Oh, okay. This is looking good, ladies. Just click and type. We'll give it another minute. Okay, looks like that's it. Excellent. We have some more of these little questions coming up, so don't worry about it if you missed that. Let's do a few more advice questions. Then our guest is gonna be here at 3. Then we have a guest at 4. And then in our final hours, we'll talk about the decline of the college educated man and do some more advice questions. This is our next guest coming on at 3 rather. Choose me now. So you guys, that always, do stuff for other people, put other people first. That is the issue that's going to be on the table for you. Why do you do that? Why do you do that? What is it that you hope you're going to get from that? So that's what she's going to be discussing with us. If you know somebody who would have benefited from this discussion, please share the link with them. They can come over here and ask Kim some questions. She'll be here at 3. Or, 3-ish. You just never know these days, Technology be doing its own thing sometimes. Okay, so let me get to these advice questions. Put this to the side for now. So we talked, the last question we left off was a dad asking about his son getting dumped. This one is question number 15. She's 22 to 27 age group. So I want an advice regarding this guy I met about 6 months ago. He asked me out and I agreed. He seemed nice and kind. After 3 months, he asked to marry me. What? I told him I'm not ready and we should take things slow. He started again and again to bring up the topic, saying we have no future and that I'm not serious. I told him that this is an important decision and I need time to evaluate the relationship. He gets angry and take it out on me occasionally by fighting about futile things. I told him many times, if you are angry about something, talk it out instead of arguing with me about other stuff. Sometimes he says I'm trying, other times he says that there is nothing else that triggers him. Anyways, when he started insisting and pressuring me for commitment, I told him that we should end the relationship. He wrote a long message about being sorry, but we should at least put dates and plan for the future. During the last conversation, he was being passive aggressive and dismissive of my reasons and my attempt to end the conversation because we were going in circles. All this was via text. After about a week, he called crying, saying that he's sorry for the way he spoke, and then I told him I need to tie him out, aka leave me alone. After another week, he called, but I didn't answer. Then he texted saying I am missing you, but respecting your boundaries. But he keeps doing that, although I told him respect my boundaries. It makes me feel anxious and frustrated. I feel that I wasn't clear. Dad, what would you and the ladies all think? What would you do in my place? I would have blocked him. See, y'all don't block these men. So then, of course, they're going to keep calling you and bothering your nerves because you leave the door open for them to do that. See, he couldn't keep calling you and texting you with this bullshit if you had done what you're supposed to do and block him. He wouldn't have been able to do that. Right? And since I have a Google phone, Google is like number 1 for spam. So that stuff, if it's somebody that's numbers that's not in your phone and they send you a message, it gets marked as, potential spam. So then you have to go into a separate folder to even see it. And if you want to, you can direct all mails that go into potential spam to go right to the spam folder or to be deleted. You can do that. I don't though, because sometimes, real mail gets in there some kind of mysterious way because some word that you might use in the subject matter, in the title, subject or title of the email. So, it gets flagged, but it's not really spam. So I don't do that, but you can. So that you would never see it. So you could put his name in the spam blocker, like so that everything that even thinks about coming from anywhere with his name on it, in it, around it, embedded, something hinting, will go into the spam folder. So I don't really understand. I mean, I know you bothered by it and stuff, but I don't think you was bothered as you try to pretend you are, because otherwise you would have blocked him a long time ago. So we're just gonna just be like, girl, bye. Okay? We're gonna move on from you. Question number 16, summer issue. I love my boyfriend, but his dysfunctional family is starting to affect our relationship. I'm a 22-year-old woman, and my boyfriend is 36. We both have our own apartments. He comes from a completely dysfunctional family. His parents had 3 children. Him, he's the oldest, X, the middle child, and Y, the youngest. The father, lived off his parents' pension until they passed away, now survives on a minimum wage retirement pension. The mother abandoned her children when my boyfriend was 16. She's now an alcoholic. Wow, these are some real winners parents here, aren't they? Addicted to medication and has a disability due to surgery. She also lives off a pension. Brother X, who's 32, was successful until he was diagnosed with schizophrenia, which made him unable to work. Also, he does drugs. He now receives a pension and lives with their father. Now, Kim is here. We're going to get to her. And, okay, you know what? Let me just get to Kim. We'll pick this up after, because this sounds interesting, the dysfunctional family. Let me get Kimmy on here. Kim! Oh.
Deborah, great to see you again.
Let me put my headphones on. I forgot that part. Welcome back.
Thank you so much. Happy to be here.
Yes, we're always happy to have you here. And for those of you who don't, she was also, like Faust was, first met us as part of February of 2021. So we haven't seen Kim for a couple of years. So welcome back. And so let me give a brief introduction. So she was here 2021. Kim's company, Olver International, is the culmination of several iterations of businesses, all centering on coaching, counseling, training, and professional development tools to help individuals and those with clients raise their self-awareness and create positive behaviors for productive careers and relationships. We are going to be talking with Kim today about, well, a lot of things actually, because she's had a couple of very interesting books. The Mental Freedom is one, that's her latest one. And she also has a presentation on Choosing Me Now, which is about women, choosing a relationship with yourself. So we're going to kind of mix all these things up because Kim, all of these things are like just epidemic amongst these viewers, and especially the young ones. I was talking to Foster, he was here in 2021 too, about what's going on with the young people and their mental states and all this anxiety and, lack of direction. And what do you have to say about it?
Well, what I have to say may not be popular or common.
That's what we do on this channel, girl.
I think that in our attempt to destigmatize mental health issues, what we've actually done is made it popular to have a mental health disorder.
Oh,
so I do some work with young people, and all their friends are on some kind of psych med, and they all have a diagnosis. They either have an anxiety disorder, depressive disorder, bipolar disorder, post-traumatic stress disorder. It's almost like uncool if you're not seeing a therapist or on some kind of medication. And because I'm older and I've been around long enough to see the pendulum swinging, I feel like this is just the effect. The pendulum has swung far this way, and I hope that we'll be able to bring it back to the center, because I don't want to go back to where we were where people felt like having some mental health challenges meant there was something wrong with them or that they were less than. I don't want people to be discriminated against because they're going through something hard. But I also don't want people to feel like there's something wrong with them if they don't have a mental health
Right.
diagnosis. So I think we have to find that middle ground. That's my opinion on this.
Okay, that, and that is a very interesting position that I hadn't thought of. That it's like, they're out there like trying to, as my grandma would say, catch mental illness because it's like the cool thing to do.
Yeah, it's crazy, but that's what I hear with the clients that I've been working with, and they're early 20s in college, and this is what they're dealing with.
Interesting. But then I want to ask you what your opinion was on this because we have, I mean, tons of people that write in this column that don't seem to be able to establish boundaries or maintain them, and they struggle with saying no. And 99% of these people are women. So I
Yeah.
wanted to get your opinion. What is it that makes it so challenging for women to say no to people?
Well, in the first place, women are socialized to be the nurturers, right? We're the woman, so we're always trying to make things better for everyone else. And there's a neurological reward that if we please someone else rather than doing something for ourselves, we get a bigger boost of oxytocin and the feel good chemicals when we're helping someone else. So it's natural that we would be drawn to doing things for others before we're taking care of ourselves. This is to our own detriment, though. So I also think helping others matches the highest needs that women have, particularly in the, I would say, between 20 and 45, let me say. And because I study choice theory and I look at the 5 basic needs of all humans, usually a younger female's strongest need at that time is love and belonging. And they're trying to connect. And that may mean that they're trying to start a family. It might mean that they're trying to find their partner. It might mean that they're taking care of elderly parents or even grandparents, but they're doing things to connect. That doesn't mean that they're not building a career and going forward, maybe in entrepreneurial pursuits or career pursuits, but their priority is connection. And when connection is what you're looking for, you fear that if you say no, it'll break connection. And so people don't want to break connection. So they say yes when what they really mean is no.
I see. So there's not much concern given to the fact that you might be worried about connection with somebody who's not really a good person. They're just focused on the connection part as the primary motivator.
Well, I think that women are looking for, quote, the right person and a good person to connect with. But in the meantime, their thinking is a lot of times any connection is better than no connection.
I see.
You and
So
I
what?
might know it's better to be alone than to be with the wrong person. But did you feel that way when you were younger?
Yes.
I didn't. I wanted to be with a partner. And whether it was the right person for me or not, I mean, I never was involved in an abusive relationship, but I was involved with relationships that really didn't suit me just because I wanted to be connected.
I think some of it, I may have escaped some of that because I have 3 brothers.
Uh-huh.
And girl, by the time I got to my teens and somebody started talking about, well, these boys and that, I would look at my brothers and like, what in the world? Why are
Who
you
would
trying
want
to?
that?
They're stupid and gross. It's like, and so it just, I don't know. And I always enjoyed like solitary pursuits, artwork, gardening, things like that. And so I don't know. I guess I didn't need that. I suppose that's the best thing I can come up with. It just wasn't a priority. I mean, it was
Right.
cute, but it wasn't anything I sought or really looked at. I was the last one of my friends that even started dating. Because of my brothers. Like, ew.
Right.
Well, let's talk about boundaries. One of the posters, commenters put here that boundaries are considered as a woman having an attitude and being rude. Would you agree?
Absolutely not. I do know that there will be people who feel some type of way if you tell them no, because they want you to say yes. So when you say no, that's not what they're looking for. So they might get mad at you. It's true. But it's not being rude to say that doesn't fit in my schedule, or that's not something I want to do, or I don't have time for that right now. I have other priorities. That you cannot control how other people will take that.
Right.
That's not your job. Your job is to take care of you and what you need. And the people who are right for you, the people who are truly your friends, the people who love you, they will understand the boundary and they'll respect it. People who get mad at you when you set a boundary, they're not your people. Let
You
them
know, that's
go.
interesting that you should say that because that is true. That was what, if they ask, well, I want to break up with this person, or don't want to be friends with them anymore. How can I do that in a way that doesn't hurt them? So it's like they're trying to control that other person's response. You're right. Yeah, interesting.
That's part of mental freedom. The first session of mental freedom is about figuring out what is your responsibility and what isn't your responsibility. And while it is your responsibility to treat people with care and respect, you don't just, disappear, ghost somebody. That I think is rude when people do that. You're in a relationship and you just stop communicating. I think if you're in a relationship, you owe the other person an explanation. I'm just not that into you. This relationship is not serving me. I think that we aren't a good match. We need to find other people. Um, those things are explanations. They may not be satisfactory. The other person may not like what you tell them, but you're not responsible for how they take what you say. You're responsible for taking care of you. And taking care of you means not staying in a relationship that's not good for you. You deserve a relationship that's good for you. And you deserve solitude if you're in a relationship that's not good for you and you don't want to be there. Take some time to be alone. Do some thinking about what you want your next relationship to look like. Do some thinking about what you want in your next partner, and then take the brave step of looking in the mirror and asking yourself, am I the person that the person I want is going to want to date? And if the answer is yes, great. You're in a perfect scenario to start looking for the right person for you, or a right person for you. And if the answer is no, that's also a good answer, because now you have time to do the self-growth and development you want to do to be a person that person would want to date.
Interesting. Yeah, that seems to be some real, self-assessment type of introspection, and that's hard for people to look at themselves objectively and say, well, yeah, I do this and that's pretty good, but I also do these things here that maybe somebody really wouldn't want to be bothered with all that. And it doesn't mean that you have to condemn yourself, right? I mean, you can still do and be those things, but you just have to take them into account. Is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah, you may want to adjust your expectations for your next partner. If you're a person who never exercises and what you want is somebody who's really strong and fit and buff and in the gym every day, that may not happen for you. It's just one of those things. I'm not saying turn yourself inside out into a pretzel. I would never say, if you know Mr. ABC, whoever that is, and you're trying to be the person that he wants to date, that's not the right approach, because now you're trying to turn yourself into someone that you're not.
Right.
But if you're between relationships and you don't have a specific person, but you know what you want from a relationship, and you know what you want that person to, how you want them to be, how you want them to act, what qualities and characteristics you want in him, that's good, because the more specific you can be, the more likely you'll attract someone like that into your life. But if you're not the person that person would be attracted to, then you have some work to do. You either bring yourself up to that level, or you change what you're looking for.
We have a question that came in. Let me find, oh, here it is. Okay. For those of you who are driving, I will read the question for you. It says, do you think it is more difficult now to find an authentic connection with more and more people disconnected from themselves?
I think it is harder to find an authentic connection because I do think, I also have to be careful because I'm older, right? That's one thing. So I need to stay relevant to a younger audience and know that younger audiences are not that communicative. They have different ways of communicating than you and I use to
Right.
communicate. I mean, when we wanted to communicate, we'd go to our friend's house, knock on the door, and go hang out. But you don't do that anymore. You have to
Or at
text
least pick up the
first.
phone. We'd have a
Yeah, you have to
conversation.
text first. Is this a good time? Can I come over? It's right. Or pick up the phone, right? But now it's texting. I've seen a group of people out multiple times who are with other people, but they're texting each
Yes.
other and they're right next to each other. So I'm trying very hard. I'm not trying to judge that. I just see that as something different than what you and I maybe encountered when we were younger. We
Right.
had a different way of connecting. All you had to do was call, and sometimes you couldn't reach the person because there was someone else on the phone and there was no call waiting, so you had to wait. But I think today, people are a little more disconnected with themselves and others than they were when you and I were younger. So I think if you are a person with an authentic connection to yourself, I think that you might be able to find someone who has an authentic connection with themselves, because I believe in energetic vibration, and you put out an energetic vibration about who you are, and another person is also putting their energetic vibration out into the world, and it's likely that you will attract those kind of people. But you need to do the work first to find that authentic connection. Be authentic with yourself before you're going to find somebody who can be authentic with you. And also, the person has to be willing to be vulnerable, just as you need to be,
Yeah.
because that's about vulnerability.
That's really hard. We got another. This is just a comment, though. If you ladies have a question, type question and then what you want me to share um, on the screen with
Mm.
Kim. So it pops out that this is a question, but this is an interesting comment.
Yeah, this person says they have healthy boundaries, but they have a harder time navigating workplace politics when it comes to dealing with mean girl types at work. And I can believe that would be true. Mean girls would not like a woman who is strong enough to stand up to them and to say, no, that's not what I'm going to do. I think at the end of the day, you have to look at yourself in the mirror and like what you see. You don't need to turn yourself into a person that mean girls are going to respect, because mean girls typically don't respect themselves very much. That's why they have to put you down so they can feel better about who they are. So I would say, yeah, it may make workplace politics a little more challenging, but stay true to who you are, because in the end, that's what really matters. And if something happens and this job doesn't work out for you because of these workplace politics, find another job, start your own business, find something to do where you are respected for who you are.
Excellent. Excellent advice. We have another question here. She asked, when setting healthy boundaries in a workplace setting leads to negative consequences, what to do? What if reporting to HR, keeping a paper trail, isn't an option?
Yeah, and I can tell you right now, in our political environment, this is becoming harder and harder and harder. All of the civil liberties, the pathways that we used to have to reporting things have currently been shut down. I don't know what's going to happen with the Supreme Court and where these court cases are going to go, but you may be in a very difficult situation. So setting healthy boundaries, when you do that, you need to do a cost benefit analysis and ask yourself, is it worth it? Because in some situations, it may not be worth it in a workplace to set healthy boundaries if it means you're going to lose your job. if you don't have a different job to go to. I mean, the current climate in the workplace is scary. I'm not going to pretend that it isn't. And this has been going on for about a month now. I don't know where it's going to end. I can only trust that this is not going to stay this way forever, because what's happening, in my humble opinion, I don't want to get into politics, but I think that it's really wrong, and that we need to stand up, but we need to also protect ourselves. So I think that's the cost benefit analysis that you have to do. Is it worth it in this situation to stand up for this issue? You may need to pick and choose your battles, because it's a scary place right now.
Yeah. Yeah, I've always thought we should pick and choose our battles, because sometimes, it's in the grand scheme of things, it's just not worth the drama and the upset and the anxiety that you would be experiencing. But if it's something I feel like it's going to have long-term repercussions on your health, your mental health, or your wallet,
Yeah.
I'm all
Yeah.
in.
I also like to ask myself, will setting this boundary make any difference? If it's not going to make any difference, then why put yourself out there in this vulnerable place? If you really believe that setting this boundary may have positive impact, then by all means do it. But that's something only you can decide in the situation that you're in.
And case by case basis.
Right.
See what Robin says. I began to build boundaries when I first seen myself through my own eyes rather than through the eyes of others, especially men. Yeah, that's especially important for the young ladies
Beautiful.
here.
Yeah, beautiful, Robin. That's great.
Robin. Let's talk about what does it mean when you say that we should have a relationship with ourselves? What does that really mean in like practical application? Because we use a lot of these buzzwords and these phrases. I mean, they sound good, it sounds empowering and all that. But
Right.
how do you do it? How do you start on that path to make that happen?
That's why I wrote the book Choosing Me Now, because I was going through a period in my own life where everybody I saw, whether I knew them or not, in a conversation, they would end up saying, "Are you taking care of yourself?" And I'd be like, "Well, of course I am. I'm here, right? I'm alive. I live. I mean, I'm not in a relationship, so the only person to take care of me is me. Of course I'm taking care of myself." But then as I would walk away from that conversation, I'd ask myself, what does that really mean? So I did some research, and what I found in almost every book that I picked up was, you have to exercise every day. You have to eat healthy food, and you have to get enough sleep. Those were the three things that everybody said. And then every now and then there'd be a sprinkling of, oh, and don't forget healthy boundaries in relationships. Okay, nice. But when I think about that, taking care of yourself, what I look at is, can you honestly look yourself in the mirror and say, I love you. You're a good person. I care about you. And I didn't know if I could actually say that. Like that was that was like deep
Really?
for me. So I thought about choice theory. That's what everything I talk about is based on choice theory psychology by William Glasser. And I asked myself the question, how do you build a relationship with anyone? And from choice theory psychology, the answer to that is, you need to be a need satisfying person in order to create some kind of connection. So let me just tell you quickly the 5 basic needs. So we have the need for safety and security. We have a need for connection. We have a need for significance, a need for freedom, and a need for joy. So let's say you and I, Deborah, are going to have a relationship. Both of us need to satisfy one or more of those needs for the other person. So in our relationship, would we allow each other freedom? Yeah, of course we would. So that would be a need satisfying relationship. I can be free to be me. You can be free to be you. And where we have commonalities, maybe we'd spend some time together. That would be connection. We don't have to meet all of those needs, just one, actually. But I thought to myself, how do you meet those needs for yourself?
Yeah.
And then I wrote the book. I talked about the 5 basic needs, and I looked at 3 areas in each of those needs that I felt were important for me. So when I looked at, say, power, for example, the 3 things I talked, or significance, the 3 things I talked about were, do I know that I'm no better than anybody else, but nobody else is any better than me? We are all equal. We all bring something important to the table. I'm no better than you. You're no better than me. But the second thing is, do I know what my passion is? Do I know what my purpose is? Because I'm not here just to exist. I'm here with special skills and abilities that I'm supposed to use for the betterment of humankind. That's my purpose. Do I know what that is? And I do. It's to help people develop positive relationships with themselves first before they then reach out to have relationships with other people. And then the last thing is, am I able? Wait, let me just take a quick look because I'm blanking right now on
No problem.
significance. Give me a minute. Do I understand that the only person whose behavior I can control is my own? And have I stopped trying to control other people? That's under significance for me. Then take safety and security, for example. I look at what is my relationship with money? What is my relationship with my body? And what is my relationship with my health? So those were the areas that I wanted to get in alignment under safety and security to feel good about myself. Then under freedom, it was, do I have freedom in my environment? And what I was doing was living in a space that was mine, but had previously been a friend of mine's. And it was still my friend's place, basically. I hadn't changed a thing. It wasn't my space. And it was a workspace. I worked in my bedroom, I worked in my living room, I worked in my office, I worked in my kitchen. The only 2 rooms I had that I didn't work in were the bathroom and the laundry room. And I said, I have to do something about this. So I remodeled. In the beginning, all I could afford was paint. So I painted. And then, of course, over time, I remodeled. So that was important. Do I have freedom from self-created misery? And I believe most of our misery, most of our suffering is self-created.
Yes.
With our minds. And then, do I have the ability to be myself? Or am I in spaces where I have to be something else for someone else? And I can't actually be my authentic self. So those are the things I looked at under freedom. And then in the area of joy, do I have playful times? Do I have relaxation time? And do I have significant learning opportunities? And do I create those for myself? And once I got those things under control in my life and I felt good about those things, then it was really easy for me to look in the mirror and say, I love you, Kim Olver. You're a pretty awesome
Aw.
person. So I want that for other people. But I also say that those categories that I use were what I needed.
Right.
So I want everybody who reads the book to develop their own categories. Sure, you can use the same ones that I did if they fit, but maybe there's something more important for you. So that's what I believe about truly developing a loving, caring relationship with self. And I think it's essential before you try to have a loving, caring relationship for someone else.
It's so true. But now that's why I asked you that question, because people, we say that, you have to love yourself, you have to take care of yourself, you have to respect yourself. But people often don't know what that even means and how to make that actually happen. So thank you for that.
Well, you're welcome.
Now, earlier you mentioned that, of course, my mind went blank. The theory, the something theory?
Choice theory,
Choice
psychology.
theory. Can you just give a brief summary of what that is?
I always get asked to give a brief summary. And let me tell you, when I teach this stuff, it takes me 4 days.
Oh,
so
my.
Let me give you a really
What
quick
they call the elevator
summary.
pitch.
Yeah. Let me give you a really quick summary. Many people are familiar with the serenity prayer. choice theory has adjusted slightly the serenity prayer. So if I say it the way choice theory people say it, it may give you a really good understanding of what choice theory really is. So it goes like this: God grant me the God grant me the wisdom. Wait a minute. God, how does it start? God grant me the.
Does anybody know that serenity? Usually they type in stuff, you know, when I do that and have what we
God
call a
grant me the
brainstorm.
serenity, or the ability to accept the people I cannot change.
Hmm.
Courage to change the one I can. And the wisdom to know that person is me. So
Ooh.
when I start a choice theory training, I ask 2 questions. I usually ask a question everybody knows the answer to, and that is, whose behavior can you control? Everybody knows. I can only control my behavior. We all know this. But the second question is, whose behavior do you try to control all day long? And people get really quiet and they go like this. And somebody brave will timidly say, everybody else. And I'm
Right.
like, exactly. And we wonder why we're miserable in our life. We're trying to do something we cannot do. You cannot control other people's behavior, but that doesn't stop us from trying. And so all day long, we're frustrated when people don't act the way we think they should. And we want them to. And this might be our child, it might be our partner, it might be our parents, it might be a coworker, it might be a complete stranger. But you can feel your blood boiling when people are behaving in ways that you think they shouldn't. And that's not our job, to teach other people how to behave. You know, of course, if you're a parent of a toddler, yes, you're going to be teaching your child how to behave. Okay, there is an exception there. But for in most cases, that's not our job. So our job is to, and this is in mental freedom, our job is first to take off the lenses that we wear of how I want you to be. And we just look at who that person really is, like Maya Angelou taught us to do. When people show you who you are, believe them.
Right.
The first time, she said. So take the glasses off and stop trying to get people to look the way you want them to look, and look and see who they really are. And when you do, you get clarity. Once you have clarity, then you know that that person is this way, this is what they're doing in their best attempt to get what they want. Now, you may not like what they want. You may not like the behavior that they're using to get it, but now you see it. And now you have to ask yourself, what kind of relationship do I want to have with this person going forward? Maybe you don't. And maybe you do. Maybe you want to put boundaries around this relationship. But the choice is yours once you have clarity. From there, I think when you can see that this is the best the person has to get what they want, you can stop judging them. You can you stop judging them, and then you can actually have some compassion for them. Like, wow, I can't believe that's what you want. Or, man, that's so sad that that's the best you have to get what you want. Compassion. And then you can go to forgiveness. Forgiveness doesn't have to be, I forgive you, now you can do it to me all over again. It's just, I forgive you because I'm not going to hold on to this anger, frustration, and resentment. I'm going to let that go. You are who you are. You're doing the best you can. I forgive you. And I'm going to move away from you because I don't want to be a part of that. Or you might say, I'm all in. I care about you. Or you might say, I love you, but I need to do it from a distance. And I always say to people, you gain clarity and you see who the person is until they consistently show you something different. Because I do believe that people change. But too often we just see these little glimpses of better behavior and we think, oh, there, I know they can do it. They have the potential. If I just love them a little bit more, a little bit longer, I know they're going to turn into this wonderful person. Now, they may turn into a wonderful person, but they're not going to do that because you want them to or because
Right.
you love them enough. They're going to do that because they realize that that's a better path for their life. You don't have to stick around for them to do that. But if you want to, you can. That is your choice. But I want people to do it with clarity, not with the glasses on that say, I know you can be this person that I want you to be. Because that's not fair to them or to you.
You know, Kim, I had, as you were talking, I reflected on a situation that happened when my daughter was probably about, I don't know, 11 or so. She was going to this little school and they were doing, like, the parents and moms were coming up and they were going to be making pizzas to sell, as a fundraiser. Well, I wasn't going to do that. I wrote it, just how much you guys need. And so they said, oh, about $30. I gave $50 and I went on my way. So, you can handle that. My daughter was so upset. I mean, she came home and she was, as you're judging and condemning and just really like in her feelings about the fact that I was the only mother who wasn't there making pizzas. And I had to sit her down and explain some of what you just said. I mean, I hadn't met you yet and didn't know all this at the time, but it was just something I felt like, this is who I am. I will take you on exciting adventures across the world. I will take you, we will do exciting things that your friends would never even conceive of, but I'm not going to go to the school and stand there making pizzas. That's not who your mother is. So she had to really adjust to a level of acceptance. And that was a real struggle. I mean, as a parent and child, that was hard. That was very hard for her. A lot of
Yeah.
tears and frustration and anger that I wasn't this, you know, needed
Betty
to be the
Crocker mom.
mom, yeah, that she wanted. And I'm like, that ain't me. I'm sorry. I'm not doing that. So,
Right.
this is really interesting. Anybody else have a question for Kim before we release her from bondage? Oh, here's a comment that you might find interesting from Robin. The need to control others come from society. And she put like all these exclamation marks. Okay, Robin. Women are always told to compromise and to alter our behavior in one way or another to accommodate others.
You're right, Robin. So you have to make a decision. And that is, am I going to accommodate what society wants me to do, or am I going to take my own path? And there will be consequences, of course. There'll be people who judge you, and there'll be other people who flock to you because they've been waiting for someone to show them the way. So it just depends on where you see yourself and who you want to be, truly.
Excellent. Well, Kim, let everyone know where they can find out more information about you and order your books.
Well, my books are on Amazon. I have 3 main books. I have Secrets of Happy Couples, I have Choosing Me Now, and I have Mental Freedom. They're all on Amazon. They can all be ordered from any bookstore. And my website is Olver, that's Olver, it's like Oliver, but without the I, international.com.
Perfect. Thank you, Kim, for coming through. And just so you guys know, in case you forget that, that information is also in the show description page with active hyperlinks to each of the speakers' sites. So you can just go down there and click it and go over and take a look at what Kim's got going on.
Thank you again, Deborah. It's been great seeing you once again and being on your show. I
Thank you
love
very
your
much.
audience. They're so interactive. Thank you for the opportunity.
No problem at all. Thank you for giving us your time. Talk to you later.
My
Enjoy the
pleasure.
rest of your weekend. Bye bye.
Bye-bye.
So that was great. You guys asked some really, really good questions of her. I appreciate your thoughtful consideration. That's, it's important to make the guests feel like they're, really contributing something. And so I like that you guys always come through in that way. Our next guest will be here in about 20 minutes or so. And that will be, oops, sorry, wrong. First, this is our next guest, and she's going to be talking about women's anger. And you can start thinking about your angers and what you got going on. Why do you get mad? What do you do with those feelings? You got to start thinking of some questions that you might want to ask her. And so she'll be here. Her appearance is set for 4. So you got about 20 minutes. Okay. So in the meantime, let us go and continue with let's talk about this, the 20 traits. We did the 8 traits of the low value man before Kim came on. Now let's talk about the 20 traits of a high value man. Okay, so he says, okay, this comes from a place of love. So how many, as we go through this, you guys be sure to let me know how many men that you have come across that have these traits. Okay, so you count on your fingers as we read them off. Number 1, he commits to himself and others. When it comes to himself, his betterment, his career. Oh no, I printed this back to forth. I hate this. Why did I do this? And what he has to offer, he's not interested in anything vague. He's comfortable with commitment. He values loyalty, and he knows if it's a match, he'll commit fully. If not, he'll move along, even if that means being alone. So that means he's not one of them kind of dudes that's going to date you for 18 years or say, well, I'm not sure what I want, or, what's wrong with we're here. This is good right now, or I'm not sure if I want to get, but he's not going to be that dude. That's what I tell you. When they really want you and they know that they want you, it happens in like unbelievably fast time. So, yeah, these are the 20 traits of a high value man for those of you who may have not missed that part. Number 2, he loves putting forth effort for a woman. So he's not a simp, as they other dudes like to call these guys that do that. From the way he dresses for dates to the 15 seconds it takes him to make reservations, this guy puts effort in and he takes pride in mastering those details. He never asks a woman what she wants to do. He asks about her interests or likes or dislikes, and then he plans from there. This is somebody who takes charge. He makes decisions. Oh my God, wouldn't it be so wonderful to meet a man like that? Have you met one like that? If you know, like I said, keep track on your fingers of how many men you've met that embody these traits. Number 3, he makes plans and he follows through. Oh, okay, they be making plans. They do not follow through at all. Number 4, he calls and doesn't something. I don't know. This is kind of cut off. I don't know what that's supposed to say. That got cut off on the page. Number 5, he's a great conversationalist. Now, who talks these days? As Kim pointed out, most of the young men, they don't have a conversation. They send a text. That's not a conversation. I think conversational skills are sorely lacking amongst young people. Number 6, he dresses and grooms himself impeccably. So the letters we get where the dudes are stinky, funky, wear the same clothes, leave skid marks on the sheets, leave skid marks in their underwear, have like rotten toe funk and stuff like that. Oh, no. See, that's a low value man right there. Number 7, he smiles a lot and is a positive person. Versus scowling, complaining, whining, bitching, moaning, all of those kinds of things. Number 8, he doesn't chase, he attracts. I went through a whole spiel about that on a show recently, about how men do their approaches wrong with women. A guy wrote about how he went to talk to 2 sisters and was asked if his approach was okay, and I shot it down and told him what he should have done instead. That's why players are so good. They'll approach you to it. They'll walk up and say hello, how you doing, this kind of stuff like that. But they'll never chase you down. They're not gonna chase you. What they're gonna do is they're gonna spit that game and do that toothy, that Billy D. Williams smile from the movie. What was the movie with Diana Ross, where she played Billie Holiday? But remember that sign they did the lighting on the side, and he showed them pearly whites to her, and he was looking into that under-eyed look. That was a classic sexy man scene if I've ever seen one. So, and they attract. A guy who has the skill to attract women is the envy of every other dude walking the face of the earth. But instead of studying these guys and looking at how they conduct themselves, how they talk to women, how they dress, their posture, everything, instead of studying them like a book, like they're taking a test, a quiz, they instead complain about women liking them. Well, they only like those kind of, us nice guys. And they put themselves, they try to blame on the fact that they're, quote, nice guy. No, you're just stupid. This don't have nothing to do with you being nice. You just a lazy bum. You don't want to put forth any work. You want to show up in lumberjack things and jeans with holes and paint on them and some raggedy tennis shoes you had since high school that stink and think that somebody's supposed to want to be with you. Do something with yourself and get a haircut. So yeah, he doesn't chase, he attracts. There's no vibe of desperation. He doesn't hunt. He doesn't give the feeling that he presents himself as he carries himself as a gentleman when he's out socially. He's the man leaning against the bar that casually looking up at the TV and sees a woman with his peripheral vision. And when she sneaks in beside him to grab a napkin, he hands her one and says, "Here you go. I saw you coming." Then he smiles at her, and she feels like she's his knight in shining armor because he handed her a napkin. Then he starts talking to her on his own. That's a rather simplistic example, but I get the concept. Number 9, he understands a woman of value can choose. That's right. She got choice galore. So, if she chooses you, you should consider yourself blessed. He never lets rejection get to him. He doesn't turn into a 6-year-old boy whining and insulting a woman if she rejects him. Maybe he's tall, dark, and handsome, and she likes guys with light eyes and hair. He understands attraction is a very personal thing. He's polite to everyone and never makes a woman feel bad or wrong for declining his advances. Well, so many of these dudes say, "Well, I did everything right. I did put up a chair. I did everything, and I paid, and I did this, and she didn't like me." But it's not like that because you didn't turn her on. I mean, you could do all the nice things and be the nicest person in the world, but if she has no interest no physical attraction to you, it's not gonna happen. Okay? Don't feel entitled. Yes, Lady Sings the Blues. Yes, it was Lady Sings the Blues. That scene, honey, that was the shit. That's what made me pay attention. I was like, Billy D. Williams, who's that? But after that, I was like, ooh. And then he played Lando Calrissian in Star Wars. I was like, yes, this is the shit. When she came up there and he was like, "Oh, hello. My name is Lando Calrissian. I'm the proprietor of this establishment." I will never forget that line. You know how many years it's been since I saw Star Wars? I still remember that shit. He may have been playing the film. I'm not talking about what he played. I'm just talking about that one scene, the way they light, the lighting, and his look at her, and that energy, that vibe that he had. That's the attraction vibe. That's the only part I'm talking about. I'm not in the, what he played and all that stuff. I'm like, but Lando Calrissian, I'll never forget that. So if I have a son, I'm gonna name him Lando. Number 10, his car and his home are tidy. Oh, my car looks a mess right about now. Number 12, he's clear on his intentions. You never have to wonder where you stand with a high value man. He's gonna let you know. He's gonna let you know what the plan is and what he got in mind and what y'all gonna do. Well, I mean, he's gonna, see if you're interested, but I mean, he's, it's in his head that what the plan is. You don't have to be telling him what you want and all this stuff. He wants a high value woman who's going to inspire and encourage him to follow through on his dreams. He's going to appreciate a woman like that who motivates him, not see her as you trying to be a man. You don't need a man like these brothers be doing. Number 13, he communicates clearly and effectively and makes his standards known. He has no problem asking for what he wants. If he notices something about the woman he's with that he doesn't like, he discusses it. He's not going to call you names and cut you up. He's just going to tell you about yourself. I don't like that. His goal isn't to criticize or put you down or make you be defensive. His goal is to reach an agreement. But he's prepared to walk away if you're not willing to hear him out and to compromise. It ain't going to be about just what you want in a relationship. Yes, girl, that's what I'm talking about, Robin. That lighting, that key light that was over the top like that, girl, that was everything. That's what I was studying photography when I saw it. So I was like, ooh, this is just fabulous. Number 14, he's well-mannered. He knows what to do. He gets good table manners. He knows how to pull out chairs. He knows to walk on the outside of the curb, how to help a lady in her chair. These are old-fashioned things that parents aren't teaching their sons anymore. Even something as simple as your little boys standing up so that older women and pregnant women can sit down where it's safe for them. These women instead, they had their sons 10 and 12 years old and tell them to sit down. And the woman, like, in their 70s or something, standing there and they sitting in the senior seats. But I've seen bus drivers park to pull the bus, stop the bus and go get up and tell them boys to get up. And the mothers be like, well, my son, this and that. And he's like, you say one more thing, y'all going to get off this bus. These are senior seats. It's big old fine here for seniors and disabled. Your son is neither. Get your little ass up. And so then the boy gets up. But the mothers, they're not teaching their sons that. I guess the father's not either, but who knows where they are these days. Number 16, he looks down. No, sorry, he locks down the next date before the current one ends. That's it. That's what I'm talking about. Because he ain't confused in the least about if he wants to see you again. And if the answer is yes, he gonna make sure that he gets on your calendar before this date. So you eating dessert? He's gonna be like, this was great. This is wonderful. I want to see you again. When are you available? You got some time for me on Friday? You got time for Saturday? I was thinking about going here, going there, doing this, doing that. There's a new restaurant that opened in Benicia. Do you like seafood? Do you like, whatever? He gonna put it out there, and you just gonna sit there like all mesmerized because you never experienced anything like this before. And then he's gonna say, he's gonna make it, do you want to do it? And you're gonna say yes or no. Right? But he's not gonna play games and dudes want to get your phone number and they don't want to call you right away. Well, I want to wait, I want to build interest. No, what you're gonna build is her clowning you when you finally get around the call, and you're gonna get that who? Because you stupid and you listen to idiots online instead of doing what your heart tells you to do. These men have the courage to do that. That's why they get the women and you don't. Because you listen to stupid people. Number 17, he's in touch throughout the day. A high value man knows anything and anyone valuable requires attention. He will text you in the morning and he check in and hear your voice in the afternoon. And if he hasn't made plans to see you again, he's calling at night. If he has a busy day ahead, he'll text in the morning, hi, beautiful, come have back-to-back meetings today. We'll call you when it's all done, probably around 7 p.m. I just want you to know I'm thinking about you. That's what I'm talking about. You know how high that woman going to be stepping all day? She going to keep looking at that text. That's all it takes. Let her know that she is important to you and that she is in the forefront of your mind, your plans, your life. See, you ladies accept numbers. Let's look at numbers. These ladies accept men who don't treat you this way. You got to chase them down. Well, am I going to see you? You should never have to ask a man that. You should never ask a man that. Am I going to see you? If you got to ask him, then you don't want to see him because he's just wasting your time. Men know what they want. I just wish you women would just give a clear understanding. These guys don't need you to hold their hand and to baby them and ask them questions and hand feed them. If you have to do all that for a man to have a relationship with him, you're wasting your time and you just chase it and it's just not going to work for you. You never ask me, well, what are we? Where's this going? You never ask me that. He's supposed to, if he's a high value man like they describe it, he gonna let you know that shouldn't even be a question in your mind. He would have already addressed that, where what this is, what we are, and where this is going. He would have already told you. Exactly. I just don't know. I have never asked a man that. I would jettison myself to Mars before I ask somebody some mess like that. I'm not chasing no man. There's too many of them out there. Some of them are dumber than the other ones, but still, we talking sheer volume. It's zillions of them to choose from. Why do all that? Number 19, because this is 20 points, 20, what is it? 20 traits of a high value man. This is number 19. He shows the right amount of public displays of affection. He's not grabbing at her in public. He's not engaging in a full-on makeout session at the restaurant. He knows how to lean in and steal a kiss in a classy, gentlemanly way. That's incredibly appropriate and sexy. He leans into her ear to talk to her when it's loud, and then he kisses her neck and he says, I just wait till I get you home alone. I know one of the cutest things that happened, I went to this club. I was with this dude. We went to the Tahoe. And, it was cold. So we got inside and we, took our coats and stuff off and we dancing and stuff. I'm doing my little two moves that I know. And so anyway, at the end, he was helping me put my coat on and he put my hat on. Then he helped me into my coat. And then as he was pulling the sleeves up and zipping it up, then he kissed me on the forehead. I was like, oh. And everybody who was around was like, oh. All the women were like, oh. And all the dudes were like, mean mugging. But it was cute. It was very cute. We dated for about, 6 or 8 months or something, but he ultimately got on my nerves. That little gesture did not save him. But, it was cute in the moment. And then and remember the dude from a week or two ago who kissed the girl, and then he grabbed her butt while he was kissing her on the first date, and then she dumped him the next day, and he was confused about why. I'm like, you idiot! What possessed you to do something like that to a girl you just met? Your hands all down below her waist, you tripping. And he just was like acting all brand new, like he just could not understand why she dumped him. You idiot. And then the final one, number 20, traits of a high value man. He seeks to understand women and doesn't bail at the first show of emotion. A high value man knows that no one is perfect. He wants to peel back her layers. He wants to know about the darkness that feeds her light, her rise up from heartbreak, her fears, her dreams, the things that she wants to accomplish but procrastinates doing. The smack talk she tells herself that isn't at all true. He wants to see the beauty in her chaos and knows that life takes a toll on great souls. So they go on and on with all this poetic nonsense, but basically, um, uh, basically that's it. Those are the 20 traits of a high value man. Where did I get this article from? I don't even know. Like I said, I found these in a box. This is probably something I printed out 10 years ago. No, I have not. I don't really watch TV. Because we used to watch it at my cousin's house, but she got a dog. And so I haven't really been able to go over there anymore because I'm not trying to have my asthma trigger. And so that's been kind of a problem. So I haven't seen any television lately. Oh, Trish is here. I guess we can get started a little early since Trish is here. Let me find my introduction for Trish. Here it is. Trish.
Hello, how are you?
Hey,
It's
lady.
good to see you again.
Look at you all bright and smiley.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay? Because I have my headphones if you need them.
Yeah, no, we hear you fine, right? You guys hear? I hear fine. It's so good to see you. You guys might remember Trish, she came in February 2022. So you were part of the last crew. That was the last time I did Video-A-Day Debruary. That was 5 years. I'm like, I got to deuce out. So now we have February Day. And this is pretty good. I could probably even do February weekend, like 2 days, but I think I'll just stick to one. Because I just can't do that every day anymore. I just can't do it. Girl,
It was a lot, but it was a lot of fun when I was on last time.
Yeah, I mean, it is a lot. It was very interesting. I liked all the variety of guests and topics, but it's a lot to organize. And I did it primarily by myself. So like, not doing that. But 5 years was plenty. That was enough. So welcome to the show. Let me read your introduction.
Thank you.
February 2025 welcomes back best-selling author of 12 Steps to Mind-Blowing Happiness and The Anger Myth. And then, like I said, we first met Trish during February 2022 with a presentation entitled Slaying Self-Doubt. Her latest book, The Anger Myth, Understanding and Overcoming the Mental Habits That Steal Your Joy, shows you how to easily manage your emotions and your mood, creating space for greater peace, deeper fulfillment, better relationships, and more joy. So all of you ladies who always getting all mad about everything and everybody, this show is for you.
There you go.
This is for you. So now the anger myth. What is the myth? You said, I mean, what is the myth around anger? I know everybody wants to know.
So the biggest myth about anger is that it is useful. Our anger makes us feel empowered. And we think that it really serves a purpose, like it motivates us, maybe it gets us to get stuff done. It helps us express ourselves, let people know our boundaries, all of these things. We think it's helpful. But I like to compare it to a broken clock. If you have a broken clock, it'll tell the right time twice a day.
Yeah.
But if you really want to tell time, you could get a better device. Like there is a better way to do this. Because the problem with anger is that it always relays false information. It's kind of like being drunk. you're intoxicated and you can't make good decisions. And then it can lead to a whole host of other problems. So that's the myth. We think it's working for us, so we don't want to get rid of it.
Now, what about on the other side of the coin? Because I experience women who they write to this column. I mean, they're in these situations. Girl, I mean, just something that would just you shouldn't tolerate this. You should not accept this. Why you let somebody treat you like this, talk to you like this? And they write and ask permission to be angry. Like, is it okay for me to be angry that he's treating me this way? He's talking to me like this. That this is happening. So, I mean, that what you said is true. It's not. I'm not saying it's helpful. I'm just saying what's up with the women who probably should be getting at least a little bit angry, and they seem to be afraid of it.
Right. So what they should be doing is taking action. So they probably need to get out of whatever situation they're in that's not working, or they're being disrespected. But what I found many times with people who've grown up in households where there is violence, where anger means that there is something bad's going to happen, someone's going to get hurt, that it's maybe difficult for them to express anger because they're scared of it, because it's always been connected with something bad happening. Yeah. But if you look at the data around anger, repressing anger, which is basically what you're talking about, they have this emotion and they're scared to express it, to acknowledge it, to act on it. So that habit of repressing the emotion is not good for your health. So it's not good for physical health, mental health, any of those things. But then at the same time, acting out on our anger, whether it's, I said it's kind of like being intoxicated. We've all been there. You know what I'm talking about? So whether it's the yelling and the screaming or the throwing things or the just making bad decisions, that's not good for our health either. There are studies from the New York Institute of Health that shows how it impacts cardiovascular health, but there is a solution.
I like in your book where you said that anger is like a cover for other emotions. Can you break that down?
Yeah. So usually when we're angry, it's some combination of some sort of hurt feelings and often combined with our ego, so our ego is that part of ourselves that thinks we're really separate from everyone else. So for example, say somebody calls me out my name, they speak to me some kind of way. My feeling might be, well, who do you think you are? Don't you know who I am? Like you can't talk to me like, So that's kind of like my ego combined with the fact that I might be hurt. Maybe this is someone who I care about, who's speaking to me this way.
Right.
And so the response is this kind of outburst that's, typically when we're going to act in anger, it's going to be something that's uncontrolled. And then you may say something that you don't mean. But yeah, there's typically some kind of hurt or pain or sadness that's underneath that anger. And it doesn't feel, it's vulnerable to express a hurt. Whereas anger, you don't have to be vulnerable, right? You can put on a mask and just kind of let them have it. So
I see. So that's what I used to make jokes that men have two emotions, horny and angry.
Yeah, I mean, it's considered more of an issue for men, maybe because, they have higher testosterone levels, but women certainly, we have anger too, and plenty of reasons for it.
Okay, now, in the book, you talked about the 8 primary anger triggers. Now, I'm not going to ask you for all 8 of them, but can we maybe address, I don't know, 3 very common ones that are triggers for a vast majority of women? The age range here tends to go between 22 and 45. I'd say it's a primary age range for the audience here.
Okay. All right. Well, hello, ladies. So the first thing on the list of triggers is relationships. And I was actually sitting here thinking, when have I been at my angriest? And I'm like, yes, I wanted to kill that man. You know what I'm saying? So,
girl, wait, confession. I actually, when I was young and real stupid, went to this dude's house and waited up for him with a loaded shotgun, wait for him to walk through that door. Luckily, through the blessings of whatever spirit was there, he did not come in that night. And so there, I did not have to spend the rest of my life in prison because y'all wouldn't have known, got to see me. But yeah,
I
I was
understand you
livid.
because people can take you there, you know. If I think one of the biggest ones is betrayal, and that happens often in relationships. And the pain with betrayal is because in order for someone to betray you, they had to be someone that you trusted,
Right.
you know, so you had to make yourself vulnerable with them. And in our intimate relationships, we are the most vulnerable. Like we are literally emotionally and physically naked with someone in these relationships. So relationships are definitely a trigger, not just romantic ones. You know, we have, you know, mother issues and father issues, co-workers and, you know, other relationships that have certain power dynamics in it, you know, with our bosses or with authority figures. So relationships can definitely be a big point where there is anger. Another one that's really interesting to me, and most people can identify with this, is driving.
Oh, road rage. Yeah.
Yes. Like people can become like a whole nother person when they're on the road. And there's studies around that too, which make it really interesting. So, you know, when you're in your car, you're a little bit anonymous. Like, you know, you probably don't have completely tinted windows, but people can't totally see you when you're in your vehicle. Plus, you have this additional power because you're in a motorized vehicle. And for some people who don't feel a lot of power in their day-to-day lives, they get that power behind the wheel. So it creates
Especially if they drive an SUV.
yeah, right. So
Girl.
it creates this cocktail for just people to act up, you know? So that's another place where it shows up. Because some people who will seem like the sweetest, nicest person you ever met, they get behind the car and they're just like honking and changing lanes and doing all the things.
That's so true. That's why I'm laughing so hard. My
So
cousin's
that's
like that.
so that's another one. I know one of the ones that people are dealing with now, you know, myself included, are things around politics and social justice. You know, so that's another place where it comes into power. You know, do people have power over us? Typically, our government has power over us. They can tax us, they can lock us up. You know, they can do things that everyday people walking down the street can't do to us.
Right.
Yeah. So that's three out of the eight, the
Yeah.
kind of first three.
Those are good. Those are good ones. Those are good ones.
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk. Let's look at what are you supposed to do with your emotions? Okay, because I don't know. I know I have a horrible temper, and that's why your book was like so intriguing to me. It's like, oh no, somebody's called. She put my name here. She's calling me out. Trish, no. But yeah, I just, so we get angry, and sometimes, you feel like, it may be justified that you're upset, but you have to do something about it in a way that's not going to hurt you or anyone else. So, do you have a tip there?
I do. But I want to talk about that first because your anger is totally justified. And this is not to tell anyone that they don't have the right to feel the way that they feel.
Right.
What I would want you to think about, and your audience can think about this too, is how long do you want to be angry? Because you can be angry for like a second. It could be a flash. And then you're like really skilled at what I teach in the book and you're able to transform it. Or you can be angry for 5 minutes or for 5 days or for 5 years. You know, some people have been angry since like 1975, right? We all know these people, like they are mad about something that happened 30 years ago. And it's not hurting anybody but themselves.
Right. Because nobody else cares.
Nobody cares. Nobody wants to be around you. Nobody wants to hear that whole same story over again, right? And then in the meantime, like you're over here taking blood pressure medication and, drinking bottles of wine and eating, a half a cake, a half a cheesecake, whatever. So it's not hurting anybody. Yeah. So, but it's okay to feel
I have a flash anger. I don't know. It's like something happened, right? I'll look at that person. I'll go off and then I'm done. I'm gonna say what I have to say, and then I'm done with that. We're gonna move on, and either you're gonna course correct, or I'm cutting you out of my life. Because if I have to get that upset at something the way you talk to me, or something that you did to me, my daughter, my property, or something, then we don't need to be affiliated because that could end badly for both of us. But I'm not gonna be, yeah, not
Yeah,
even for last week. I'm not gonna be holding on to that.
yeah, but so it sounds like you're taking action. And that's basically, I'll show the book here so people can see it. It's The Anger Myth. But basically what it's doing is it's teaching you how to take action. And I can walk your audience through it because I can give you the 5 steps. Some people say, oh, don't give them everything, make them wait for the book. But even if I tell you all 5, you need space to kind of absorb it and practice it.
Right. And plus you have so much other information in there. It just these 5 steps is known is not gonna do the trick, not by itself.
Well, the thing too is that, I mean, the first part of the book is working on just even convincing you that anger really isn't great, because most of us think that it's doing all kinds of good things for us. And so we take the first start of the first third of the book to kind of break down that it's really not. It's not really doing it. And then the second part teaches you how to transform it. But the third part is actually my favorite part, because now you got all this free time because you're not complaining. You're not sulking. You're not spending all these hours talking to your friends and rehashing over and over what was done and blah, blah, blah. Like you've created all these extra hours. And so the third half of the book is more like, oh, what you going to do with your free time, with your whole new life, Yeah. But so when we talk about what do you do when, like, I don't know, you want to give an example of something that really pisses you off? Maybe the person saying something crazy, or you want to use an example?
Well, it's when I went on this. Actually did a video about it, but it's changed mine because I had been thinking about it yesterday. Some friends set me up on a date with this guy, and it was cool. I mean, he checklists all the stuff. But when we were on the date, he was making these comments. Like he would ask me a question, and I would give him an answer. And he would come back with, "Oh, well, I bet you didn't such and such." So it was like a negative spin on what I said, but he would pose it as "Well, I bet you did," or "I'm sure you did." It was like I called it quest statement. That's the name of the video. Anybody wants to look at it. And so he posed it as a question, but it was really a statement judging me and condemning something that I just said. And at first I'm just happy I'm out, and it was one of my favorite restaurants. So I really didn't pay attention to it until about the third time. I tuned into my annoyance. I was like, what is this? And then he kept doing it. So my level of annoyance rose to passivity. Then after that, he was like, well, you're not talking. I'm like, no, I'm not going to talk to you because you're stupid. And the stuff,
Is that what you said?
Yeah, I told him that. And it's like, this kind of stuff that way you communicate with me, I don't like it. I don't appreciate it. And I'm not going to tolerate it. And so, we was like, well, dang, I'm like, because it was a setup by some mutual friends. And he's like, well, I'm going to tell so-and-so what you said. I'm like, I'm going to tell it what you did too. So, but girl, I was hot. I was heated. I was like, how dare you think you have the audacity to talk to me like that and say those kind of things and judge and condemn me.
So,
yeah,
and that's kind of what I was saying before. Like, you don't know who I am, But the reality is, just talk to anybody like that.
He should have been asking questions to try to get to know me instead of trying to shut me down and compare me and negative. It was bad.
Okay, well, that's a perfect example. So we'll use that, right? So, and first of all, I'm glad that you talked about being annoyed, because the book talks about subtler versions of anger. I call them anger's 7 cranky cousins. So it's disappointment, annoyance. So you're right in there. Frustration, jealousy, impatience, guilt, and resentment. Because sometimes we're like, oh, I'm not angry. I'm just annoyed. You know what I mean? It's like, girl, you're angry. So it's like these little subtle versions. So that's good. But so like in that example, right? In my book, I teach what I call a 5-step tame and reframe solution. So when you're feeling that first, you're thinking to yourself, did that man really just say that? Right? So you're acknowledging your annoyance or your anger. You're acknowledging how you feel. So it spells out anger, which is kind of nice. So the first is that acknowledgement. And then the next step is to notice your breath. So that's where we calm down before we do anything crazy, right? So you could just, say, okay, I notice, what I'm feeling. And then just take a few slow breaths, right? Before we do something that's going to get us locked up or whatever. And then the next step is the G. So this is where it gets into the work, right? So this is gear up your imagination. And the reason we want to gear up our imagination is because we're trying to strengthen our empathy muscle. Granted, the man is probably a jerk, right? But why is he a jerk, Deb? Is it because he wasn't raised well? Is it because he's got PTSD? Is it because, he was abused? There's something there. It's probably a lot of insecurity would be my guess. And then where does that come from? So just creating a little bit of space to think about, all right, it's not about you, right? It's not about you. There's nothing wrong with you. There's something he's projecting. So
I summed it up as being stupid. I didn't get it as scientific as you just did. You just stupid.
I know, but why is he stupid, Deb? Why? I mean, and you don't have to spend a whole lifetime analyzing the man. You don't ever have to go on a date with him again. But you're just creating a little space with yourself, and you're developing a little empathy for another human. You can still have your boundaries and not, and you can also express yourself, right? Let him know you don't like it. You're not going to go out with him again. But the main thing is that you're calming your own self down. You're allowing yourself to feel good, even in an environment where, we don't know whether or not he's trying to make you not feel good. He may not even be aware of what he's doing.
I don't think he even understood that, because he looked so shocked, when I was calling him out, and he was just looking all big-eyed.
Yeah, so he hasn't learned very good communication skills. Maybe he hasn't been around very many women. Maybe he doesn't know how to talk to women. He could have all kinds of things going on with him. But generating that bit of empathy by kind of using your imagination and maybe putting yourself in his shoes a little bit, it allows you to relax. And then from there, you go on to the E, which depending on the situation, it could be entertain, educate, or enlighten yourself. If it was something where you're driving in traffic and somebody cuts you off and, you're immediately angered, you can entertain yourself. You don't have to really do anything. You could just listen to a podcast, call a friend, you could just do something else. You're on a date with this guy, so you can't just
Yeah, plus he drove. I had driven myself, I would have left. I was stuck.
I'm done with you. I'm going to listen to music. So you can't do that. In that situation, probably the closest thing is to kind of educate yourself. If you wanted to take it that far and maybe ask him a question, what are you trying to do here? Or what are you thinking my response would be? Or something like that.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Yeah. And then the last version of this, which to me works more for social justice issues, like right now we see these genocide and war and just crazy things going on in the government and climate change, like all of these things that we see. And you think, well, what can you do about it? And you may be able to do something. You can, support a political party, or you could support a charitable cause. There may be some things you can do, but you're still not going to solve world hunger.
Right.
Right. So it can feel very overwhelming. And that overwhelm can feel like, deep anger, especially if it's social justice issues and things that might really feel like they impact you. So that E is enlightenment, which means that you need to have some kind of a spiritual life that allows you to realize that some things are not your domain. They're between whether it's God or a higher power or the universe or whatever that looks like for you, it gives that a kind of a soft place to fall, where it's like, okay, world hunger is not something that Trish can resolve, but I also can't be mad about it all the time, right? I have to say, okay, listen, that's God's domain. And, I might donate to a charity, but I'm not going to get sucked into anger because the world doesn't look the way that I think it should look. And actually, one of the interesting definitions of anger is just that we get angry when things happen that we don't want to happen, which is like all the time for most people, right?
Okay, then we should be angry 24/7.
You know what I'm saying? But some people are like, you're stuck in a line, you could be angry. You're stuck in traffic, you could be angry. You didn't get the raise, you could be angry. You don't have the partner that you wanted, or your partner cheated, or the grocery bill was too high. I mean, you could be angry all day if you choose to be.
Oh, that's terrible. But you guys have any questions for Trish? If you do, please type them. And when you do, type question first and then the text of your question, so I can put it across the screen, and we will know that you are asking a question about your anger.
Thanks. And while they're doing that, I want to give you just the last piece of that, the R in anger. So remember, it's acknowledge your breath, acknowledge your anger, notice your breath, gear up your imagination, entertain, educate, or enlighten yourself is the E. And then the R is the good part. So the R is to recognize your success. So it could be, the thing where you're on the date, the guy's being a jerk, and instead of you feeling really angry, you kind of take a breath, calm yourself down, maybe ask him a question, make a mental note, we're not going to coffee after this, or we're not going out again.
Not never.
And then, or, maybe start planning what you're going to do when this date is over. But once you get to that point where you calmed yourself down and you didn't do anything crazy, then you get to recognize yourself, your success, and you can just say, look at that. Or if somebody cut you off in traffic and you didn't honk and give them the finger, right? You could just say, look at me,
Look at
Exactly. Yeah. And that's an important part of building new habits. Because people think of anger as this emotion that we just can't control, we're in the throes of. And for some, who have real clinical problems, that could be true. But for most of us, we just have a habit of responding to this emotion in the same way. And it's not necessarily the way that is serving us the best.
Gotcha. Well, you did get a question here. Well, then show this statement here. She's fighting, feeling angry all the time. Yeah. It becomes difficult because you start to feel powerless, and this change needs to be made, but you know that you by yourself don't have the power to do it. So it causes a great deal of frustration.
Yeah. And powerlessness is a huge part of the problem, which is why we have to go into that action step. So the action could be, if it's something that's not important, it could be the entertain thing. But if it's something important, like what's going on right now with politics, then it could be, again, supporting a political party, supporting a charity, finding an organization that you could be a part of where you can have your voice heard, calling your local congressman, making your voice heard that way. But I think it's very helpful to do that as part of an organization, so you know what to do and you have some help. The other thing I would suggest is don't watch the news all day. Back in the olden days, Deb, you remember this? Back in the olden days, the news was on every day, like 6 and 11, And
then I remember they added 10 o'clock, and everybody was like, oh my God, so we don't have to stay up that late. We can watch the 10 o'clock news and then go to bed.
Yeah. So it wasn't, we didn't always have news coming every hour on a 24-hour news cycle. You don't have to listen to all of that. I wouldn't want you to not listen and not know what's going on, but you can check the news once a day or once every couple of days.
I just do. I have it set up so when I log onto my computer, the MSN screen shows, but it shows a variety. It shows entertainment news, political news, local news, so I get like a little taste and I click the one that looks interesting and then I'm on about my business. I don't watch the news at all.
Yeah.
Let's show her question so you can respond. Ash asks, is emotional regulation connected to anger and trying to release it? You mean like emotional, like anger management?
Well, I think I know what she means. So when someone is what they call dysregulated, it's when you don't have good control of your emotions. And if you've ever seen anybody who goes into a fit of rage, like they'll even say blind with rage. I had a
Mhm.
partner who was like this actually, who was pretty scary. His eyes would turn all black, the pupils would dilate, and he was like a completely different person.
Oh my.
Yeah, so emotional dysregulation is when you don't have control of your emotions. And next you can tell me if I'm describing your question wrong. But so you're saying is regulation, which is a healthy way of managing your emotions, is that connected to your anger and trying to release it? So I don't like the word release for anger. I like the word transform. When I think of release, sometimes we'll see like those places. What do you call them? Rage rooms, the places that you go and you could like throw plates and stuff like
Mm-hmm.
that.
Break glass things and bust up stuff. Yeah.
And they even have something they call "damn it" dolls. They're like dolls that you can bang on stuff. So people think of that as releasing anger, like you're going to hit something, you're going to throw something, you're going to break a plate. The thing is, you can do all of that, but then when it's over, you still haven't processed what it was that made you upset and how you're going to move forward and the action that you're going to take to resolve whatever the issue is. So I hope that answers the question.
Well, she did. She said yes. That's it. So I guess you did understand her question. If anyone else has a question before we let Trish go, now's the time. Don't come writing me later saying, "Oh, I had a question I wanted to ask her." Do it now, girl. They are notorious for doing that.
I mean, the thing is, nobody teaches us what to do with our emotions. And anger is so misunderstood. Even the way that I teach it is based in Buddhist philosophy. So it's not necessarily the way that you might hear it from a clinician. But for me, when I first got exposed to these teachings back in 2010, I was just like, what? I didn't know this. I didn't know life could be so good. I was like, wow, this is amazing. I thought that if somebody pissed me off, I had to be angry, and I didn't realize that I had other options or that I could walk my way out of that, you know? And then sometimes people think, oh, well, people can just walk all over you then. No, ma'am.
Well,
That
they
is not
might
true
try
in this
it.
house.
You can't stop them from trying. We don't have that kind of superpower. But ultimately, will they do it? No.
Well, the thing is, you can have boundaries without having to throw things and yell and, get your personal self out of control or disrupted. You can calm yourself down, think about things, have empathy, get clear, and institute boundaries. You started talking about women who are in situations and they're so angry or they're scared to be angry or they, can't get out of them. And there could be a million reasons for that. But at the end of the day, we have the right to have our boundaries.
Yeah, they seem to really be afraid to do that. Trying to be, I wanted them to like me. I'm trying to be nice. Um, yeah, there seems to be a lot of resistance to saying no and putting up boundaries out of the fear that whatever it is kind of relationship they want to have with that person would then be denied to them. That the person wouldn't like them and wouldn't give them whatever it is that they're looking for from them anymore.
But it sounds like they already don't like you if they don't treat you well.
Okay. I mean, and it's like if you're freed from that situation, you should be happy, not sad that they don't want to be with you anymore. It's like you're being victimized here. This is not anything that you should chase or wish for.
Yeah, I mean, those things they get deep because typically those things are going to go back to childhood and what your examples of relationships have been and your sense of self-esteem,
Here we have one last
all that good
comment from
stuff.
Robin. Says she wants to feel and retain her anger, but maintain her composure at the same time. But when I get angry, my mind goes blank and I can't think.
Robin, nobody can think when they're angry. So at least your mind goes blank and you're not like, planning. It's not murderous. You're not getting, a lot of planning going on in there. So
That's
blank
what
is
they're saying. I'm plotting somebody's demise when I get. I'm thinking, but I'm not thinking about stuff I should be thinking about.
yeah, I have had my moments. There was a first part to her question that I think I
Oh,
missed.
let's see. She wants
Oh,
to
right,
feel
right,
and
right.
retain her anger, but maintain her composure.
Yeah. So I want you to think a little bit about why you want to retain your anger, if that's what you meant to say. Because, you're going to feel your anger, but to retain it is to kind of keep feeling it. And I know that, some people worry that if they don't have the anger, then they're going to be losing something that they need. That's my little co-host back
Oh,
there.
he's cute.
But I would encourage you, to check out the book or check out my website. It's theangermyth.com. There's a little 2-minute quiz on there that you can take to kind of check your anger quotient. But I would definitely recommend that you check out the book, because I would love to see you not retain your anger and create some space for the things that you'd really like to enjoy doing with your life.
Yeah, Robin. I'm gonna hold on to that, girl. No, it's most of these people. They've been around here for years, so it's like I know them, even though we actually never really met in person. But
I
great
love your
group of people.
community. I think I remember from the last time, it was so nice.
Well, thanks, Trish, for coming through, and tell them again what your website is so they can go and visit you.
Yeah, so the book is The Anger Myth. And if you go to the website, theangermyth.com, you can watch the book trailer. There's a nice little short video on there. You can take the 2-minute quiz and you can learn more about the book. And you can also learn about my monthly membership. So I have a free monthly community. It's the last Thursday of the month. It takes place at noon Eastern on Zoom. And it's called the Mind Blowing Happiness Circle. So, when
Oh,
you go, check it out and maybe join me at the end of the month.
thank you. Well, Trish, it was always good to see you. So thank you for sitting in with us again. And
Thank
come
you.
back. I'm looking at. We'll probably be doing this. This will be how we do things from now on. One day. One day.
Well, it was so good seeing you. Thank
You
you for joining
too.
me. It's a
Okay,
pleasure.
I'll talk to you soon.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye bye. So thanks, you guys. Once again, you had some great questions and comments to share with her about your anger as women. Yeah, because I really didn't want to know, why are these women so afraid to be angry? And what is it that they're running from? So she gave some good information. I appreciated that. So those are our 3 guests for today. Let's do another poll. Let's do another survey. Oh, let's show this first. We did get some more responses in. So some people wrote, one thing you like most about yourself. So we got 11 responses. Well, that was good. I'd like to get more. So let's see what's on deck for the next one. The next slide. So this again is instructions. If you are not already logged onto the page where you can participate in the polls and surveys, you need to go to menti.com and enter this code 46532882. That's menti, menti.com 46532882. And then you'll be able to actually vote on and participate in these polls and surveys. So here we go with the next one. When you look back at your life, what do you most regret and wish that you could do over? This is always interesting. What do you regret and wish that you could do over? Keep in mind, this is anonymous. Nobody's gonna know who said what. It just pops up on the screen. To do this, you click in the blank spots down there under 0 responses, where it says just click your mouse there and start typing, and then your response will pop up on the screen. Okay, let us know. What do you most regret about your life and wish that you could do over? It's interesting to see. What do you guys think? I'm interested. Oh, so look, you guys got some good stuff going on here. Oh, how do I make it? Scroll down. I need to be able to see all of them. Let's see. Trying to figure out how to make it scroll, and it's just not doing it. Because I want to see what's at the bottom. Oh, there we go. Okay, waiting too long. Listen, sacrificing myself in marriage. Okay, so we got a lot of people with regrets here, and these are some interesting ones. These are great. We got 17 responses to this one. Thank you. Much better response this time around. Let's do one more of these. In one or two words, share your belief about dating relationships in 2025. This is going to be a word cloud. Just click in the blank spot and start typing, and they'll show up. You get little short phrases, 2, 3 words of what you think. Where do you stand on the? Oh, and bam, there it is. Woo! What's your thoughts on what's going on with dating relationships in 2025? Oh, the dating pool is polluted. Oh, well, I'll leave this up. So the code is minty.com, and the code, oh, let me make this bigger. Hold on a second. The code is 46532882. It's 46532882. We still have a couple more slides, so you'll still be, you know, if you sign up now, you'll still be able to participate. It's not, I still got some more to do. 46532882 is the code. It's Menti, MENTI.com. Where's my keyboard? I can't type. Ugh. on a second. Yeah, I don't know why it only showed the last numbers. It's minty.com 46532882. It's for to participate. All right, so I'm going to put my keyboard away again. And get back to the advice questions that we have on deck. All right, you guys got to get the responses. So we'll take this off for the time being and do this. Okay, so I was left off where this young lady was having a dysfunctional relationship with her boyfriend. So she left off with the brother who was successful until he was diagnosed with schizophrenia, which made him unable to work. Also, he does drugs. He now receives a pension and lives with the father. Sister Y is 26, and she took a similar path to my boyfriend. She left home early, moved to another state, earned her own money, got her own apartment, and became independent. She does not help the rest of the family. My boyfriend helps his father and brother with occasional things, paying some bills, buying groceries. But since both of them have pensions and live together, he doesn't have to fully support them. It's the same with his mother that lives alone, though her sister also helps out, so the support is even more sporadic. I knew his family was the complete opposite of mine when we started dating. My parents are both well off. I'm an only child, and they had me when they were 40. Woo! Stability and full support from my parents is the only family dynamic that I knew and grew up with. However, his sister recently got pregnant by a man who is clearly a user. He promised to support her, convinced her to move to a city which she knows no one, and made her quit her job to be closer to his family. That's her life, her choice, fine. But this past Saturday night, he broke up with her, saying that he wasn't ready to have another child, and the one kid that he has with the woman, he also left her while she was pregnant. Why knew that he did that, or live like a married man? Why then called my boyfriend, say that she was coming to live with him? We know how the job market is, and she's not going to find a job anytime soon because she's 6 months pregnant. Even if she does, my boyfriend, who works from home, will be the one taking care of the baby. I empathize with her situation. I'm glad she has a brother to support her, but I'm struggling with how to continue this relationship. I love him a lot, but it feels like all our plans, which were so close and within reach, just went down the drain, and it's breaking my heart. We were apartment hunting, buying things for our home together. We have a trip planned for my birthday, and I know we're not going to be going anymore. I feel incredibly selfish for being this upset, and I can't seem to be completely altruistic and stop thinking about how this will affect me and my plans too. I know he has to support his sister, but it feels like our relationship is ending because of other people's responsibility. I have a vision for the future, and I'm getting my second degree. I've been working since I was young, shelving money to put down a payment on my house. I want to get married and I want to have children. Now I'm wondering, how long will he be supporting his sister until she gets back on her feet? And what about his brother? Will he move in with us after their father passes away? Am I immature for being upset? Please try not to judge me. I'm trying to see a different view on this situation. I really just need to vent, and I don't want to put even more pressure on my boyfriend. Also, my parents always said that I should look for someone with a quote good family, because the opposite will only lead to future headaches. Maybe they're right. No, they're absolutely right. Even though people say, you're marrying the person, you don't marry their family. in a situation like this, you be married his family more than you be married to him, because they all sound like a bunch of dysfunctional losers. And he feels obligated to help support them and stuff. See, where me, I would deuce out and say, no, you're not coming to live with me. The fact that you chose to move states and go get pregnant by some fool that you weren't married to, that's your decision. You should have got a termination. Because you know you don't have no money and no sense. And you now the kid's not going to have no father. That's not going to become my responsibility. So you figure that out. Maybe go over there and live with brother and daddy somewhere and sleep on that couch. But you're not coming here. And that's what I would have told her. You know what I mean? So, young lady, you probably should have a good conversation with your boyfriend and express these things to him. This is what I'm worried about. And the way I see things, you're going to be stuck, and I don't want to be stuck with you. So, boop, and then you just, deuce out on it, because you can't get in a situation where you're going to be with him and his family's going to be moving in with both of you. And then they'll you might have kids, and they'll be like, well, I want the kids' room, so your kid got to move in the room with you. It's just a whole thing that happens in these kind of dynamics, and I just would not be down with it if I were you. I would be like, oh no, y'all got to go. This ain't happening. This is not happening. You got to go. Well, it's almost 5 o'clock, so we're doing really well. I can't believe I would have actually made it almost 6 hours. So let's move on to question number 17. This is a young man. It's my light. This is a young man in the 35 to 41 age group. Summary of issue. I'm a father who needs some advice regarding dating a single mom. I'm 40 and separated physically for about 6 months, mentally way longer, and about to be divorced, father of 2 older teens. They're both close to being adults. I recently started dating a divorced single mom. She has 3 teens. She knows my legal/marital status and is partially fine with it, with conditions mainly being that we take it slow, which was my intent coming into it, and to space out our time together as part of this taking it slow thing. We see each other every weekend for a date and have had a couple of dates thus far. We're both mutually expressed having a strong chemistry from the start, which is why I think she wanted the week in between dates. When we've had our dates, the conversation is refreshing. I've never had this level of conversation with a woman before. I tend to attract the ones who don't know how to communicate, let alone intimate feelings. She tends to keep busy with work, family, and kids' extracurricular activities. Her being a family person is something I admire, okay? Because mine is sort of broken. During the gap in us not seeing each other, we text about 95% of the time. I can hold a conversation via text as well as in person, but I feel like with her, it's hot and cold, with dry texting being how she usually texts me. Sometimes some of the things I text get no reply, so I don't typically text until she does. The things I want are fairly simple, some reciprocation and someone who can be consistent. She pretty much says she wants the same, with marriage being one of her goals, which is cool with me. Currently, I have some things in my life that keep me engaged, my kids, my work, and my school, with some flexibility for free time. Currently, with this relationship, I feel off balance and unsure where we stand. I'm not expecting much regarding in-person time, as I know her priorities keep her busy. My thing is, I'd like to at least be building some sort of connection in between the time we see each other with once every other week, and that's not happening with this dry texting. They say people prioritize the things they want, but I feel like I have to be the one to bring things up, which seems kind of one-sided. My question is, am I setting the bar too high in expectations? Should I cut my losses and just not say anything and move on? How should I handle this? Okay, wait a minute. Let me go back and double check something. You've been seeing her. Okay, you've been separated for 6 months. You recently started dating. Recently. What does that mean? You've seen her for a couple of dates. We see each other every other weekend and had a couple of dates thus far. A couple means 2. So I'm going to say this. Dude, your ass is still married. Did you forget that part? You're still married. And she's single and you're still married. And you're trying to glob onto her, demanding all this time and attention and commitment and communication. Your behind is still married. You don't get to demand anything from anybody. You don't get to have all these feelings and concerns. You don't get to do this because you're still married to some other woman. Now, don't you think a woman with 3 young teenagers is going to be concerned about which way you going when you jump off the fence, which way you going to go? Are you going to go back to her? Are you going to go to some other woman? Don't you think that she is being guarded for a reason? It never occurred to you that your situation might be, viewed as a little bit shaky there, unstable, not really secure. Did you forget that you only just met this woman, only been out with her a couple of times? You trying to treat it like she's supposed to be like all wrapped up in you like your woman. This is the problem when people cut out of long-term relationships. They want to treat everybody they meet after that like they're married to them. It don't work like that. Your expectations are inappropriate considering the level of interaction the two of you have had. And if somebody's that busy, don't you think that maybe she don't have time to be texting with your behind all the time? Did that never occur to you? I don't even have 3 kids, and I'm not trying to text. I'm not trying to do that. We're not doing that. Okay, I'm not no interest in it. Text people. I might text you back 2 or 3 days later. My friends be mad. They're like, I texted you that 3 days ago. I'm like, oh, but they're used to it now, so they're like, I'm like, if it's something you need to know, you better send me an email. I check my computer more than I do my phone because I'm on my computer. Or if it's really important, you better call me. But you send me a text that may or may not be seen for days. Okay. So let's move on to question number 18. This is a young lady in 22 to 27 age group. Certain issue. Am I wasting my time with my gamer boyfriend? If you have to ask, the answer is yes. I've been with him for about 3 years. We met through mutual friends. At first, everything was great. He was sweet. He brought me flowers. We had a lot in common, especially gaming. A few months into our relationship, he moved in with me after being kicked out by his ex. They were separated but still living together because they hadn't gotten through the divorce yet, and he needed a place to stay. Things started off fine, but over time he stopped helping with cleaning. I didn't mind at first since I enjoy it, but it became overwhelming. I ended up doing his laundry, cleaning up after him, and was handling all the household responsibilities while he gamed. Okay, so you stupid. Before we moved into our house, I lived in an apartment. When we moved into our own house together, that's when the bills started being paid late, sometimes to the point of things getting shut off. I helped him financially when needed, but it felt like I was the one handling everything. He only had 2 main responsibilities: paying bills. I paid for groceries, household things, and helped pay the rent, and taking out the trash, but neither was getting done. He gamed for hours, then sleep until it's time to go back to work, leaving me to do everything else. Okay, so you done become his mommy. When I tried to talk to him about things like sharing something I liked or telling him a story, he'd ignore me. I'd ask, hey, are you listening to me? And he'd either say he was in the middle of reading something or that it was his ADHD affecting his attention. It felt like he paid attention to his gaming friends, that included girls, but not to me. I even tried gaming with him, hoping it would bring us closer, but I never got the same response. He'd laugh and get so involved with his gaming friends, but I never got that level of involvement or attention. I don't mind him talking to other girls. I trusted him, but it still stung. Then came our anniversary. I was so excited and looking forward to it. He told me he had plans, and I was giddy to spend time together. But when the day came, he slept through it. When he woke up, he apologized, saying he had a rough night and didn't mean to sleep in. I told him I understood, no big deal. We ordered food, watched TV, and then he went back to gaming. He promised to make it up to me the next day, but then he slept through that one too. I just nodded, and I said I understood that he needed to sleep. Gaming always came first. I brought up my concerns, but he says gaming helps him to unwind. Unwind from what, though? He's not doing anything. When I jokingly said he liked his gaming buddies more than me, he got really defensive, saying, I don't find that funny at all. It felt like a punch to the gut. I feel like I'm wasting my time. We've never had major arguments, but I'm just at a loss for what to do now. Well, you with somebody who has you as a convenience. That's why he moved in with you, because he didn't have any place else to stay. It wasn't because he just madly in love with you and he just had to be with you and all that. He moved in because he got kicked out from his ex and you were convenient. Then you let him move in and you let him get away with not even doing any chores, half paying the bill. So basically, he's just living off of you and just living the life around it. He goes to his little funky job and then he comes home and games and you do everything else. So I'm not real clear on what it is you're getting out of this situation. But you said our house. I hope you didn't buy the house with him. That is just a rental, so you can just deuce out. But if you were stupid enough to invest money in and buying a property with him, where you're gonna have to sell it and divvy up the response, or buy somebody out or something. I don't know what you're gonna do because you didn't make that part clear. Because later you said our own house, but then you said rent. So I'm confused. I'm not real clear on what the situation is. But either way, it's time for you to go. Kick him out. One of them things has to happen. Question number 19. This is a male in the 22 to 27 age group. Summary of issue. Am I doing the right thing by breaking off the engagement with my fiance? So me and my fiance are both 25 and have been engaged about 6 months. Long story short, I'm just not happy anymore. I feel like the past few months I have kind of just been settling and going through the motions, but this isn't what I want anymore. The main reason I'm unhappy is because I feel like I'm constantly walking on eggshells around her, making sure not to do or say the wrong thing to piss her off. My opinion oftentimes gets pushed to the side if it comes to something major happening for us. It is ultimately her way or no way. It has gotten to a point where I find it hard to talk to her about things because when I do, she invalidates it or gets upset and victimizes herself. I'm also a pretty joyful person that doesn't take life too seriously, but she is the exact opposite as of late. She's always stressed or worried about something that doesn't even matter. This leaves her negative energy rubbing off on me as she never really smiles or laughs anymore. It makes me feel bad, making me feel bad when I do. Lastly, I have had to compromise on some things in my religious beliefs that I'm not proud of. As a Christian, we have had relations outside of marriage that I have tried multiple times to tell her that we should wait, as well as I do not want to move in together until we are married, which again she said too bad, and that we need to move in together before the wedding. With things like the venue paid for and the dress bought, I feel like I would be the a-hole for breaking it off now. I'm just curious to wonder what some of the other ladies think and if I'm wrong for doing this. Nope. Should have done it a long time ago, sir. And so what the venue's paid for? If you cancel with enough notice, you get at least part of your money back. And a dress that she bought, so what, she can wear it's for some other sucker or sell it on eBay or something. I mean, what do you want from me? One thing you're not going to do is marry somebody and be stuck for years because a venue was paid for and a dress was bought. You're not going to do that. Everything connected with the wedding is either refundable or resellable. So you make one of them options happen, but if it don't, just leave it. Don't worry about it because money's already spent. So it's not like it's going to impact your future. That's history. So you let her worry about it, and you pack your stuff and you go. Okay? She sounds like hecka toxic and very controlling, and that's not that kind of person. Where they shut down communication and it's my way or no way. That's never going to work. That's not a partnership. That's a dictatorship, and that's what you should tell her. It's like, I don't want this anymore. You tripping? Nobody's trying to be bothered with you and all of this. Let me see what came on into the last Mentimeter survey about dating relationships at 25. Okay, somebody's still hopeful, waste of time, non-reciprocal, draining. Yes, very risky. Okay, well, let's get to the next one then. Well, that's it. So Anna had asked to see it. Is this big enough? Everybody, this is what you gotta you log on to menti.com, enter that code so you can vote in the next survey. Got a couple more, I think. Okay, here we go. What do you struggle with most in your relationships? You can pick a maximum of 3. You just click next to it, hover over the words, and then click it. Huh. So let's see. What do you think? Choose a maximum of 3. You don't have to choose 3, but that's just the most you can pick. You can pick 1, you can pick 2, or you can use all 3. And this is just a hover over and a click. Hover over the text and click the ones that you want to vote for. So y'all keep going with that. I'll check back in a little bit. You keep going, and I will do another advice question. So this is question number 20. Remember, there's 40 of these questions. I'm not going to do all 40. My boyfriend's response to my injury, she's 28 to 34. Boyfriend's response to my injury has me rethinking this relationship. A couple of weeks ago, I broke my leg doing a hobby that my boyfriend and I both enjoy. While he went with me to the hospital and got me home afterwards, I don't feel like I've been emotionally supported since. He keeps asking me what I want him to do. He gets frustrated. He also keeps saying, I'll do whatever you want me to do, but then he doesn't do it. For example, friends of mine were going to come into town for a prearranged trip. I spoke with them and we all agreed to delay it. I just needed him to cancel the booking in his name. He kept telling me that we needed to talk about whether he should cancel the room or not. I told him explicitly that yes, we're postponing, cancel it. But then he kept asking because he thought that, quote, I might actually want them to come, but I'm trying to make it easy, end quote. Essentially that I wasn't telling the truth, but I wanted him to secretly guess what I actually wanted. Okay, so you dating a dummy. He keeps saying things like that. Like if he asked what I want to do and I said I just want to spend the afternoon alone reading, he keeps thinking I'm trying to trick him and want him to do something that I'm just not saying. It's all so unfair. I also do not have a history of playing games. I'm a straight shooter from a military family. But while I'm in pain, I can't walk and I'm about to be in medical debt. Thanks, USA. It's really frustrating to have to keep doing this. Then a couple of days ago, he got a little cold. I mean, a little one. He kept wanting to keep me informed about exactly how he was feeling and that he was feeling bad. Maybe I'm a jerk, but I'm sitting here with a broken leg. I don't want to hear about your snuffy nose. I didn't want to comfort him about his cold. Meanwhile, our house has been a revolving door of my friends coming over with food, activities, some sweet presents, including mobility aids for around the house. I'm frustrated that they can come up with ways to help without having to be told. I'd settle for him not helping any more than helping put me in my shoes if he would at least listen to what I'm saying. Okay, so sounds like your boyfriend's got some issues. Like, is he on the spectrum or something? Something's going on with dude. Oh, look at these numbers. I just looked at. Finding someone to date is the overwhelming winner. Oh, this is funny. Yeah, that would be the one I'd probably vote for too. I can't vote. It's my poll. I can't vote. This is interesting. Yeah, I'm thinking that you're getting to see the side of him that shows that he's not really a partner to you the way that you would like to imagine that he could be. And so you might want to start rethinking this relationship for when your leg is healed, what you're going to do. Because one thing you should not have, friends should not be a better support system than your man that you living with in a situation like this. I mean, at worst, it should be, he might be a little bit more than them, but not to the point where they're doing all this stuff and he ain't really doing nothing. So you have to rethink this relationship. It's time. Okay? It's time. Question number 21. This lady is 42 to 49. Some of the issues. Did I overreact when I smashed my niece's phone after she was irresponsible and lost my dog? Wait, what? I have a 16-year-old niece who's been living with me and my fiance for a little under a year now. My fiance knew her since she was 5 and she didn't have a healthy house environment for years, so I didn't hesitate to bring her in when my fiance asked if she could stay with us. I spent a good amount of my own money to get her situated, including the phone and her own room, and I furnished it. Since then, we've realized how glued she is to her phone. She stays on TikTok all day and talks to her friends literally all day. It's gotten to the point where the school has emailed us about how distracted she is and how she's just been effing off in school. Tons of missed assignments and grades aren't the best and are slipping. We reached an agreement to finally take her phone away, but after the weekend, we came home from vacation that my fiance were just going. We trusted her to stay home by herself, even with the help of my family coming over to check up on her every day. Not even a few hours after we landed to our destination, she lost my dog. I was devastated. It completely ruined my vacation and I felt almost depressed. My cousin reminded her several times to bring him inside, and she brushed it off because she was on her phone the whole time she was there to check up on her. I found out that it took almost 3 hours for her to realize my dog was still outside and that he was gone. When I finally came home, I took her phone and smashed it to pieces. This dog meant a lot to me. I've had him for almost 7 years. I'm actually paralyzed, and I got him about 6 months after my accident. He was the first dog I'd ever bought myself, and he's a really good dog that everybody loved. He was basically my emotional support dog. The whole house is noticeably down. My fiance thinks smashing her phone was overkill, and now we've been arguing and I haven't really been talking to each other. So you ask me, was it overkill? I'm gonna say no every time because the idea. I'm gonna take this off. The idea that she's gonna be on her phone while she's supposed to be responsible for this small animal's health and safety was totally irresponsible. And you're gonna be acting like that and not keep up your end of the bargain here. Then that means you don't need a phone. You don't need a phone. So did you do the right thing? In my book, you did. In my book, you should have done a long time ago. By the time she started missing assignments and stuff like that in school, you were supposed to take it. So had to wait till the animal got snatched and stuff, and hopefully still alive and make his way back home at some point. But you just never know. When people steal dogs, they'll come up in especially them French bulldogs. Them dogs are like, people take them just because they're so rare, I guess, and hard to get or whatever. So people have been known to go up in folks' yards and stuff, breaking their house to steal the little French bulldog. No, she took the phone. Well, she was so mad, just like she broke the phone. But see, I'm saying she should have taken the phone months ago when the girl first started getting bad grades and set it up so she had to earn it back, like coming in there with some A's or something. No missed assignments and some better grades, then you can earn your phone back. But until then, you don't get a phone. She should have done it then, but she waited. She didn't really, respond to that part. She didn't really have any repercussions for the bad grades and whatever was going on at school. She didn't get any repercussions for her behavior until the animal disappeared. And by then, the woman was livid because basically that's her, been her little buddy for 7 years. It's like somebody losing your kid. Yeah, because they was on the phone. Yeah, I'm going to smash your phone. That's what's going to happen. There's going to be no hopes for you to think you're going to ask for it back and keep nagging me about it because there it is in bits and pieces now. But she bought the phone, so she paying the bill, so she can smash it if she wants to. I don't have a problem with her smashing the phone. I know that's something that I would do. So that's what I think. I don't have a problem with it. Now let's talk about something. Now I don't know if you guys know this. What year was this in the 2013. Okay, back in 2012 and 2013, and I think 2011, maybe it started in 2010, I don't remember. The Examiner.com, which is a newspaper in San Francisco, went online. So they had Examiner.com. Can you see it? I don't know, the light is so bright and they use green, so that's probably not going to work. But anyway, I was the San Francisco Dating Advice Examiner. So I would put up articles and I earned money because people would, have subscriptions to the newspaper. And every time they clicked on my stories, I got paid. So it was pretty good. I mean, it wasn't no grand theft money or nothing, but $700 or $800 a month passive income. All I had to do was write a couple of articles, which I was at the time doing a lot of anyway. So this lasted for years until they decided they weren't going to do it anymore. And then that did, but I had printed out some of my articles. This one is from September 14th, 2013, and it's called Dating Tips and Advice, 7 Things You Should Never Do on a Date. So I'm going to share these with you. 7 things you should never do on a date. And so my little I had to write everything. I write the captions and everything. I wrote everything. So I wrote, dating can be tough, but there are some things singles do that make it even tougher unnecessarily. Watch out and make sure you are committing these dating mistakes, which are unfortunately very common for both men and women. Dating tips. Now, these are 7 things that you should never do on a date, okay? Don't do these. Number one, go to a place you always went with your ex. Deborah says not only is this tacky, it suggests you have a strong emotional attachment to the past. Yes, because you just can't let go and move on. You are taking a stroll down memory lane and probably hoping to run into your ex. If you had a volatile relationship or an breakup, you are now putting your date's safety at risk as well as your own. Come on now, in every major city, there are literally thousands of fabulous places to go to on a date. Try something new with your new beau. Yeah, don't go to the place you went with the, ex. What is that? Number two, appear unsophisticated, ill-mannered, or dumb. For example, one guy told me that his date thought that filet mignon was a fish dish. This is a true story. A woman told me her date ordered shrimp and then proceeded to eat the whole thing, shell, tail, and all. Well, that woman was me, but we can't say. We had to. It was a whole thing the way they wanted you to write the article. That was from a date I had in Houston. Other people tell horror stories of dates exclaiming about the cost of food or drinks that they were not paying for, belching, farting, and nose blowing at the table, teeth picking and sucking, chewing with their mouth wide open, talking with half chewed food in their mouth, and making insulting comments about the food of other cultures. Learn the basics of fine dining, brush up on your table manners and general social etiquette, and don't embarrass yourself or your date by being less than presentable. It just amazes me how people used to go out on dates looking stupid. Number three, demanding Dutch treat after you ask someone out. So you ask them out, and then when the bill comes, you want to talk about what your half is. No, no, that's not how that works. Number four, blather on and on about your exes. A lot of women do this. Want to talk about their exes all the time. Nobody cares about that clown. If you cared about that clown, you would still be with them. So what are you doing that for? What is your goal here? Why do you keep talking about your ex all the time? If asked, the polite thing to do is say the minimum, something about how you grew apart, you didn't see eye to eye on important issues as time went on, something vague like that. You do not need to volunteer information or go into gory detail about the beat downs you suffered, how she cheated on you or took your money, or how you discovered a spouse and family they conveniently forgot to tell you about. No one cares, really. Okay, you on a date. Nobody cares about that stuff. Or you pay more attention to your phone than you do your date. Now, see, when I wrote this in 2013, cell phones had caught on, but like all the super smartphones and stuff that we had now, we didn't even have those yet. People are still using flip phones and stuff. So, blabbing away on your cell phone, texting, or checking email while on a date is a major faux pas. Staring lustfully at other men or women is also on the no-no list. You owe your your dating partner the courtesy of your full undivided attention for the hour or two of the date. If you can't even do that, stay at home with your phone. If you don't want to go out with the person, why just be an adult and say so? See, notice my yeah, but they really weren't that common though. That's what I'm saying. They weren't 2013, and that's when it was published. That doesn't mean that's when I wrote it. That's when it was published. A lot of people still didn't have them yet. They were still using their flip phones or them brick phones. So, there was a transition period. Not everybody dumps what they have and goes out and gets the new thing right away. I didn't say they didn't exist. I just said a lot of people didn't have them yet. They weren't that common. They weren't that popular at that time. Bringing children or friends with you on a date. Friends tag along sometimes to act as a buffer, often on blind dates or for reassurance by the very young daters. Sometimes it's just part of the street hustle, so both the date and the friend can try to hustle up a free drink or a meal. Some single parents will bring their children because their sitter canceled at the last minute, though more often the reason is they want to push things along to a, quote, family level too quickly. Dates are meant for two, no friends and no family, unless they were specifically invited by your host. Okay. Talk about love, commitment, marriage, or nook. These are no-nos, according to the article I wrote, and that was published in examiner.com in 2013. Discussion of either an early stage of dating is premature and kind of, it's just plain stalkerish. You don't know how much about this person yet, so discussing issues of permanency and commitment and dreams of happily ever after with them may cause them to wonder if you are kind of off, a nutcase. They'll think that you're either overly anxious, aka desperate, or that you are gaming on them by saying what you think they want to hear. Discussion of nookie type things with the mere date is downright uncouth and disrespectful. In the event that someone is considering you for a serious contender for their heart, your premature conversation on these topics will make to give them the cause to step back and reassess your trustworthiness and your sanity. So that was Deborah Cooper's dating tips and advice, 7 things you should never do on a date, from examiner.com. Like, wow, this is interesting. I found a bunch of these. I printed about 20 of them. I didn't bring all of them in here because some of them were whatever. But I have another one, 8 things men hate to hear women say. That one was funny. So yeah. So anyway, let's take another break. I'm going to stretch my legs after sitting here for another 2 hours. This will be our last break of the evening because we're going to roll out of here about 6 o'clock. And everything will be over. And I'm back. Yeah, my apple slice has been walking around getting some blood in my legs. Like, ugh. So how are you guys enjoying this so far? We're almost done, as a matter of fact. So let's see. Let's take a look at our survey. Hmm. 58% finding someone to date, and then 42% other. I wonder what the others are. I could have set this up to add comments, but I forgot to do that. It was my first time using it. What can I say? All right, now let's look at our next slide, our next poll survey. This is just a fun question, not serious at all. If you could have a superpower that would help you with your next relationship, which one would you choose? To pick one, you just select the text and then click. So pick one of those 7. I think I'd choose number 3, mind reading. Hmm. I don't know. I might choose um, moving things with my mind, because then when he pissed me off, I could jettison him and put him on the moon. So y'all will just click next to the text that you want to vote for. And that will select it. This is interesting. This was just goofy. It had nothing to do with anything. I just thought it would be fun to investigate. So I'll leave that up. Um, while you guys think about it. Okay, question 22. This young guy, he's 18 to 21, says, my girlfriend hid the fact that she still texts her ex, quote, as a friend. So I've been dating my girlfriend for about 6 months. Everything has been great, but last night I accidentally saw a notification pop up on her phone from her ex. They dated for 4 years and broke up about a year ago. I didn't go through her phone, but I asked her about it, and she got super defensive, saying that they're, quote, just friends, and that she didn't tell me because she knew I'd, quote, make a big deal out of it, end quote. I tried to stay calm and asked why she felt the need to hide it. She said she didn't hide it, she just didn't mention it, which feels like the same thing to me. You're right. She just doing some wordplay games. I asked to see the messages, not because I don't trust her, but because the way she reacted made me feel weird. She refused and told me I was being paranoid. Now, I don't think she's cheating, but the fact that she kept this from me and then refused to show me the messages makes me feel like I should be suspicious. I told her it's not about the messages themselves, but about the secrecy. And she said, if you trusted me, this wouldn't be an issue. She's a liar. Is she right? Am I overreacting, or is this a big red flag of warning? It's a red flag of warning, especially the fact that she wouldn't even show you the messages. So it's one thing to get caught, but if you really are interested in clearing your name and proving to your partner that they really don't have anything to worry about, she would have gladly showed you those messages. Now, this is a perfect example of why I tell people all the time, you cannot be friends with an ex. It never works. Even if you think it's cool and the ex thinks it's cool, your partners, your new partners, are not going to be cool with it. If you don't have any children with that ex and no reason to stay, friendly, because you have to co-parent, which means you're going to be seeing them at graduations, birthday parties, holiday events, and weddings and stuff going forward, then there's no reason for you to ever stay in contact with an ex. There's no reason for you to be in contact with an ex. So people who do that are looking for something. They still have some emotional attachment to that ex, even if they're not willing to admit it. There's still some emotional connection there. Is it madly in love? I can't say all that, but it's something, because otherwise they'd be like, shh, let me just put you on block and leave you the hell alone and get you out of my world as expeditiously as possible. You cannot mix the past with the present. You cannot mix the present with the future and the past with the future. You leave your exes in the past where they belong. They are history. They belong behind you, locked up in a closet somewhere, never to be seen again. You don't be friends with an ex. There, you cannot be friends with somebody that you used to sleep with. Okay, it don't work like that. They're always an ex-lover. Let's just be honest about what it is. That was a lover, and now they're not. But they ain't your friend. Okay, they wasn't your friend then, and they're not your friend now. So stop it. People be trying to play these little word games like I'm stupid and don't know what's going on. They've been some BS. So, dude, your thing, you're young, you're only 18 to 21 age group. My recommendation would be that you dump this girl not like now. Say, no, I'm not really down with this behavior. Whether you cheating with him or not, that's not the point. The point is you keep it secrets and causing conflict and concerns here. I don't want that kind of relationship. I don't want a girlfriend I have to be suspicious of and question and doubt. So I'm gonna deuce out on this, and good luck with you and your ex. That's what you're supposed to do. Okay. So let me take this down. That's enough of that for the time being. That's really sad because they're so young. Whew. This is sad. Okay. Question number 23. This is a young lady, 22 to 27. She says, summary issue, my mother and my baby daddy betrayed me. So yesterday I was studying for my chemistry quiz, and my mom was trying to help me find a YouTube video to understand the material better. She found one and handed me her phone so I could watch it. As I was watching, I noticed a text come in from my baby daddy. He usually texts my mom when I'm not home to ask about our daughter. She's 4, arrange visits, or he talks to her. I didn't think much of it since my mom had been watching my daughter while I was at school. It was then, though, that my whole world shattered. I found out that they had been flirting and having inappropriate conversations for several months. She had even sent him explicit photos on multiple occasions. Wow. When we talked about it later, she admitted how it started, how it escalated into something explicit, and assured me that it never went beyond that. It's been 24 hours since I found out, and I'm still in shock. I feel everything and nothing all at once. I'm so fucking hurt, betrayed, disgusted, humiliated, and completely broken. I'm honestly not sure how to cope with this, how to process, or even how to move forward. Now, you're going to need a therapist on this one. Oh, that's it? Okay, my answer is, you at a university, you should be able to get some kind of student discount rate, or they might even have counselors at campus. So you can get some counseling for this, because it's not so much about him. And, because you're not married to him, it's just your baby daddy or whatever. The deepest betrayal is this is your mother. She has violated so many boundaries and so much trust, and just did you so dirty. Her granddaughter dirty. She just nasty. Oh, that's all I can say. All the men in the world, and you got to choose your daughter's dude, the father of your grandchild, to go do all that stuff with. Really? That's the best you could do. So you see what I mean? The girl, not only, we just talked about, Angel talked to us about anger and, trying to be empathetic and understand the person and all that stuff. I'm sorry. I can't figure out any kind of way to feel empathetic about this or to understand her behavior. It's like, she just didn't really give a shit about how her daughter was going to be hurt by this. And if you're a mother and you don't care how your daughter's hurt by your actions, then you ain't really nobody's mama. I don't really know what to say about it. The poor girl. Right? Yeah, her mom. Well, she said that they didn't actually do anything, but As far as that went out is, she sent him explicit photos. So I mean, essentially, I mean, who does that? This just reminds me that like some mothers really are in competition with their daughters, for male attention, and to the point where they're gonna try to go after their daughter's husbands, fiancés, boyfriends, and this is that kind of thing. Like, if she's trying to prove that she's hotter than her daughter or something. I don't know what this is all about. I'm not saying I understand it. I'm not saying it makes sense. It's not saying I condone it. I'm just saying it's something I've heard of, and it seems to be pretty common. A lot of these really insecure mothers have, beautiful, exceptional daughters. Like, there's no mention of this. His mama went to college, so maybe she's jealous of her daughter. You just never know what the story is. But there's something going on, and whatever it is very unsavory. Wow. I'm going to skip this one. Question number 25. Am I wrong for walking out of a restaurant after my sister kept making rude remarks and trying to speak on my behalf? My younger sister's 24 and I'm 26. I never really had the best relationship growing up. I tried to keep it civil, but she couldn't and has always been rude to me and would try and speak on my behalf as if she's my attorney. To make things relevant, I am on the spectrum. She would constantly convince me to say no whenever others ask me a question, tell me to, quote, shut up whenever I talk to my friends or anyone that wanted to have a conversation with me, or my sister would shake her head no, either because she disapproves of something or she simply wants me to shut the hell up. This past weekend, my parents asked me and my sister to meet them at a restaurant for dinner as we didn't see each other for several weeks and my parents wanted us to meet. We met them in the restaurant and everything went well and until it was time to order. I'm not much of a eater, so I just wanted to order some of the appetizers. But my parents convinced me to buy an entree so I can have some food to take home if I don't finish. I thought about getting it, but I saw my sister just shaking her head. I hadn't asked her what the issue was, and she said that she knows I don't need the entree and therefore I shouldn't waste money or food. My parents told her it wasn't her concern and I could order for myself. I ordered the entree I liked, and then when our food came, my sister was glaring at me the whole time. This is really bizarre and strange. I finished my food, and I guess I really didn't need to take leftovers home since they were all gone. Lol. When asked if we wanted dessert, my dad asked if I would like some. I said I was full. Then my dad said he wanted me to at least take something home, so I ordered some cheesecake. That was when my sister snapped. She called me a spoiled brat for wasting food and our father's money, and so why do I fucking need dessert? Like she paying for it? My dad told my sister to calm down and that she can get dessert too. My sister got even more angry and called me names such as fat pig. I'm around 115 pounds, so I'm not even close. A yes woman, whatever the fuck that means, and now I'm wasting money. I can make my own money, so I don't know what her issue is. I don't want to be around her, so I just got up and left. My parents begged me to stay as we planned to get coffee somewhere else, but that I declined. I couldn't stay if my sister was going to continue to be there. I even changed my mind on dessert. When I got home, I got a couple of calls from my parents apologizing on my sister's behalf, and my mother said I shouldn't have walked out and let my sister get the better of me. She tends to defend my sister a lot, so I told her she needed to wake up and understand how my sister has always tried to control me for reasons I just cannot understand. Did I do the right thing to walk out? What should I do about her after this? Well, what you should do is call a family meeting. First, talk to your parents and say, I want to run, I want to tell you what I want this meeting for. And, I want to find out what it is that she thinks why she feels like she needs to control me like I'm a marionette puppet. And then, maybe your parents know something. Maybe if you bring it up to them, maybe they'll have the answer for you. But if not, then you guys can proceed with step 2, which is calling the sister to have this family meeting. You have to be ready. So, find your voice, ground yourself, and you're going to say, I've noticed this pattern where you always think that you have the right to tell me what to do. And I'm going to tell you right now, that's never going to happen again. I used to let you get away with it when I was younger, but that's just not going to happen anymore. I'm going to do what the fuck I want to do. And you going to like it. And if you don't like it, then I don't know what else to tell you. You're just going to die trying to like it. But either way, I'm going to do what I want to do. I'm going to make the choices I want to make, and I don't care what you think about it. Now, that's what you need to say to your sister. Yeah, that sister does sound like she got some interesting something. But the sister, something's going on because, you're wasting dad's money for some little funky dessert as an entree. I mean, the parents obviously had the money because they would invited both of the kids out to eat and they were paying for it. So I mean, it's not like they couldn't afford it. So what is I don't know. It's like they asked her for some money. So I don't get what her mentality is. But that's what you need to tell her so that she can understand. You don't want nothing here but your mouth. So you asked if that's something I would have done, but I probably would have not walked out. I would have cussed her out, then walked out. But I'm not on the spectrum, so there may be some issues there to keeping you from doing things at that level of savagery. But let's get this back in here and go through our final survey question. I think there's one more. Oh, that's just how to join again. Why did I put that so many times? But I'll leave it up there for anybody who's not logged in and wants to join. That's how you get to participate. I think there's one more survey. Oh, so I was supposed to ask this before Trish came on, but I forgot. How often do you find yourself upset or angry about something? This is not if you get mad at all. This is how often. First choice is a few times a day. People stay getting on my nerves. The second choice is maybe 5 or 6 days a week. Something will upset me, but that's usually one thing. A few times per month for a good reason. Or I'm super chill and rarely, if ever, get angry. This one is I get more annoyed than angry. And then the final one is I go off a lot, but I get over it quickly. That would be the one I would choose. Because I'll constantly be checking people popping off at the mouth. So this is where you just click the one that, put your cursor over the one that you want and press click. And y'all vote on that while I proceed with, I think the parents aren't taking it very seriously, that's for sure. So y'all you just cast your little vote while I go on to this next one. This is question number 26. I'm not even going to be nearly finished with these. It's already 5:30. We end at 6. She's 22 to 27. Summer issue. My boyfriend keeps surprising me even after I told him that I don't like surprises. How else can I communicate this better? What, he don't speak English? Do you need to tell him in French? Sign language. Martian, what's going on here? Hi, Deb. Long story short, my boyfriend is notorious for surprising me. I personally don't like surprises or being told something may happen, but then not knowing the details. I think this is just due to my personality and past experiences. I've told my significant other that I've been dating for almost a year now on multiple different occasions rather, I don't like surprises and to please not surprise me. 6 months into our relationship, he threw me a surprise birthday party. It ended up just being family and relatives, but still knew beforehand that I didn't like surprises. He's notorious for texting me, I have a surprise for you, and then will tell me to chill and that it's nothing big when I get upset. Really? That's so fucking disrespectful. To be fair, his surprises usually aren't anything extravagant, but I'm still not a fan of surprises. I even have different multiple text receipts where I've told him, please don't surprise me. I don't like surprises. Stop with the surprise. But he's still like, well, I'm going to give them to you anyway, and you're going to like it. That's his attitude. I appreciate he's wanting to do these kind gestures, but I feel like I'm repeating myself as my feelings on surprises have not changed since I was a young child. We got into a disagreement about this a few days ago. We had plans to get dinner, and he texted me on his way over that he had a surprise for me. I communicated again to him in person that I did not like surprises. I was even being more stern. I also communicated that I do not expect gifts all the time from him, but rather him save his money. This started a fight between us where he asked me if I would break up with him over this. You're supposed to say yes. It's looking like that's what's going to be necessary because I'm talking and you ain't fucking listening. I keep repeating myself and you're not listening. You're not hearing me. You refuse to respect what I tell you about what I want for myself. So yeah, this could definitely lead to a breakup. That's what you're supposed to tell them. I communicated honestly that I would break up with someone if they were continuously doing something I told them I didn't like. or feel comfortable with, to which he said I was a jerk for saying that to him. At this point, I'm feeling lost and frustrated. I've tried communicating, and it sometimes feels like he disregards just to do what he wants. He even said it's a bad look on his end if he doesn't do this stuff, to which I asked, who is he trying to show off for? Because I don't think it's a bad look. Any advice on how to maybe communicate differently? Part of me feels like I should just suck it up and force myself to be okay with surprises. But I feel like I'm the crazy one for having to repeatedly communicate that I don't like him. Help me. No, what? See, but you all you do is talking, and you keep saying the same thing over and over. He has not suffered any embarrassment, humiliation, or repercussions from you forcing these surprises down your throat. So, like, okay, for example, okay, the birthday party, surprise birthday party thing. If I told somebody I didn't like surprises and you're gonna throw me a surprise party, I'm gonna make that you eat, and I'm gonna get back in my car, I'm gonna drive out. Y'all can have a surprise party, but you're not doing it with me. He's gonna come there talking about I have a surprise for you, and I'm coming to pick me up. I'll get in my car and drive out. Well, here's a surprise for you. I'm not there. You like surprises so much, here you go. So stuff like that. I mean, there's no repercussions for him ignoring your request, your boundary. He's not suffering any losses behind it. Like if he had something, he gives you a gift and you told him you don't want the gift and you don't want any surprises, and he gives it to you, supposed to chuck it out the window in the car and let it go land on the street and somewhere and get run over by the car. And he'd be like, you just wasted my money. I told you not to buy anything. I told you I don't like surprises. So see what I mean? Then he would feel stupid because all his money is now on the street run over. So you have to figure out some kind of way to make him suffer a loss, some embarrassment, some humiliation, to get him set himself up to get teased by his friends, for his gift to be smashed and dashed and run over or something. You have to do something that's gonna stick in his head that she just said she didn't like it, and she just proved to me that she don't like it. So right now, all you keep doing is repeating yourself like a broken record. Just running your mouth, and you're not really taking any action. So yeah, he's gonna keep doing what he wants to do the way he wants to do it, because why not? You don't do nothing, and you're still there. You're still there in the relationship. All right, so let's see. Oh, that was pretty evenly distributed. So, okay, let's see what else we got. I don't remember what else I did here. Oh, this is the final one. So I'm going to leave this one up. Share your favorite motivational quote or saying, because I wanted to, end things on a high note. What is your motivation? What gets you going? What inspires you? What helps you feel at peace? What gets your mind right? Your favorite motivational quote or saying. For some of you, it might be something that's, religion based from the Bible or something. Robin, I don't know about all that, but I'm just very firm about my boundaries. If I tell you, don't do something to me, don't involve me in something, or I don't like something, and I done told you, because I only like to tell men something one time. By the time I have to tell you the second time, I'm giving you the side eye. And if I feel like I need to tell you a third time, I'm out. I'm not going to keep repeating myself. You're supposed to be of normal intelligence. You should understand that. So share your favorite motivational quote up there, ladies. Let's inspire some other folks. Oh, these are interesting. Mine is from Yoda. It's like, do or do not. There is no try. You either do the shit or you don't do it. Trying is like horseshoes, like almost. Nah. Although some people teach your kids, well, just give it your best try. I'm like, yeah, whatever. If you try and you don't succeed, that means you're a failure. There's no room for failure. Not in my life. I'm going to make that shit happen. By hook or crook, it's going to happen. So yeah, share your favorite. Girl, Robin, you know what I'm talking about. Because, you people on the spectrum or, they got Down syndrome or something, I'm going to cut them some slack because, but you're supposed to be regular and you acting like this? Oh, no. Mm-mm. Okay, let me see. I'm going to skip this one, too. It's about the gym. I'm sick of gym questions. Question number 28. Summary of she's 28 to 34. Summary of issue. My boyfriend's carelessness is affecting our relationship. We've been together for 6 months. We're both in our early 30s. We adore each other, and he always makes it clear how much he values and prioritizes our relationship. We really have a great thing going, but he can be forgetful and a little bit careless with things. And at first, I wrote it off as accidents or unlucky mishaps because we're all human. But it's starting to happen over and over again to the point where I don't know if I can handle it long term. That means no. Anytime you start saying, I don't know if I can, that means that, you know, the answer to that question is no. Accommodate. When did I say accommodate? Did I say that word? I don't recall saying that. For example, he lost number one, he lost his car keys right before we were about to start a 12-hour road trip, which led to us getting started 2 hours after schedules, off schedule rather. Number two, he couldn't find his phone one time after a date, which led to him frantically checking the car, calling the restaurant for an hour until he finally found it under the car seat. Well, wouldn't that be the first place you look? Number three, he couldn't find his wallet. I found it in my car. Number four, he was dropping me off one time and started driving off before I had closed the door, so it bumped me. Oh, and he slammed on the brakes and apologized profusely. And number five, then he didn't close his car trunk all the way, and his suitcase flew out of the car onto the freeway. He sounds like an idiot, a dangerous one. I get these things would happen to anyone, but I've never met anyone to whom these events happen so frequently. It's to the point where I feel like I can't trust him with things. I need to ask and remind him of stuff to try to prevent these disasters, which makes me feel like I'm nagging, and I sense that he is annoyed by it. So my three questions to you are: can carelessness be fixed, or will committing to him mean I have to deal with this over and over? Yes. He's a grown man. How old did you say y'all was? What age group is this? Oh, you're both in your early 30s. Oh yeah, it's a wrap. He showed you who he is. Why are you trying to question him and think that you can change him? He's already in his 30s. This is it. This is what you see is what you get. Okay, so that's it. That's the answer to that question. Number two, how can I bring this up to him without it coming across as harshly critical of something he might not be able to change? You don't worry about whether he can change it or not. You worry about if you can tolerate it or not. If you can't tolerate, see, my thing is when you look at how a man is, if you can't see yourself living with that kind of behavior for the rest of your life, like you look into your future, oh, way down the road over there, yonder, as they say, and this is all you see happening, can you live like that? It's not anything I'd want to be bothered with, because then you want to talk about having kids. This is the kind of man that would leave the kids in the car on a hot day, leave the kids in the grocery cart in the parking lot at the store, walk off and leave them in the house by themselves on the changing table or something, some stupid shit. This is the kind of guy that is dangerous to anybody or anything. And then the third question you ask, am I wrong for this to be potentially a deal breaker for me despite having an otherwise great relationship? I don't really see where it's a great relationship if you have to act like you have to mother somebody who's in their 30s. You have to run around like he behind him like he's two. I mean, this kind of stuff, nagging and reminding and all this kind of stuff. I did that when my little daughter was 2 years old. Remember, pick up your toys. You're training them, so, but they're two, they're toddlers. And so, they're new to the world. They don't know the rules and stuff yet. That's your parents. That's your job to teach them. This is a grown man in his 30s, and you still run around behind him like he's a baby. Would this be the life I want to lead? Absolutely not. Yeah, I was thinking that too. He might be somewhere on the spectrum somewhere. But that's what I tell you. I don't do folks with afflictions. Can't do it. I'm not going to be bothered with this kind of stuff. It's the next level annoying. Well, if you don't need to tell him to get a vasectomy. That's his red wagon. And any woman who would be stupid enough to have a baby by someone who acts like this. Can you imagine having a child who does the same kind of weird behavior as him? There'll be two of them in the same house. Oh my God, I would lose my mind. Question number 29. She's 28 to 34. Summer issue. I want to sell the concert ticket I bought for my friend after she hasn't paid me back. My friend and I bought tickets to see a big artist in a few months. I set aside money to buy both of our tickets and stood in the queue for them. It was about $270 for both, which means she owed me $135. We are both college students. I feel expenses with grad school coming up, but I can't afford to go to this concert, and it's not a problem. I bought these tickets back in November, and she's promised to pay me back after her next paycheck. Lo and behold, it's now February, and I've yet to receive the money. I set a few deadlines, asked for it consistently, but not trying to be annoying about it. She keeps making excuses, complaining that she has no money. Says she's trying to get a free ticket. But during that time, I watched her get a $300 tattoo, and she's getting another one next week. I'm tired of being out of this kind of cash and tired of excuses when I know she's not prioritizing it. She, to me, can't afford this concert. Yes, she can. She's just prioritizing other expenses over the ticket. I'm tempted to just sell her ticket. What would that be what you would do, Deb? She asked. I said, absolutely. I would have done it a long time ago. So she's supposed to give you the money after she got paid in sometime in November. Well, you bought the tickets in November. Just say sometime in November because most people get paid every 2 weeks. So just say sometime in mid-December. Then I would text her and say, if I don't have my money by Friday, I'm selling this ticket to get my money back. And then if she didn't respond to come with my money, then I would have sold it. So she can't say she didn't know. And she can't say you didn't give her opportunity to, as they say in the legal field, cure the obligation, which is basically means give you your money back. And so, you could probably make a little profit, especially if it's sold out. It's $135. You can sell it for at least for $150 and for the extra $50 for your aggravation. Right? There's no way in this world that would happen. Mm-mm. We're not doing that. Yeah, that would be that thing we got. So here we go. Question number 31. This young lady's 22 to 27. And she says, summary issue, why do men seem to move so fast? I dated this guy for 1.5 months, and I think part of why things didn't work out was because we moved at different paces. So you dated him for 6 weeks. Our first date was pretty normal, but things seemed to escalate a lot on our second. We had drinks, and since we were sitting next to each other, he was very touchy. He'd have his arm around my waist, touch my knee, hold my hands. At every opportunity, he'd give me a little kiss. Ugh. He said it was because physical touch, both sexual and non-sexual, was his love language. I liked it too, but the amount he was doing it felt like a lot for a second date, especially in public. I let him know I'm slower with this kind of stuff, so he toned it down, but I could tell it made him less secure about my interest. He ended up breaking up with me, saying he hadn't felt enough of a connection yet and he'd given it enough time. To me, 1.5 months isn't really a long time to let feelings grow. The funny thing is, though, I would say this guy did move slower than some of the other guys I've met. I've had guys not want to go on a second date because they didn't feel a romantic spark on the first one. Even one guy asked me out, but then changed his mind the next day. I've had guys really act like we were a couple already after one date, blowing up my phone and wanting to see me all the time. All this has been really disheartening since it takes time for me to warm up to someone. I feel like I'm never going to meet a guy willing to move at my pace. Well, then you just keep waiting because you're young. Let me see, how old did you say you were? Yeah, you're in the 22 to 27 age group. That's the horniest years of between and after the teens. That's the horniest years. So you know what they after. That's what they're talking about. Why they want to have all these PDAs. It's not about him adoring you and wanting to be with you and all this stuff. It's foreplay. That's what that is. So, you thinking it's like neutral touching and all that kind of stuff. It's not. It's not that at all. At all. Okay? That's what that is. I saw this other, here it is. I'm going to shelve the rest of these and I'm talking about this article right quick called The Decline of College Educated Men. This was a new article that just came out like this week. And it talked like, so for all, like statistically, Black women have the most college degrees in the United States of any ethnic and racial group. It's Black females. So for you ladies who want a college educated man, it's going to be an issue. We need to think about this. The number of young men pursuing college degrees in the U.S. has fallen in recent years. In 2022, there were 1 million fewer American men in the 18 to 24 age group enrolled in college than there were in 2011. 1 million, according to the PEW Research Center. You know, I love their reports. Fewer women are also going to college, but just slightly, with the number at 200,000. So 200,000, that's not even 25% of the reduction in men. With noticeably fewer men enrolling in higher education, a widening gender discrepancy has left many college administrators, educators, and economists wondering why young men are fleeing the system in alarming numbers. And the trend is mirrored in most countries around the world. So it's not just in the US. Men are not getting advanced education anymore at the rate women are. Listen to this. I do notice that a lot of young men don't want to go to college, explained Osiris Polachart, a college counselor who works with high school students at some public school in Richmond, California, where a majority of the students are Latino. What I notice from most of the kids in my school is that young men, especially in Latino households, are primarily concerned with what can you do for our family right now. College takes too long to make money because you have to do a minimum of 4 years until you begin looking for a job. So many of our kids head to work with their parents right after high school. In 2021, the Brookings Institute reported that the gender gap is exacerbated by the fact that women complete 4-year degrees in greater numbers and do so more quickly. Men are also less likely to graduate high school in the first place and less likely to complete college after enrolling. So 1 million of them are less enrolling, and then even fewer are completing it and getting their degree. Are you keeping up with this? So you get in your head that you must have a man who's got an advanced degree, like, a college degree like you, or a master's degree like you. Every time you take that step up, it's fewer and fewer men that's going to meet your standard. So then the question is posed, what do young men want? The reasons for not choosing college are myriad, but the young men can't afford the hefty investment or can't wait for a payoff. A 2021 Pew Research Center survey found that more young men than young women don't think a degree was necessary for the kind of work they wanted to do, or they simply just didn't want to go to college. Moreover, as college attendance has fallen, enrollment in certificate programs has grown. The average annual tuition, fees, room and board for a public 4-year college in 2022-23 was about $22,000. And while private nonprofit colleges cost almost $53,000. The average undergrad borrows $32,352 to obtain a BA from a public institution. Wow. With worries about the economy, white-collar layoffs, and an artificial intelligence takeover, more Americans are seeking trade jobs, which may offer better job security and work-life balance. Well, nothing wrong with that. In my role, I see a trend in general of students questioning whether this is all worth it. Santos added that students also work part-time seem the most dedicated. So he says the possible students should try to find part-time jobs or internship experiences. The skills you gain alongside the major you pursue makes all the difference in how your after graduation experience will be. So that was that article. I thought that was interesting. Yeah, because they looking at I'll post these slides up somewhere. I don't know where I'm gonna put them, but I'll let you know. It's something to think about. If you want a man who's got some education, I mean, a guy who's not really educated, unless he takes time to educate himself, can't even really hold a decent conversation. They don't know anything. So you ask him about different things that, to have his opinion on different things, unless this was on Sports Center or Fox TV, not Fox News rather, he don't know what it is, he don't know what you're talking about. He has nothing to contribute to the conversation. And then they wonder why women don't want to be bothered with him, because you're boring. It's like talking to something in a vegetative state. You just sitting there breathing. And so, you have nothing to offer the woman that's going to stimulate her intellectually. And so, I can't tell you how this is going to end. My job is merely report changes in our social fabric so that you guys can, be alert and aware of what's going on. More women may choose to go to trade schools themselves and not go for a degree. But It seems like the parents really push the girls to get that higher education, and they don't seem to push their boys that much. That could be part of it too. Okay. Also, you say black women, and anybody who was in the service, like, and if you're in California, you a vet, your kids can go to a state college for free. So there's no, no need to get no student loans and all that kind of stuff. Just a little part-time job, maybe, for their spending money or whatever, unless you're gonna front it. But the way that it's set up, if you're a veteran, your kids can get a degree through the state of California, public university system for no cost. You have to be a vet though. I don't know what how many years you have to serve or whatever to qualify, but I do know that is a benefit here in the state of California for vets who live here. So I guess we're going to end February because it's 2 minutes to go. I want to thank everybody for coming. I can't believe I made it through 6 hours of this. Our guests were great. The conversations were great. The comments were fabulous, and the questions were just on point. So you guys did really, really well. It was great to have you here. We'll do this again, I think, next year. I just like, just one day, one day, and I'll look for 3 more guests for next year. I'll try to have a theme like I used to do, have a theme. This was just kind of like, random. But I enjoyed myself, and I hope you did too. Right? You guys had a good time? Yeah? All right. Well, then we'll call it a day. Enjoy the rest of your evening, and then I will see you soon. What day, I don't know. We'll see, because I got to finish up the rest of these advice questions. Plus, I had a question that I didn't do, earlier in the week because I decided to devote my time to putting this together instead. So I will see you soon.